be your own boss syndrome. That's why they started it. That's why they started it. So, and as a result of that, they leave their job. They leave their job. But one thing you need to understand is this: it is not about starting, but about sustaining. It's not just about you starting a business. Can you sustain that business? Is that business sustainable? In 3 years, in 5 years, do you have the money that will pay the salary of your members of staff? Can your operation be running? It's even said that you should be able to have the fund that will run your operation for the next 6 months, even if any money did not enter into your account. So let's say you have 5 staff members now. Even if you do not have sales in the next 6 months, whether the money to pay salary, money to run diesel, money to pay, okay, rent is yearly, you should have at least the money that we do what, that we solve that for the next at least 6 months. Even if there is no what, if there's no incoming inflow of cash. So you need to learn to manage yourself first. Learn to manage yourself first. So the idea is that even if you want to start a business, you learn to can you manage yourself first? There are some people, as person, they cannot manage themselves. They still go late to work. They still have basic work etiquette. They now want to start a business because I want to be my own boss. You see that the same level of seriousness that person is putting in somebody else's work, that's the same level the person you will bring into that business, and it should not yield anything. Because learn to manage yourself first before you do what, before you say you want to dabble into it. I said last week Saturday, just 3 days ago, was this program Creators Nexus. I joined virtually because I was not able to register. Their major sponsor is this bank. I just heard of the bank actually. It's called Bank 78. Has anybody heard of it? That was the first time I would hear about the bank 78. And the man, because he is the major sponsor, Ebenezer Emmanuel, so Samuel Ebenezer, I know Ebenezer is in the name. So he was now talking about how he started that business. Apparently he used to work in Access. But the late Albert Wigwe was his direct boss when he was there. In fact, he said that at the time that, because one of the questions that was asked was, how did he come about the name Bank 78? So he now said when Daddy Gio celebrated his 78th birthday, so Daddy Gio invited his boss, Albert Wigwe, and some people. I think they had a program, a prayer session in Redemption Camp. So the late Albert Wigwe asked him to follow him. So he said after that you had prayed for, call a lot of people, if you are barren, if you are this and that, and then he now asked people to ask God for what they want. So he now said, he now told his boss that I want to ask God for a bank. And his boss said, why not? You can do it. So he now said right there that God, I want you to give me a bank. That was where the idea of that bank comes in. And now said a lot of process, because before that bank 78, there's another, I think I can't remember. They have at least, I think they have about 2 or 3 companies aside that bank 78. So we now said because they just approved the bank. He said before they approved it, they really stressed a lot because they didn't want to approve. They said what's the regulation for banking in Nigeria? They said most of they don't approve banks with figure. Yeah, because the names was really giving them stress. They said he should change the name, and he said no, he cannot change the name because that name was from Gio's 78th birthday. That was there. He said if this bank should come, it should really become materialized, that he's going to pick a name that we attach to Daddy Gio. What's the point that I'm making here? The point I'm making is that he was working in Access Bank. He was working in Access Bank. If I'm very sure, because banking, owning a bank is not something, I can't be, let's say, somebody now that is just coming from school, just a graduate of banking and finance. You now think, okay, because you are a graduate of banking and finance, you want to go and start a bank. you want to go and start a bank. So you can that's not feasible. We are not saying it's not possible, but it's going to be hard to materialize. Look at Tony Elumelu now. He was working in what in that in UBA before he now rose into the level of becoming a partner and then now becoming CEO and then living there, starting Transcorp and all that. So but the thing is that we cannot deny the fact that these people learned while they were working. There are some things that owner of Bank 70, I am very sure that is even his connection. That's the thing. Most time don't just even look at what you are going to learn alone. There are a lot of people you are going to meet in the course of that career that will be the people that will propel you into what? Into the business that you are going to start. Into the business you are going to start. They may even be your first customer. That's the thing. They may be your first customer. So it's very important. They may be your first customer. So having scratched this myth, the truth you should hold on to is this. Most times, hold on to the job while you are still building. Hold on to the job while you are still building. It's going to help you. And especially, okay, look at those ones now that started bank. It's not really something that can say maybe you have the idea of maybe I want to start a fashion house business now. Well, even starting a fashion house, the training you go and do to learn how to sew is still part of what we are talking about. Because you can't just say now I just want to go and start a fashion house business and that's what I want to go. No. So keep your job while you are still building. And as you are doing the job, make sure you learn the discipline. That's important. Learn the discipline, build the network. One of the women that I follow on Facebook, Madam Chioma Ifeanyi Eze, when she used to work, she has worked a lot. I think she has worked in PwC. Then I think the last place she worked, I may not be right, was in Jumia as probably the manager, the one unit manager or so. So she said that when she wanted to start accounting hub, before she now diverted to teaching data analysis now, she started with accounting hub, and that accounting hub is that she does bookkeeping record for companies. She said her first client was her colleague rather. She said that day she just came from her office to her to her colleague office and told her, oh, I want to start an accounting firm. And her colleague right there said, wow, and I would love to, this our job is so stressful, I don't have time, I have this business that I do and I need somebody to do the accounting and the record keeping and everything for me. There and there he gave her the job. That was her first one. That was her first client. So many people, the people that you are even going to meet, if you are going to start from scratch, maybe start from your area, that your area you are looking towards, okay, you are going to go, you move ahead. If you put yourself in a structured place and the environment, those people might be your first customer, and you are going to see that impact in the way your business is really going to grow. So keep your job while you are building. Learn discipline. Be your own boss is not title, it is responsibility. You are going to make responsibility for yourself, and you are going to be responsible for people. You'll be responsible for yourself, you'll be responsible for people. This is very, very important. You'll be responsible for people. And then another thing you should do is to build systems. Because being an entrepreneur is different from being a self-employed. If you have read 4 Quadrants by Robert Kiyosaki, self-employed is different from business owners. So when you are self-employed, you are still the one that is doing everything. If Dr. Ade is not around, the patient will not stay. So no, that's not business. If you want to be an entrepreneur, it has to run without you. And that thing you are going to do for it to run without you takes a lot of what, putting system and structure in place and develop skills. You have to develop managerial skills, you have to develop leadership skills, you have to develop people skills, you have to develop a lot of emotional skills as a leader. You have to know that you cannot force people to do what? To act. You cannot force them to act. You have to learn how to what? How to influence people. So the idea of being your own boss, if you have the idea as a me, you have to what? You have to change that myth to what it really is. It's not just about the title. It's not just about I want to run things on my own. No, it's about responsibility. Understand the responsibility that it takes. And I'm going to give out this model, self model. The S stands for structure. So if somebody wants to say, okay, I want to transition, or maybe this is what I'm looking for, know that your structure must be in place. That your structure can include your daily routine. What skills, what knowledge are you imbibing? That will make you, that will serve as that foundation. What discipline are you building every day towards that goal that you want to achieve? And then we have E, which is execution. Know that it's not just about having ideas. Anybody can dream, anybody can say I want to achieve this in this, but are you really executing? Are you working towards it? Execution is the goal. It's not just having a lot of goals and not what executing. And the L is for learning, which equals to growth. Not just say I want to be my boss. Are you growing? Are you learning? Are you reading books in the aspect of what you are going to? And while you are still, we said one of the practical tips is that you can keep your job while you are still building. While you are still keeping your job, are you learning there? Are you not doing the job grudgingly? Because by the time you be your own boss, it's the same mindset you are going to take there. It's the same mindset if you are doing it grudgingly. But that little time, maybe you've already set for yourself a timeline. I just want to be in this company for maybe 5 years. Are you doing it with passion? Are you performing? Is your performance high, or you are just living by and you are just not making impact? They cannot even reference you when you are when you leave the place. They cannot say something good about you. No, it's the way you do something else, someone else's business or work. That's the way you will take your own as well. Is it? Don't say when it gets to my own, I'm going to do it differently. No, because this thing is attitude. It's attitude. It's just it. It's attitude. You cannot hide it, and it's not something that can be changed suddenly. So if you have the attitude of somebody that is lackadaisical and somebody that is just slothful and lazy, get carefree, this thing just go by. What did they ask you to do? They are not even doing up to standard, not to talk of you doing extra. If it gets to something that is your own, that is the same way you do. But unfortunately, many people have this mindset and attitude, yet they still believe that be your own boss is the way to go for them, because they want to hide that their laziness and slothfulness under the be your own boss syndrome, which should not be. And the final letter, which is F, is financial discipline. Many people, they want to be, we said that one of the myths is that many people believe that entrepreneurship is more money. So, and that is why when they now become their own boss, they've not learned that financial discipline. And most times 95 can teach you financial discipline, because whether you finish your salary in the first week of the month, that's your business. Nobody cares. Because when you finish your salary, your boss will not say, hey, yeah, and your salary, oh, don't worry, let me give you another one. Nobody will give you another one. So, but that's a skill you just have to mind. You have to know that, okay, this salary now, before I get another one till next month again. So you have to have financial discipline. So those are the things that many people do not learn. They just because I don't want to be under somebody, they just rush into that. And so when the money really starts coming, maybe they're actually selling hot product or service, and the money start coming, they lack the financial discipline. They will not know how to save. They will not know how to invest. I've really seen somebody that in fact, the kind of things that he runs is something that is like money comes in yearly. Money comes in yearly, but the thing is that in their business calendar year, all the money that comes in within that calendar year, before they move to the another calendar year, that money finish. Like, it does not, imagine somebody should be running a business that their calendar year is, let's say, September to March, and so all the money that come in from September to March, and maybe they are resuming another session, maybe, or another calendar year the next month, within that calendar year, it will, something will come up, a project will come up. If it's not this, it is that, and that project will be justified, but because that money must be spent. That's financial indiscipline. Yet I want to be my own boss. So one of the things to learn is that financial discipline, if that's the plight to take. So it is very, very important. We've talked about quite a number of people that really, they try to maybe work in an organization before we do, and this is it. We are not saying that the purpose of this speech is not to say moving to you starting out is wrong. No, but it's just to correct many people that have the wrong mindset about what entrepreneurship. Many people that the reason why they are going for entrepreneurship is just the idea of be your own boss syndrome. Just the idea of be your own boss syndrome, which should not be the reason. It should not be the core reason. The core reason should actually be because you want to serve purpose, you want to create an impact, you want to add value, and then having that is not, that's not the only way. Have the necessary skill. Make sure you have the necessary skills. And if we look at Nigeria and a number of people we can learn from, the likes of even Dangote did not just, he didn't just start. He had experience that he has learned from. Even if you have read his story, he said there was a time maybe when he was in his primary school or something, he used to sell some things in school and all that. That is still the experience we are talking about. No, we said that the experience may not necessarily be structured. Look at the Inwa boy, not necessarily okay, maybe in corporate or this thing. No, it may not be, but there are some value that they imbibe, that we help them, that they will apply, instead of just starting with without plan. And then we've talked about Tony Elumelu, like Mrs. Ibukwawushika is also another person that if you read her story, you will see that she too at least had, especially when she went for service, she at least had some experience before she was ventured into what she's doing. And this woman too, in fact this woman Mo Abudu, she did start from entertainment. She had even worked as an HR. Her story is so similar to, what's it called, I've forgotten her name. So she had even worked in the corporate world. She was already past her 40th year before she now thought, oh, I think I want to do something different, and I want to go into entertainment. So I want to go into entertainment. And we have quite a number of people like that. But the idea is that build the necessary skill before you venture into this. And as I conclude, the idea is this. You have what it takes. The idea is that we said the myth of be your own boss. Myth. Many people may have the myth, okay, more money, freedom, flexibility, a lot of that. If that's the idea, if that's the goal that you have, it may not really be it. That's why we call it myth. What myth is fallacy, something that is not true. So when you're going for entrepreneurship, it does not mean total freedom. Rather, it means more responsibility. It means you investing more time. It means you having uncertainty, because anything can happen. The product may not go well. You are the one that will bear the brunt. Whether you sell or no sell, the people that are working for you, they will ask for their own work, for their own pay. So it's still more responsibility. So anybody that wants to go into it, we should go into it with the right mindset, and then with the right skill set. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope we've learned one or two things about having the right mindset about the be your own boss syndrome. Be your own boss is good. You can, be your own boss, have more responsibility, but make sure you have the right skill set. Make sure you have the right skill set. Make sure you develop yourself. Read books, entrepreneurship, management, and then improve yourself. And so I will be handing over the microphone to the next.
Good morning. We're continuing to push. We're continuing to trudge on. Continuing to forge ahead. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And the body feels the pressure. The mind will stay awake. Keep on pushing. And that's what the 20 days of eloquence is about. Speech after speech, ideas after ideas. So one or two things I want to quickly add or correct from what Elizabeth had just talked about. Tony Elumelu was an employee with the former or the then Standard Chartered Bank, not UBA. It's very important as we speak and use and make reference to some of these examples. That accuracy is very important. It's also a critical factor in speaking. As we learn how to speak, hopefully I will make out time to do a whole masterclass on speaking. I'm reluctant to do it because by the time I do it, it will just be on the internet. People will not come to the School of Eloquence to come and learn. It will just be on the internet. It's something that probably I can do for 4, 5 or maybe 6 hours. But I think I'm going to do it. It's going to be part of what we leave out there to learn. So that's one. And because they bought over Standard Chartered, the former STB, Standard Trust Bank. Because Standard Trust Bank is different from Standard Chartered. Standard Chartered Bank is a multinational entity. Are you ready to buy it over, take it over? Transform it. Back in the day, there was a desire to see more dynamism, more energy, more creativity, more drive in banking. So it was an era where much younger professionals went all in to banking to challenge the incumbents. I mean those traditional players that have become institutionalized. Because one will become the standard setters. That's what we by the incumbents. Those who held and managed the status quo. The first banks of this world, the union banks of this world. Any of you ever heard of Savannah Bank? Savannah banks of this world, the Afribank of this world. Did you ever hear of Afribank? Those were the banks back in the day that had become incumbents. They had become staples. And because they had become, in quote, too big to fail, as it were, they took Nigerians for granted. I remember back in the day, we used to have these ads. Give me my tally number. Some of you just take your banking for granted these days. You just switch on an app and you do your transactions and you walk away. You might not even see the four walls of a banking hall in months. Back in the day, I still remember during my youth service, 1998, 1999, my bank was Union Bank at Ujelegba. I would have to go there, show my ID card, and they would have to painstakingly go through some books. I would have to wait just to confirm that the allowance, or what we call the alawi, had dropped. And if you went on a very bad day, it could be number 20 or 30 on the line, waiting. And so for every person on that line, you were given a tally number. So when it gets to your turn, the cashier or the customer service staff will call tally number 5. And if you were tally number 55, you begin to do your calculation as to when it will reach your turn. That's how the banks operated. In fact, the adverts, I think it was one of the new generation banks that took out that ad on television then. The advert saw an elderly man who was going to withdraw money from his pension enter the banking hall with a mat under his arm. And they asked him, but sir, why have you come to the bank with a mat? He said, in fact, he got to the cashier, to the counter. He kept saying, give me my tally number. Madam, I said, give me my tally number. He simply asked me for his tally number because everyone had gotten used to it. Sometimes it was made of plastic and the number will be written and the logo of the bank will be there. These things were just like what you might call clunkers, old school systems. I can't just imagine that I lived also in that world. I can't imagine that I lived in that world as an adult. And the bank said to her, no, there is no tally number. And the lady just checked 1 or 2 things on her computer and said, sir, this is your money. And the man was shocked, still holding fast to his mat, because he had gone to the bank preparing to spend the entire day. See how life has evolved, how much progress we've made. And kudos should be given to the Ibrahim Babangida administration, because it was Babangida as head of state, or as president, prepared to be called president, that led that charge of liberalization, encouraging opening of the space for indigenous players to come into sectors that we never thought we could play in as Nigerians. Union Bank had a British root, First Bank the same. So it didn't look like it was possible. But when Babangida opened up that space, just like he did in broadcasting as well, we had AIT, Ray Power. Today, some of us, if I ask how many of you watch AIT, you not even find it difficult to find. Pinpoint. But they led AIT, Africa Independent Television, was the first to be licensed. The likes of DBN, So Babangida did quite some amazing things in terms of opening up that space. In banking, it prepared the ground, opened up the space for the likes of Jamovia, of Zenith Bank, Fola Adeola and Taiwo Aderioko of blessed memory, Guarantee Trust Bank. The late Pascal Dozie, who was a genius in his own right in banking. Diamond can go on and on and on and on. So many of them came into that space, and it helped the economy in terms of opening it up, accessibility. Because when we talk about financial matters, we want to look at inclusion. How inclusive is it? And from there, growth began to become part of our culture, and that's why we must remember some of the contributions that our past leaders have made. It's part of telling our story as Nigerians, as a people. And then it's also important to correct that it was not Tony Elumelu. Okay, before we go to that bit, what Standard Chartered Bank then did was to take over UBA. I forgot to mention UBA, the big three. First Bank, Union Bank, UBA. Before we talked about Afri Bank, Savannah Bank. So because the likes of Tony and that generation people were very driven, very ambitious, very driven, they then took over UB, bought over it, in a bid to retrofit the engine within inside UB. That you're seeing First Bank, for instance, today still alive, thriving, is because it had to also evolve because of the new competitive landscape that the new generation banks brought into the financial space. So they all had to go for various transformational projects, transformational initiatives to help them wean off the old school, the old guard, because it's never easy when you're trying to do something new and you have existed for such a long time. The old guard will fight because they have a vested interest in the status quo. It is in their interest to preserve what has always been. So you hear things like, this is the way we have always been doing it. But the new leaders, the old guys, we call them the incumbents. But the new emergent ones, new emergent leaders, thinkers, Jim Collins calls them the insurgents. There's a better way to do it. There's a faster way to do it. There's a cheaper way to do it. That's how this whole picture began to emerge. We even had Chartered Bank back in the day. They introduced Saturday banking. That made them unique. I still remember that advert. Chartered Bank for Saturday banking. You could see innovations coming up. No one would have imagined that you could bank on Saturdays. They introduced it and carved the niche. And I would encourage you, especially the younger ones, take time to study the history. Take time to study the history of the country, not just politically, but sectorally. Sectorally. It will inspire you and shape your mind so that as you play in various spaces, you can have a good sense how things happen. And these are some of the things. Citizens Bank, all of those banks emerged. And Babangida was very instrumental in opening that up. And sometimes, and most times, the role of a leader is not really to do too many things. It is to have a strategic disposition and open up spaces for society to thrive, for initiative. So in trying to set right some of the points that you made, that also includes transport. So the Illuminati did not start transport. Transport. It used to be Nikon Yoga Hilton Hotel, owned by the government. So during the privatization, it became clear that government had no business being a business. The government had so many assets. As an institution, so many assets, so many areas of interest and investment. The government also had a bank. It was called, I think, National Bank. If I remember very well, there was also a new Nigerian bank. So the government was into so many areas of business. But it became clear that those two cannot exist in the same sphere. Political control and business development, service delivery. So it became clear that government would have to take responsibility for the essentials: health, education. When it came to manufacturing, government used to be in manufacturing. So many companies that the government owned shares in or owned out began to shed those weights. That's why we had a committee back in the day called TCPC, if I can remember, Technical Committee for Privatization and Commercialization. I know my history very well. I was a very good student. I remember back in the day, my father, of blessed memory as well, used to ensure that we all watched the 9 o'clock news, the NTA news at 9. I still can remember the montage music. So they are still there. They've not changed it till tomorrow. I remember when Ben Bruce, the owner of Silverbird, was teacher of NTA, he changed the logo. After he left, they changed it back. NTA, we can't beat the rich because NTA is national. Every state, every state, there were 2 or 3 NTA stations. And they took time, they did whatever they liked, the way they wanted, until competition emerged. Broadcast from AIT, the likes of DBN. Many of us ever watched DBN. DBN, Galaxy Television, Guru International Television, channels came on board, Silverbird. The AIT was the first, the most dominant at that initial phase among the private practitioners. On and on and on we went. So the then Nikon Yoga Hilton Hotel, government could no longer. The same way with Nigerian Airways. It was one of the best airlines, not just in Africa. It was a competitive airline internationally. They had some of the best pilots. You see, the minister says Ubong, my friend, longest time. When can you come into Abuja to see me? Yes, I would have loved to come, but I don't think I can come by road. Okay, take this note. Go to the airport. Ubogisian will get a free seat because his friend is a minister of the Federal Republic. Get a free seat on Nigerian Airways. Who pays for it? Government. The politician who has influence will call in that favor as well. And so abuse and corruption became the order of the day. And we mistakenly, erroneously, incorrectly, irresponsibly called it our own share of what? The national cake. So it's important. Let us understand the genesis of all of our problems. Because by the time my minister friend has given me a slot, a seat on Nigerian Airways, and I've traveled Lagos, Abuja, return, then I'll begin to dream bigger, isn't it? I'd like to go to London to see my sister. I might be able to afford the ticket, but because I have tasted that national cake in quotes, I begin to feel what entitled. That's part of what began to kill us. That entitlement mentality. After all, it's my brother that is there. It's still part of our challenge. I go to my minister of finance, you know, I would love to go there. You want to have no problem. Fly free. They even give me business class. Now, those planes would need to be maintained. They would need to go for C check and all these other checks because aviation is international, it's global, highly regulated. You don't toy with aircraft. But Ubangesen has enjoyed free flight to London and back. Maybe it was £500 back in the day. I've enjoyed free flight to Abuja, Lagos, back. And I'm beginning to think, the next time I'm going, I think my wife should go with me. Can you see what is happening? We are adding the load and the pressure on government resources. Free, enjoying freebies. Nothing is free. There is nothing is ever free. Somebody gets to pay for it. As my friends will jokingly say, and maybe they are right, that there is no free lunch even in Freetown. Freetown is the capital of which country? Geography student. Freetown is the capital of which country? Sierra Leone, yes. There's no free lunch in Freetown. So by the end of the business year, because the flight tickets that I should have paid for, I have enjoyed for free because of political preparation. We have to find a way to include the cost of aircraft maintenance in the what? Budget. So can you see how nations are destroyed, how things begin to fall apart? Include it in the budget. That money that we've included in the budget to maintain the aircraft has to come from somewhere. By the time we include it in the budget once, remember, I'm doing it. Your uncle, your auntie also is enjoying the same. They might not enjoy Lagos, London. Theirs could be Abuja, New York. So you get on a plane with over 300 persons and maybe 100 of us have used our connections to get a free seat. So the money has to come from somewhere to maintain the aircraft, to pay salaries, to sustain it. And guess what? The money that could have gone into building more schools, given that as a nation, our population was expanding, was growing. Rather than putting 10 billion into schools, you say, Nigeria Airways needs to maintain its aircraft. Please, bring this 2 billion from there. Instead of building 100 schools, you can build 40. Can you see what's going on? Our culture of corruption, of impunity, became a tax. A massive burdensome taxation in the system. Because government was in business with a lot of room for arbitrariness. That continued. It got to a point where it was no longer sustainable. All these institutions began to die. It was no longer sustainable. Nigerian Airways could not pay its bills. Sometimes the aircraft would be detained in some foreign land. Sorry, you can't fly. You owe landing charges. We've been granting you credit for so long, you have become a bad debtor. That gets into the media. And we have a very bad reputation. That's how these things. So Elizabeth, to the point about Transcorp Hilton, it became Transcorp Hilton after it was taken over. After it was bought over, as government worked to privatize and commercialize some of these institutions. That's what happened. Is it happening inside? Is it okay? Okay. Is it pouring inside or outside? Okay, we can just leave it so that it doesn't distract us. Just take your seat. So, let's pivot into, that was just what I will call a follow-up reflection. I'd love to talk more about it, things like this, because they actually remind us of where we are coming from as a people and what we need to learn and take seriously as part of our history in terms of what shapes us and how we grow. I think you should just leave it. Leave it. So let's look at what I call the 7 pillars of performance. And there's indeed a performance narrative in how Nigeria has evolved. Moments that we've gotten it right, moments where we have failed in our quest for development. And there's a lot we can actually speak to. But I want to limit my conversation around the doctrine itself of performance. I've given you the first part of this conversation, I think about 24 hours ago, if I can remember. It's already, what time is it now? It's almost 2:30 a.m. I think I started this conversation around 4 a.m. this morning. 5 a.m. I can't remember. It's almost 24 hours. Where I set up the framework for the understanding of how crucial the need to perform is in today's world, in the marketplace, in whatever field of human endeavor we find ourselves. How the expectation, which in itself is a given, is that if you are in a position, if you occupy a position, whether you are a gazelle at the lower end of the spectrum or a lion, excuse me, at the upper end of the food chain, both ends have their respective performance requirements for both levels. You are expected to deliver. You are expected to achieve certain objectives consistently, create certain outcomes consistently if you ever want to stay relevant, if you ever truly want to remain viable and continue your upward and onward journey of growth. You must understand that it is via the pathway of a performance lifestyle, a performance orientation, that you can actually journey to whatever objectives or destinations you set for yourself. From your career to your enterprise and to whatever quests you are involved in, performance remains the common denominator. It could be in terms of profitability for certain businesses. It could be in terms of impact achieved if you're in the social impact space. It could be in terms of numbers of deliverables, which can come in different shapes or sizes. Your ability to understand this and give it the seriousness it deserves is the key to it all. So we must embrace this thinking. So to enable us fully appreciate this as we take this even further, I'd like to take us through Mr. Motivator's 7 pillars of performance. At least now we know what the performance culture, the performance thinking is about. We know what performance looks like. The ability to deliver. If you fail to deliver, then fail to perform, you should expect the outcome in terms of consequences. These 7 pillars, once you can understand them and relate to them with intentionality, I promise you, your performance will play out like an exact science. Performance is not an accident. There's nothing arbitrary about high performing individuals and organizations. There's nothing occasional about it. There's nothing circumstantial about performance. Everything about performance is intentional from start to finish. It is orchestrated. So if you want to function consistently within that bracket, amongst the elite, and because this is elite accountability, I mentioned that earlier on. If you truly want to function amongst the elite of the human core, in whatever space you find yourself, you must embrace these 7 pillars. They hold the entire structure of how you're able to perform. I was very young when I read a book titled Managing. a man named Harold S. Gideen. Harold S. Gideen. Gideen is spelled Geneen. I bought that book under the bridge at Ojuelegba in Surulere. That was towards the end of my youth service, July, thereabout 1999. Every other week, because my bank, where I collected my allowance, or alawi as we call it, was actually Union Bank Ojuelegba. So if I was not trekking to a bookshop around Jibowu or even to Maryland to buy books, I used to do a lot of that in those days, and my NYSC boots suffered for it. I really used those books, and by the time I finished my service, the books accept me. So there was this bookseller, used bookseller, under the bridge at Ojuelegba, who was selling all kinds of books. And most of these books were very intellectually stimulating literature. They were books owned prior, or priorly owned by ambassadors, diplomats who were leaving the country and did not take those materials with them. It had collections of Time magazine, because that's what they read back in the day. Fortune magazine. So under that bridge, you would find used copies. There was a guy who used to sell them. And I always ensured I paid regular visits there. I realized, as Dr. Christopher Collady once said to me when I gave him a copy of a book I bought under the bridge, a fairly used book on integrity, the man collected it and said thank you. While I apologized, I said, sorry sir, I couldn't afford to buy you a new one. It's a fairly used book. He said, no, no. Thank you, I appreciate it. And he said to me, the information in the book is not second hand. The book might be second hand, but the information in the book is not second hand. So I gladly received it. Thank you. The book might look fairly used, but the information inside the book cannot be fairly used. And it strengthened my resolve to keep making these visits. So one of those visits, I saw a small book size, maybe about 150 pages. The inside pages had newsprint, those brown prints, black text. The cover was in green, and the title was Managing by Harold S. G. What did I know about managing? I just was curious about it. I bought it. Little did I know that I had purchased at second-hand value a gem of a book. A gem of a book. Because that book was authored by the man himself, giving an account of what he did. It was what you might call a business version of an autobiography. Because Harold S. G. was the chairman and chief executive of a once globally dominant corporate entity known as ITT. The International Telegraph, if I'm getting the name correctly, and Telecommunications Company. They went to telecoms. There was a time in Nigeria where there was ITT in Nigeria. But I will spare you that history. That's not what my interest, that's not where my interest lies in this conversation. Jinin, when he took over ITT, it was a global conglomerate with business interests in South American countries, in the United States of America, some in Europe, partly in Nigeria. It was a struggling entity. He ran that company for 19 years. From his time, he went into various other businesses to grow that company. Expanded. Harold Jinin became one of the ultimate symbols of high performance. The person and ITT as a corporation. They were everywhere. So much so that when he retired 19 years after, the people who took over from him could not manage it. And you know what they did? They took it apart and sold off the subsidiaries. He said, only a mad person could have built it. So it is from the thinking of that mad person that I want to establish these 7 pillars. Because it was Harold Jinin himself that said, words are words, but performance is your only reality. Words are words. Explanations are explanations. But the only thing you will be judged by will not be by the stories you told, by the excuses you gave, by the explanations that you put forward. The only thing you'll be judged by will be your performance. What you delivered, what you produced. He said, but performance is the only reality. In the end, we cannot give Guinness World Record explanations. Oh, you know what we're doing, the power went up here and there. Is that what we're going to give them? No, they are waiting for what the performance. Watching the live stream. Is our live stream holding? Watching the live stream. Checking on us to see the performance. They said they were going to do it for 20 days non-stop, night and day. If you were in Guinness World Record as part of those monitoring this, what time of the day would you like to check on what we're doing? Ask me, what time? Exactly. That's when you will check. Can't come over and 2 a.m. Let's see if they are doing Ojoro. You know what Ojoro means? What does it mean? You cheat. See if they are doing Ojoro in Nigeria with our terminologies or linguists. That's when you check. It's easy. At 10 a.m. It's convenient at 12 noon, 2 p.m., 4 p.m. So that's not the best time to pay them a visit. It's 3 a.m. Let's see those who are sleeping. Those who are awake. Is the speaker even there? That's what it's. That's why what we're doing is high performance. And I'm so pleased and proud of the level of commitment we've brought into this, that we have entered. I think we're still on day 12, right? And maybe the next 8 hours we'll enter the 13th day. We have become so self-motivated. We are saying yes. We don't care about the existing Guinness World Record. We care about how we view ourselves, the path we've set for ourselves. And we're going to do whatever it takes to challenge ourselves, both in this room, on this stage, and also outside. There are other players putting in their best to ensure that those of us inside there can remain afloat, can keep doing it. So it's a team deal. You might never see them, but they are here, making sure that the power is on, making sure that we have water to drink when we need it, making sure that when it's time for breakfast, you'll serve breakfast. When it's time for lunch, when it's time for dinner, making sure when it's time for some of us to go catch a shot now. It's there for us, and then we return, making sure, and then working together as a team, knowing that our audience size was not dropped. There are those who are about breaking up now, and their mission is to show up. That's what it is. To deliver. That's the goal. To deliver. Making sure no matter what we have witnesses, making sure the equipment continue to work, to roll. Just making sure, going back, doing the research on the topics, to know more. Making sure we are calling those who are like the fringe speakers that just come in, speak and leave. Making sure everyone is on board. And all of this in the face of various odds. Yet we trudge ahead because the goal is to perform. Words are words, but performance is your only reality. In this quest that we've said to ourselves, and people have watched us and think that we are crazy, I think we're just maybe less than an hour to 300 hours. So we're just marshalling on, minute by minute, second by second, pushing forward, because it is a challenge to perform, and because we know that we will be judged by our performance. So I cannot thank you enough, I cannot commend you enough for this unprecedented level of commitment. We have taken this up like brothers and sisters in arms. That's how we've done it. And we've done it one day at a time, one speech at a time. And as long as we continue the same principle, we will get there. We'll get to that finish line and even exceed it if we want to. The commitment, the mentality of performance, high performance. That's what Harold Jimmy was saying. He took it to a level where by the time he left, the people that took over from him, who could not exhibit the same level of high performance mentality, they looked at the company and said, this is crazy, this is too big, this is insane. How come we have a subsidiary in Nigeria too? We have this, and then we went into bread manufacturing, we're making profit. And Jimmy took ITT into various places and they were making profits. When his successors showed up, what did they do? They said, this man is crazy. This guy was clearly out of his mind. Who could have done this? Over 120 countries. They were in less than 11 when he took over ITT. That's why in that book, that is not a biography, we put it there in black and white. Words are words. But performance is your only reality. I have since taken that statement to the bank every year of my life to understand that we live in a perform or perish world. And so what are the 7 pillars? First pillar of performance is that performance must be perceived. Not just perceived, it must be perceived with purpose. In other words, the way you look at the concept of performance from the beginning, through your mind's eye, through your reasoning faculty, must be with a sense of purpose. What is the reason? The why? The clarity of a sense of mission. Why are we here? Why are we doing 20 days of eloquence? What do you think keeps me going? Let's keep pushing. There's a why. It's not just the word, okay, let's just do it. Let's shall do it as you put it. No. There is a purpose that is driving it. It's not just about the School of Eloquence marking 20 years, so we want to spend 20 days just speaking. No. I already see the why in the manifestations, performative manifestations of a lot of you young people that have graced this stage. Growth. Some of you, in fact all of you, none of you will ever remain the same again after this. Growth. Human growth in the area of oral communication, public speaking, eloquence. Why? That's why we say performance must be perceived with purpose. What is our purpose? Our purpose at the School of Eloquence, we say our mission is teaching the world to speak. Growing up, there used to be a company, I don't think they still operate these days, known as Xerox. Heard of Xerox? The copier maker. They made photocopy machines. I don't know. I think they still make photocopy machines. Xerox became so popular, Xerox, so globally renowned, that anytime you wanted to make a photocopy, you just say, Xerox it for me. They were called Rank Xerox. And as that positioning continued to form in the minds of people, sometimes it's because it's as a result of first mover advantage. Because ChatGPT was first mover, most of us, anytime we want to use any reference we want to make to AI, what do? We just say ChatGPT. But there are others. Gemini is there. Most times I even prefer Gemini. Because Gemini was founded on DeepMind, created by Google many years ago, long before ChatGPT. And there are others like Claude and the rest that have also emerged. But ChatGPT, you ask someone about AI, what would likely be the first thing to come to mind? ChatGPT, first mover. That's how it was with Rank Xerox. There were other photocopy machine makers like Minolta. Remember Minolta very well back in the day? But Xerox owns that space. After a while, they developed their advert slogan into Xerox. We taught the world to copy. And that inspired me when we started the School of Eloquence. What should the overarching mission be that describes what we do when we started 20 years ago, 2006? Then it struck me, since we are teaching public speaking, I was inspired to borrow a leaf from Xerox. As I was writing the purpose mission, towards the end, it just clicked in my head. If Xerox taught the world to copy, we are teaching the world to speak. That sealed it for me. It was etched on my mind like a stamp, a branding on my thoughts. Ever since then, that's what we keep saying. School of Eloquence. Teaching the world to speak. You see, what we're doing here, by the time we're done, the story of it will go out. The fame of it will go out. How is it possible for people to come together and continue speaking? Morning, afternoon, and night. Stand behind the lectern. That's why I said we would not have a microphone where people will be moving up and down. Stand statesmanly behind the lectern, authoritatively, and project that stature and speak. Because when people see you behind the lectern speaking like this, it gives that picture of seriousness, preparedness. Every word carefully chosen, crafted and prepared to be delivered. We are teaching the world to speak. 20 years after, we're still here and we're still teaching. By being part of this, you are contributing to that broader effort that is purposeful, purpose-driven, of teaching the world to speak. There are people that will watch you and be inspired and say, if she can do it, if he can do it, I think I can. All the efforts we're combining, teaching the world to speak. And that's why performance must be perceived with purpose. Why do we do what we do? Why does it matter? Why does it count? You must answer these questions clearly before you can even commence that journey. The first pillar is that performance must be perceived with purpose. What problem are we solving? Let us know why we've come together. Isn't that what is keeping us going? That's what's keeping us going. That this performance isn't just to beat a Guinness World Record. Otherwise we would have stopped some 5 or so days ago. There is more to it. It is solving a problem. It is addressing an issue. We have our own why. So with each opportunity, with every effort, it is right on that money of mission. And it is that purpose that helps us, sustains direction of this particular performance. When we are tired, we pull ourselves up again. Let's keep going. We adjust ourselves. Let's keep going. We see our colleague looking tired, we say, sit up. It's not convenient. But we've perceived it with a sense of purpose. And so we have direction, our efforts channeled appropriately. And in the end, we are seeing gradually the outputs. I'm sure you're here when people come to speak in the daytime, they commend you. How are you able to keep it together? You guys are doing this, you guys are doing that. Commend them. But we keep it going. The difference is that we have perceived this quest, this performance quest, with purpose. So don't live on without it purpose. As far as whatever quest or pursuit you want to indulge in is concerned, do not take off without first resolving the purpose issue. Otherwise, you'll end up becoming very busy, very active, but not purposeful. See, everything we are doing here is purposeful. Every move here is not just for the sake of doing something. It's purposeful. So, let us wake up. And when we wake up and take action, our action should be aligned towards a given purpose. It is that purpose that connects all we're doing meaningfully Outsiders may watch what we do and not understand it. Who does this? Why are they doing it? Does it make sense? It doesn't. But to us, it makes sense because this performance has been perceived with purpose. And that is the point. And that is our first pillar. Purpose. Whatever I want to do, whatever goals I set for myself, I need to resolve why. I must perceive it, because if I don't perceive this quest with a sense of purpose, if I don't look at it through the prism of a well-defined purpose, when the chips are down, when the rains come, under the scorching heat of the sun, in the face of discouragement from others, I might cave and be beaten back. But nothing whatsoever can beat back a man or a woman that has perceived that quest for performance with purpose. So sharpen your ability to perceive what you're doing, but with or through a prism of purpose or purposefulness. I know why I am in pursuit the way I am, and why I have chosen to go in this direction. That's pillar number one. Pillar two, we are installing an architecture into our minds through these pillars. An installation, that's why I call this performance doctrine. This is an installation process. We're going to install a certain form of architecture, performance architecture, in our mind, in our thinking, in our reasoning. That's why we're looking at these 7 pillars. So the second pillar is this: performance must be planned with precision. Performance must be planned with precision. Yes. We are very familiar with the expression, a failure to plan is a plan to fail. It's to remind us that because performance is elite level thinking, it requires elite level behavior, elite level accountability. Therefore, you must plan. I mentioned earlier on that performance is not accidental, it is not incidental, it is ever intentional. There is no luck in performance. Oh, we got lucky and we succeeded. No. Someone would tell you, a philosopher once said that, I realized that the harder I work, the luckier I get. There is no luck in performance. It has to be designed. It has to be designed. Every detail must be intentionally framed and plotted. Every pathway towards that performance objective must be plotted, must be mapped out. There is no such thing as, okay, let's see how it goes. That is not performance language. There is no such thing as, let's see how it goes. Because eventually what you will see, you will not like. No, we will not see how it goes.
let us map out where we want to go. Yorubas call it Kashima Kini, Kashimawu. That is not performance language. You're leaving everything to fate. Or, as we say, we want to leave it in God's hands. Let me be clear. Let us stop disturbing God unnecessarily. God did not ask you to leave everything, including the things you're supposed to do. Say, God, I leave it in your hands. The best way to leave anything in God's hands is to do what you have a responsibility for. And then God will do what only Him, as God, can do. That has often become the excuse to make no plans, to put no arrangement in place, to set up, to put no infrastructure, no system in place. And we just carry on like that. And we run things arbitrarily. Let's just continue. We'll see how everything will add up. No, you are the one to add it all up. You are the one. So with this, under the second pillar, performance must be planned with precision. Everything performance is design thinking. A deliberate, painstaking commitment to articulate that direction and then harness whatever resources are required towards building it, realizing it, pursuing it, everything in its place. So it means that you have to be able to set very clear goals. Let's know what you're looking for and define the metrics. I'm sure you're very familiar with how precisely we planned the execution of this attempt. First phase, we were intentional by running what? A proper training for those that we believe would form the core of speakers. And what did we do? Spend time. I personally took out the time as the Dean of the School of Eloquence to teach public speaking skills. How to speak in public. How to arrange your thoughts in a structured manner. We did that and we did some practice sessions. That was the first phase. Planning. Dwight D. Eisenhower said, plans are nothing. Planning is everything. We didn't stop there. We planned our strategic partnerships. Who are the right individuals or institutions that can partner with us? Towards a mission as critical as this. Partnered with the NYS. Some of our selected alums came on board. Various other institutions. We also reached out to them and partnered with them. A few professional bodies like the NBA. Our friends at the EDC of Lagos Business School, we partnered all across. And we planned it, structured it. That's what we did for execution. And eventually we created a system. We had to plan, how will we accommodate people? Given that we are conducting this attempt right in the very heart of Ikoyi. So logistics, transportation could be cumbersome. So for those who will have a very frequent speaking rule, how can we make it convenient? Because how many people would have to be driving out at 3 a.m. or driving into the School of Eloquence at this time? How many? So we decided to make some accommodation arrangements. Along the same street where we have the school. That's part of planning. That's why we know that in the next 1 hour, another group of what? Fresh participants and speakers will come into this hall. They have been fully refreshed, rested, and we know that in the next 4 hours, breakfast will be served. It's part of the planning. Logistics is what it's called in military. I think it was Napoleon Bonaparte, I think, if not him, then it would have to be Alexander the Great, that once said that an army marches on its stomach. He was referring to logistics. Imagine if we don't get breakfast or lunch, there will be distraction. Some of us will be forced to go outside to see how we can fend for ourselves. With each person stepping out, what are we doing? We imperil the attempts. So if you go out to look for what to eat and it's your turn to speak, the attempt enters the risk zone. What planning does is that planning de-risks the entire objective. That's the beauty of plans and planning. It significantly diminishes the risk factors. That's what you've seen us do. We plan for power. There's a backup. It is solar. It is the inverter. There's also another backup. It is diesel powered generator. There's also a third layer. Petrol powered smaller generator. Even I better pass my neighbor is part of the plan. You know the generator we call it I better pass my neighbor. Push comes to shove and we must have power. Even with every other equipment switched off, I better pass my neighbor will be there, will become relevant. It's part of the plan. And it is done with precision, including the bills, the shopping, and the provision. In that regard, is done with precision. So performance must be planned with precision. Knowing which speakers will come and when. It's part of the plan. That's why when some people in the hotel suddenly for some reason get carried away and they're oversleeping their time, enjoying themselves, there's a plan to show up and drag you out. Like small Jen, eh? Not really. It's part of the plan. So you see the entire picture. People who actually perform, they understand these 7 pillars. So it's not just something you say lips or pay lip service to. Oh, I have a plan, I have a plan. That's just all you keep saying. You know, we can be very funny. Don't worry, I have a plan. If that's all you keep saying, then you don't have a plan. A plan is seen in its execution. So it must be planned with precision. Because when we plan, we define how to get to where we need to get to. when, the what, and the where. Whatever we cannot define or plan for, we cannot deliver. Pillar number 3. This one is one of my favorites. Performance must be propelled by passion. Your performance must be propelled by passion. Without energy, without the fuel of enthusiasm, that emotional fuel of excitement, without the power of passion, there can be no performance. You must be passionate about that pursuit if you want it to terminate in performance. Passion, that visceral sense of excitement and energy, born of conviction that you believe in what you're doing and therefore you are energized to apply yourself. Drive, hunger to see it materialize. The longer the journey, the more determined, the more energized you feel, because your performance is being driven, being propelled by passion. Passion is powerful. That inner fire that burns in you, that refuses to quench until that mission is accomplished. There will be good days. There will be days where you feel very gung-ho, very energized. And there will also be moments where you feel, are you really sure I want to do this? Because passion is likely emotional. There will be peaks and troughs. There will be highs and lows. But you've got to keep it going. You've got to keep reminding yourself. And that is why that first pillar of making sure that it is perceived with what? With purpose is very important. So that when passion energy drops, you reconnect again to your reason why or with your reason why. And that energy picks up again. It's like your mobile device. When the bars indicative of the power of the battery drops, what do you do? What do you do to it? When you look at the bar on your phone that shows you the battery level dropping, what do? You charge it exactly. That's how passion is. Passion is not a one-off that you lock into and then it's there continuously. No. Passion is fuel. And you know one thing about fuel, you must burn it. Right? You must burn it. And once you finish burning the fuel, what do? You refuel. You check your dashboard and you once had a full tank and it's showing reserve. You find the nearest filling station and you refuel, you top up and keep it going. And that's the whole idea. That's why we said passion is in peaks and troughs, highs and lows. So when there are those low moments, you find a way to top up. Sometimes it could be your colleague or a fellow member of this team who is on the high, and you tap into it. You refuel. The same way, when your battery drops on your device, you find the charger, you plug it, and what you're trying to do is to recharge your device so that you can continue to use it. Some people even, and I'm guilty of this, I'm working hard to stop it, plug the phone permanently and keep using it because they don't want it to drop below 100. But it must drop. That's why power banks are there. That's why charging points and docks are there. That's what they are there for. Keep on recharging be sharpening your saw, as Stephen Covey will put it. So that hunger, that fire, it is passion that will sustain the effort. When you run out of, just like fuel will sustain the vehicle driving on the road. When you run out of passion, like fuel, when you run out of fuel in your vehicle, you've got to find a way to top up and to recharge. So, this is a very important thing. The propeller or the propellant. The propellant. The propellant keeps it going. It keeps the fire burning. In fact, if you want the fire, especially for arsonists who want to bring a place down by setting it ablaze, apart from just pouring the fuel and striking the match, sometimes they add the propellant. Engineers, are you familiar with that? They add the propellant so that it can burn faster and possibly explode. And not just the fire turn into a conflagration. Massive flames that will be difficult to put out. They call it accelerants. To accelerate the rate of burn. So for you, performance must be propelled by passion. You must love what you're doing. You must embrace the challenges with the excitement that goes with it. Because in the absence of passion, what happens? We get lukewarm. From becoming lukewarm, we become cold. We grow cold. And there's a risk of that in what we are doing now. Complacency sets in. And we've noticed it, haven't we? Oh, we've achieved the initial record. And okay, I can come in when I want to. I can take 1 or 2 more hours, extra hours to sleep. Some of us may not even be doing our research as deeply as we were doing it before. And it could begin to show in the quality of what you're saying. You see where I'm going to? The propelling factor is slowing down. And in those moments, it is iron that sharpens iron. Somebody has to come and reignite that spark. Like I'm doing now. Get involved, get into the mix. What are people doing? What are you doing? Let me see what you have. You should do this that way, do it that way. And then the encouragement gradually begins to build again. That's the passion we're talking about. You must be propelled by passion. You can have the talent, you can have the knowledge, you can have everything, but without passion, there is no energy. It's a waste. You need the fire. Otherwise, complacency will set in. And we're all going to retrogress. So we've got to keep the fire burning. Because passion has a multiplier effect. It spreads. When there's energy and excitement. I remember last week, was it 2 days ago? There was this issue of, oh, we need to do things so that we can go viral and all that. And you could see everybody trying to do so many things and all that. And I laughed. That's how you bring energy and passion into the ecosystem. You trigger something, you run everyone around, and I could see all of the posts. That's how it is. And when it begins to diminish, you pour an accelerant. You just maybe 1 or 2 drops of petrol. The fire will pick up again. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Sometimes it's just for the dean to come out and do some speaking for an extended period of time, and that encourages everybody. Okay, yes, the dean is providing leadership to inspire the team. And let me tell you that in most cases you find that skills are equal. But what will make the difference is your level of enthusiasm, passion and energy, and drive and commitment to the cause. There is hardly ever equality in matching passion for passion. But when it comes to skill for skill, qualification for qualification, if you have a degree in accounting, so does the other person. So what is going to separate them? Energy, energy, energy. Until they begin to abuse you that, is it your father's work? Why are you carrying it on your head? That in itself becomes a pointer that you are being propelled by passion. So, that's pillar number 3. I want to make sure I finish all 7 pillars this morning so that I will be done effectively with everything centered around performance. Then I'll move on to attitude in my next discourse. Let's see, I will save the best for last, the complete eloquent speaking masterclass. I'll run through the entire basic speaking masterclass, God willing, down the road. I still have the blue economy to do as well, and a host of other interesting areas. It's just that when I come out here, I see that you guys are still speaking, and I want to give you the floor. I want to give you the floor to encourage you. Pillar number 4. Performance must proceed with persuasion. You cannot do it alone. It's very important that we understand this point. Performance is not a solo effort. You must move people. You must enlist support. When I conceived the idea of 20 days of eloquence, could I have done it alone? We are doing it together. You can see the application. We had to proceed with persuasion. First to the NYSC, I had to make a presentation to the state coordinator before we could get the commitment that shortlisted you guys. Persuasion. To persuade, to encourage people, to buy into it, to influence people. If you are going to truly be a high-performing individual, you must be able to influence other people to join you, to support you, to be a part of what you're doing. You must get their buy-in. Nobody performs solo. Not at all. No one performs solo. Don't think that you're so special. I'm going to go on my own and be solo artist and be solo this. No. Not in the world of performance. You can imagine all the help, all the partnerships, all the supports in little forms here and there, but come together. Little drops of water make a mighty ocean. Little grains of sand make the beauteous land. That's what this is about. So we must convince other stakeholders, align our teams, get people to associate with us in a way and manner as to elevate our efforts. In a way and manner as to encourage us. Otherwise, that performance will be limited. It will become limited. If we are unable to rally other parties to meaningfully join us, to meaningfully support us, to be part of this journey. That's why we said you must proceed with persuasion. Because you need support. You need the involvement of others. it must come from the collective. That's number what? Number 4. So we move on to number 5. You've gotten people, you've been able to persuade, you're proceeding with persuasion, you're propelled by your passion, you're perceived by what? Perceived with purpose. And then the second one, and you planned it with precision, and you're already in motion. It takes you to pillar number 5. Pillar number 5 says performance must now be pursued with patience. It will not be easy. It is not a bed of roses. It is not like driving on the 3rd mainland bridge, the super highway. No. It is going to be a rugged experience. There will be good days and there will be bad days. Yes. Performance is not cheap. Dwight D. Eisenhower puts it best. There are no victories at bargain prices. No victories at bargain prices. Performance is not cheap. It takes time. And because it takes time, it must be pursued with patience. We are doing 20 days. We cannot rush the time. We cannot force the 20 to come right now. Some of you might be wondering, you're like, I wish that we could just transport ourselves to the 20 so that I can go home and rest. This shift I am running. How I wish. Sorry, it doesn't happen that way. It takes time. Success, anything worth achieving in this life, no matter how skillful you might be, no matter how much of an expert in that subject matter that you might be, no matter the amount of resources at your disposal, trust me, it will still require time. And time is like a lady. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be harassed. It will give to you what it sees you painstakingly putting into it. But if you don't put the things in place and allow it to cook over time, then the frustration will come in. The frustration will set in. And that's why we're saying that you must pursue it with patience. Most times we're in a hurry. We want to see it. How soon? You pursue with patience. Patience. Every pursuit requires patience. Why? Because the road is often not as straightforward as we envision it in our heads, in our brains. Some of your projections will fall short. It is not to discourage you, to stop, but you continue to pursue with patience, because you need to put certain mechanisms in place. Do you know it takes time to put certain systems, put the right persons, the correct arrangement, the right equipment? You get the first one, it doesn't work. How many times did we have to purchase HDMI cables? Severally. You purchase the cables, they are brand new, you plug them, they don't work. We go again. At a point it became frustrating. But we had to tell ourselves, registrar, whatever it is, calm down, eyes on the ball. This is something that requires gentle caressing with patience. This pursuit, you go back. You don't flip any switch. You don't lose the sense of yourself. You don't lose your mind. You don't allow yourself to be triggered. You focus. What is our mission? We suffered a setback, let's go again. Let's clear it. It took time to test this equipment for days. Corrections, mistakes, problems here and there. Phone calls, the people you will call will take time to appear. Patiently. We started test running our equipment weeks before the 1st of April. Let's see the live stream. Let's see this. Let's try that. The first timer that we got from Temu, yes. Arrived, but the charger that came with it was totally different. It couldn't be plugged. And when we got a charger and we plugged it, the timer, the motherboard got fried. I mean, we've ordered from Temu before and they came in very well. I know the impression people have about Temu. But what do? Do you get angry? No. We got on Amazon, it was going to cost us so much more to bring in another timer. So we have to do it. We have to be patient with this process. We have to be patient with it. And it came in more than a week to take off, and we began to test run. That's what this is about. Patience. That's what this is about. Take the entire space. Mr. Photographer, take the entire space, not only so that people will know that we're speaking, because we're going to send these pictures. Could you sit down? Could you sit down and move your head? Take the entire space. Could you sit down? I want them to take the picture there. So that people see, they'll have it as part of the record. Yes. So from the stage all across, because it's part of what we are going to submit. So we got there. We eventually got the timer, and that's what we are using. Patience. Patience. So for those of you who are still sleeping, I can ring in right now that we have hit 300 hours. $300. What started like a joke, right? What started on the first day with a lot of uncertainty. We're still waiting for the Guinness World Record sticker to come in. We moved our takeoff time from 9 a.m. to 12 before eventually taking off at 3:35 p.m. on the 1st of April. And today is 13th of April, 14th. 14th of April. So we're making progress. And that tallies with pursuing with patience. Even the quest itself does require that. Not everything will go according to plan. Systems will need to be put in place, and that's what we had to do. The rehearsals that we had, 3 of them, some will come for rehearsal 1 and will not come for rehearsal 2. You pursue with patience. What is going on? Enough to almost make you lose your mind. And the ones that didn't come for rehearsal 1 and 2 will eventually show up at rehearsal 3, where we're supposed to be what? Dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Someone shows up for the first time. Our witnesses, we have to pursue with patience. Speakers, with patience. Sponsorship resources to fund all of this with even greater amount of patience. Right to this very moment into tomorrow. That's what performance requires. Because things must be put in place. So our daily routines, what we show up and do every morning. Our cleaner comes in once it's 6 o'clock. It takes care of the environment. Those that need to switch and go back with patience. That's what we do. And that's the whole essence. And so, anywhere you see great things happen, it took time. One of my most impactful articles that I wrote during the time I published the Achievers Manual was an article. I wrote it in 2 series. I think if you go to achieversjournal.com, you'll find that piece there. It was titled, "It Takes Time." Anything worth doing at all, you cannot hurry your way towards it. Success takes time. To put systems in place that you can repeat, that you can scale, that you can manage, that you can drive. Processes. No, performance is not a moment. It is a system. And it must be pursued with patience. I know people want quick wins. They want their low-hanging fruits. In the near term, what's in it for me? What can I get? You understand that? Know this and know peace. That performance must be pursued with patience. Because sometimes there will be speed bumps. What do? You could suffer a flat tire. What do? Your calculations of how much you will spend changes. We are pursuing with patience. We didn't know that the cost of diesel will almost double. Right at the very heart of our pursuit. At this rate, let us pray that it does not triple before we finish in the next 8 days or so. But you make the necessary adjustments and sacrifices. And that is the lesson there. Staying consistent. There is no such thing as overnight success. You continue to build and build and build, and you stay long enough till you get it right. That's what it takes. Being patient with people. Being patient with systems. That takes us to pillar 6. Pillar number 6. What's pillar number 1? Performance must be perceived with purpose. Pillar 2 must be planned with precision. Thank you very much. Pillar number 3 must be propelled by passion. Thank you. Pillar number 4 must proceed with persuasion. You need to bring people in. And pillar number 5 must be pursued with patience, because it takes time and systems. Pillar number 6 is where we begin to see some results. Performance has to begin to show you evidence. In today's Nigerian parlance, we say, show what? Show what? Show workings. Is that not how you call it? Gen Z, Gen Alpha, is there Gen Beta coming up? Only God knows. Show workings. Pillar number 6 is performance must prevail by persistence. Must prevail by persistence. Because you're going to meet a lot of resistance. How do you fight your way through to begin to manifest performance? Right now, we're trying to prevail by persistence. Naturally, one should be sleeping. At this time, now we have to put measures in place to keep us all awake. I can see Favor smiling. She has received her own share. Huh? So, something to chew, something to drink, So stay awake. Prevail by persistence. Because in your quest for performance, the performance path is never a path of least resistance. No. It is always a path of not just resistance, but of great resistance. You measure the quality and the level and extent of your output by the gravity, the enormity of the challenges it took you to overcome to get there. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So when you have small challenges, then understand that your output will be small. When you find someone shouldering all kinds of challenges, resistance in their way, serious opposition, know that the price is high. The gain is huge. You measure the volume, the value of your success by the enormity of the challenge or challenges you have to contend with. You say you want a Guinness World Record. So let me ask in true Nigerian style, is Guinness World Record moi moi? Is it beans? It's not. It's not. I learned the hard way as well. I thought it was like, okay, do this, as it began to unravel, like peeling the onion. And by the time they elevated our application to the level of an account manager, and triggered the various processes, it became very clear. Right up to the very day we started, we were still tidying up, dotting I's, crossing T's. So that we can achieve a high price of being on the world, being on top of the world. Think of the level of resistance from pre-attempts to actual attempts. There are no victories at bargain prices. So, to prevail, you must persist. It was my dear friend Brian Tracy that made the statement. I never forget it. I just never find a way to forget that statement. He said, anyone that persists and persists and persists eventually succeeds. Anyone that persists and persists and persists eventually succeeds. Brian Tracy. One of the very best in the business of achievement and motivation. Easily the current contemporary father of motivational speaking in these times. So your staying power is being tested to produce an outcome as proof of your persistence. We have to be resilient. In this particular quest, our endurance is being tested. It is under scrutiny. Can we hold out as we eke out results hour by hour? We've celebrated several milestones. Were they easy? No. That's what we're saying here. We prevail by persistence. We've now found encouragement. It means we have 180 hours to go. So we need to keep on persisting. Possibly get to the next milestone, which will be day 13. Later on today by 3:30 p.m. About 12 hours from now. And say, yes, day 13 is locked. And we move into day 40. That's how we prevail. We don't just prevail at the end. No, we prevail cumulatively. With each milestone, we are prevailing. It's not as if we wait and everything is accumulated and given to us at the end of the rope, at the end of the journey. No. Cumulatively, every milestone becomes an important touchstone for you. It encourages you. Becomes the next springboard. That's what we mean when we say we prevail progressively by persistence. And that's the test of our endurance. Opposition will come, and in between, along the line, there will be moments of failure. Let's be clear about this. There will be moments of failure where things did not go well, or one or two things that we overlooked or missed. It's all part of the storytelling. But we must quickly recover and continue. That's how we prevail. Nothing is ever perfect. Nothing is ever perfect. Perfection belongs only to God. So there will be a few failures here and there. There will be some disappointments. There will be some delays. But we must constantly look out for those milestones that give us that sense of prevailing at various critical moments in the quest. So performance adds up. That's the point. You're seeing from the first 24 hours, you rang it in as a milestone. 48 hours, we rang it in as a milestone. We got to 100 hours, we rang it in as a milestone. 150, 200 hours, 280 hours, now 300 hours. What is happening is that we are compounding. That's how you prevail. You wear out that challenge. You keep on wearing it out. You keep on wearing it out. It was Winston Churchill that said, you may face a challenge, or you want to break a rock. You take your hammer, you hit at it. It doesn't break. You hit at it again. It doesn't break. You continue to hit at it. It doesn't break. Then at some point you give it one final mighty whack and it breaks into pieces. He said no, it was not that final whack that broke it into pieces. It was all that had gone before cumulatively. That is how we prevail by persistence. Compounding only when we persist in a sustained manner. Compound. So we compound our efforts, make the mistakes correct, continue to add on, and continue to grow from there. And that leads us to the seventh and final pillar of performance. Are we ready for this? When you begin to enjoy the fruits of your labor, as you begin to see the results in your quest for performance. Number 7, pillar number 7 says performance must also be preserved. It must be preserved with paranoia. Members know what paranoia means here. To be paranoid To be paranoid, who can give me some ideas? Fantastic. To be worried, to look over your shoulders. Murphy's Law came up with a collection of laws, but I'm particularly interested in one of those laws. He said if anything can go wrong, it will. High performance or high performing people carry a touch or a drop of paranoia. I'm sure you see that at times I come in, I go back there. You notice my movement. If anything can go wrong, it will. And there have been at least 2 occasions where things went wrong at the back. I was the one that discovered it. Where are my cameramen? Mana was there gisting with one fine lady there. Forgot that. I was supposed to keep an eye on the camera. I think we call it to lose guard. You know that expression? You got? Yeah, lose guarding. That's the Nigerian. That's the guy who was supposed to be. Oh yeah. So the point I'm making is that I have to be paranoid. In fact, most people who work closely with me, sometimes they think I'm crazy. Occasionally, they label me a mad person. And I tell them, yes, you cannot assume you are in a world that is not perfect. And it's very important that you understand these things. If you understand these things very early, it will help you in your career, in your enterprise, whatever you want to do. Paranoia is very important. You must expect things to fall apart. It's not being negative. It's honesty. It has not stopped me. It has not changed the fact that what we have is a big dream. You get the point here? What we have is already a big dream. So we're already positive enough. But you must become responsible once you embark on that quest. To anticipate, expect the unexpected. It may or may not happen, but in a lot of instances it does happen. What is your contingency? The weather could change now and it affects power. We don't know. It's beyond our control. Stephen Covey calls it circle of concern. I should be the first to think about it. What if? That then becomes the positive dose of paranoia to put in place 1 or 2 mitigating factors. Gives us the option. And that's the point here. And that is how you think as a leader on your quest for performance. If you want to preserve it, you need some paranoia. You must protect performance like a system under attack. What makes you think that any quest you embark upon, that the whole world comes in and everybody wants you to succeed? I was reading a piece back, I was much younger then, when I started my business, my publishing business. I used to do a lot of writing and I used to read a lot of books. And I read the story of the invention of the hovercraft. You know the hovercraft? It can fly on land as well as in water. That the first day they took it out to the beach side to try it out, there were people by the seaside. They could not understand what the machine looked like or what it was meant to do. So as they tried to start the engines, it was struggling. And the people by the seaside or beach side began to say, they will never get it started. They will never get it started. They will never get it started. But they kept sweating and battling. It took hours. They had planned everything. They had tested everything. Now, time for an actual demonstration in the real life situation. They were sweating, struggling. They were frustrated. And then you had the naysayers saying they will never get it started. And eventually, the engines clicked and it wired up, ready to take off. And as it took off, the same naysayers changed their tone. Can you guess what they were saying? They changed their language. Can you guess what they said? No, to show you that naysayers will always be naysayers. They changed to, they will never get it stopped. They will never get it stopped. Think about it. So the point I'm making here is that you must understand, if it's in a business space, you must have paranoia with regards to your competition. There are people who will copy what you do. For instance, do you know that there's someone that has registered with School of Eloquence exists as an entity, and a few years ago, some individual went and registered her own business as School of Eloquence and Elegance. Some of you may have seen that online. That was about 3 or 4 years ago. School of Eloquence has been in existence for 20 years. So in a place like Nigeria, where Nigerians cannot be creative, cannot be ingenious, cannot be original, you know, Nigerians copy. Don't be surprised, after we finish this, some people will now come and say they want to do the same thing. Nigerians. But that's okay. Some of us have to lead. And I always tell all my students, be on the cutting edge. They can even do it and then make a claim that they were the first, they were the this and that. You know, Nigeria, once you can make all the noise. I'm not a noisy type. That's not my style. But the point I'm making, someone registered School of Eloquence to the point where we had students from this school on the verge of paying for courses, thinking they had come to class. That has got to make you paranoid. To ask yourself, Niger people, this one that I've started today, what are my Niger brothers planning? Do you get the point I'm making? You see, let me tell you something very interesting. You know, the most difficult thing that people have not been able to toy with is the CSP designation. Because you've got to show up and work for you to earn it. But when I got certified in 2012, before that time, there used to be someone who was a motivational speaker that was using the CSP designation. He was never a member of the National Speakers Association in the US. They just decided to start using it. He showed up, I put in all the work for 6 years. 6 years. Spending resources, investing resources, attending the programs, strengthening my membership, doing all of the work, accumulating the credits. Then at 6 years, because then the requirement was a minimum of 6 years as a member. I would travel. When I come back from the US, I would have suitcases of CDs, DVDs, books, all about professional speaking. What's happening in that space? And thankfully, 2012, I got certified. And I announced it, it was on social media. Some people had the audacity to come online to harass me. I kid you not. Now, how can I claim to be the first certified speaking professional. Now what about this guy? He has been there since. My response, to direct them to global speakers vacation. Some of them called, some visited, and 2 days later they came back online to apologize. We are sorry. And from that day, that fellow stopped using CSP designation. What is the point that I'm making? Performance must be preserved with paranoia, especially in a society where people do things anyhow, without regards for norms and standards. And I'm quite optimistic that there will be a few Nigerians in the next few years who will attain CSP, because the last time I was in Florida for a convention, I'm seeing more Nigerians attending, joining the body. And I'm also proud to say that I am playing a very important role to encourage the global body to make the necessary provisions for more Nigerians to be part of it. That's the way it should be. So that you understand. These are the things that can happen. Complacency can come in. Standards can drop. So you've got to be paranoid. And the Grove, the founder of Intel, you know that small chip in your laptop. You see, they will put it there, Intel Inside. He wrote a book titled, Only the Paranoid Survive. The kind of madness out there. So we must, with a good sense of understanding, if you truly want to remain at the cutting edge, you must protect whatever you're building, and it applies to all of you in various contexts. Now, what was our saving grace in dealing with this person that registered School of Eloquence and Elegance? Thank God we trademarked School of Eloquence. We didn't just register it as a company with CAC. We also trademarked it. And right now the matter is with the CAC. We petitioned the CAC so that they can stop using that name, because it's causing confusion. It's misleading. In marketing parlance, it's called passing off. The work that we put in for 20 years, somebody just comes, creates a similar umbrella beneath to use the name. Right now, the School of Eloquence, look at the kind of work that we're putting in place. All it takes for someone to tell us, okay, School of Eloquence, you're the ones that achieved the Guinness World Record, and they'll keep quiet. They will not answer yes or no. So that's the point we're making. Got to be paranoid. Very important. Your defensive awareness to protect your ideas. And please, whatever ideas you have, find creative ways before you put them out into circulation. Find creative ways to concretize them such that the ownership has your imprint. The idea bears your imprint as the owner. It's how to be paranoid. Sometimes being paranoid is moving quickly. Bill Gates said it best. I wrote about it in my book, The Gateway to Riches. They asked him, why did you drop out of school? He said, Paul and I, Microsoft was started by himself and his friend Paul Allen. He said, Paul and I were worried that someone else would get there before us. And it was important that we were on the ground floor of the computing business. That's called the power of urgency. And for the power of urgency to work in your favor, you must be paranoid. You need a dose of paranoia. You see all these big names we celebrate. I hear some of you mention them, Tony Elumelu, Dangote, Otedola, and all the rest. I hear a lot of you mention these as examples. What do you think drives them every day? Paranoia. The fear of losing their position. Do you think Aliko Dangote wants to lose that position? He has gotten used to being referred to as the richest man in Africa. Do you think he wants to lose that? He doesn't want to lose it. So, he's not going to give you a subsidy. Are you getting the point I'm making? He's a businessman. He has invested in his refinery. It's a patriotic act because Nigeria will now have one. We don't have to queue. But trust me, he's not going to sell his fuel at a loss. In the name of patriotism, he's not a charity entity. No, he's not. And so he'll be looking. I can't afford to let this other person come and take me. He'll be checking every day. Paranoia to enable him stay there, remain there. Preserved with paranoia. It's healthy paranoia that will keep you sharp. Not one that results in inordinate competition. Dog eat dog. That's not what we're talking about. You're proactive, you're putting measures in place. And so you don't relax. That is what this paranoia is meant to do. So that you don't rest on your oars. You keep on thinking of new things, greater frontiers. By the time others come, you've stepped 3-4 levels ahead. For us at the School of Eloquence, it's beyond training in public speaking. We've gone past that. It's the younger ones that are coming up. We've left that for you guys. You can see Elizabeth and co. They are coming up. And it is a duty for us to mentor, to help you grow. We must set our sights on bigger things, broader things. Very soon, I'll be harassing a lot of my students who are very high profile. Harassing them to join me in an effort to establish eloquence institutes in various universities. That's the level of the vision. That's what my own paranoia is driving me to. If you have an eloquence institute in Unilag, at least it ensures that all the students graduating will have an experience with public speaking before they leave that space. And the School of Eloquence will provide the faculty who support it. It's thinking legacy. We've done this for 20 years. We must move on to that next phase. What drives me is to democratize the value of speaking and eloquence. That's the paranoia I'm talking about. You need it at your various levels and based on your capacity. And maintaining your own lane as a person. So please protect your assets. Do not take anything for granted. If you have a fashion idea that is unique, protect it first. Oh, I have someone that believes in me, they are going to give me funding and all of that. Please, don't get carried away. Protect it first. Be paranoid. What if they look at it and it's so viable and so juicy? They want it all for themselves. It happens. Even with people that you've known, that you'd never have imagined. So use wisdom. Performance must be preserved with paranoia. Goodwill attracts competition. Success attracts pressure. So think ahead. Stay ahead. So that you don't suffer unnecessary heartbreaks. That's the whole idea. It doesn't mean you cannot go into partnerships. You can go into partnerships. Partnerships enable you to synergize. You can multiply, become the force multiplier for your efforts. But be paranoid. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust, but verify. We're not saying you shouldn't trust people, but also be wise enough to put verification mechanisms in place. Trust, but don't be naive. So if you have an idea, patent it, trademark it, and then you can introduce people to it. Very important. So, that's the seventh one. All in all, the seven system, or rather the seven pillars, constitute a system for guaranteeing performance. So let's run through them together. Number one, performance must be perceived with purpose. That is to give you direction. Take note. Perceived with purpose is to give you direction. Pillar number two, must be planned with precision. That gives you structure. When you plan with precision, you get structure. Number three, pillar number three, performance must be propelled by passion, because that gives you what? Energy. Without energy, you cannot run that race. Pillar number four, persuasion. Persuasion gives you what? Reach. That's the point. Buy in. Pillar number five, with patience. That gives you a process. Gives you a process, knowing that you don't just wake up instantly and you have a product at your beck and call. There's a process to it. Pillar number six, by persistence. That gives you continuity. Keep on going. And as I said, you keep on winning at every stage and you compound it. And then last one, must be preserved with paranoia. And paranoia gives you what? Protection. Protection. It's very important. Do not be careless in your quest for performance. We're not saying that you start to hallucinate. We're not saying that you lose your mind, that you cannot relate or work with people. No. We're saying that ensure that you're careful enough to put your house in order. It's very important to put your affairs in order as you engage. And that way you have all of the protection. So performance is not accidental. It is constructed. Final analysis. All that we have said so far is for us to be as intentional as possible. And know that if we follow these systems, build on these 7 pillars, you'll definitely be on your way to endless heights of performance. So on that note, we have everyone seated. Who stepped out? on that, okay. So on that note, yes, you can come and receive our. On that note, let me hand this over to the next speaker. And thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. That was an awesome one that kept us all through, and now 300 hours. Alright, today I will not be dictating from what Dean has said, and it was much more motivating, right? Listening to his words, wealth of experience, and all of that. So I'll be laying focus on the topic, the real state of man. The real state of man. And when we talk about the real state of man, I think the real state of man focuses on excellence. And the reason I thought about this topic is actually funny to know that this topic came about from an experience, self-experience. And I think it's very pivotal. I talk about it, I let it out for us to listen, for us to work with it, the real state of man. So I call the real state of man excellence. This is because I've been a victim of a very severe flaw that I feel if anyone faces, right, that person it's more like suicidal. Like in a way whereby you can't really progress. Right? So the real state of man is excellence. Now, when we talk about excellence, this clearly gives a mindset shift. This clearly gives a mindset shift in the sense that as individuals, we should not be too comfortable to improve. Excellence should be a natural thing, not you settling for being good enough. Right? I see people say, oh, like this thing is not possible. Just like when this whole stuff started and the Dean said, people were asking, is this normal, or are you okay, or are you abnormal, right? And one fact is, when you have super thoughts, big dreams, and those dreams are around persons who have the thought of being mediocre or who are mediocre persons, is likely to flow, right? A person referred to as a mediocre could be called a non-entity. A person referred to as a mediocre could be called a non-entity. And this qualifies somebody just being average. Like, you wake up every day and you choose to be average. You wake up every day and you choose to settle for less. It's a problem. It's a massive problem. Now that's why I put up this topic, the real state of man. Man here covers both genders. And the real state of man should be excellence. Do not apologize for your ambition whatsoever. Never you apologize for your ambition. Always lay focus on big dreams. Because it's important to know that when you think on a lesser thought, you could be more complacent. I remember a time when I was putting up my copywriting academy with my interns. I think when we were doing some screening, we just youth students wanting to volunteer in uni and all of that. Then you see somebody say, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that, or persons not wanting to improve after first, second and third sessions. Then there's something you will notice as someone in charge. And what you notice is complacence. There are some persons who choose to be comfortable. They are too comfortable to improve. And it becomes a problem. And being too comfortable to improve is likely to nonchalance. is likely to be uninterested. You know that you have something to do. You know that you are coming up on a level. Possibly lately these days, when you want to get a role in most firms, the interview sessions are always in phases. The first phase and the second phase and thereabouts. And the first phase, let's say you took coming up as a teacher, probably you took the first phase interview and CBT, right? You scored 50%, and they said they needed 60, but your second phase will determine if you will get there. Now, instead of you to prepare better for the second phase coming up a week later, you choose to remain there. And that's a problem with many persons. Some persons are too comfortable to improve. You just want to be there. And when the dean was talking about the top prominent persons, when paranoid, like, you know, if you don't push on for this, you will lose it. We are too comfortable to improve. And I remember coming out here for I was talking to a friend. I was like, I won't be around the environment, coming all the way from First Stack. I won't be around the environment that the place I came in as a core member in the month of December last year, which I'm an ex-corper now, December 2 last year, that they are doing a Guinness World Record session, and you know, it's mind-blowing. I want to see how this thing looks like. I'll stay here for a while, and I'll be like, boy, like, what are you doing? Like, what is that? It's not fun, you know. I enjoy like something fun. And I was like, this is why this is the first of its kind. We need to do it, because if we have people, I was just telling directly, like, if we have more people like you who think that it's always about entertainment, it's always about fun, that's how you want us to move forward. And honestly speaking, as this challenge, as this Guinness World Record session draws near, it makes me understand that, you know, we humans, we have power. Everybody have their own power. I've listened to too many amazing speeches here, short or long, you know, and it has just been beautiful. Now, there's something I also want to talk about is, when I say do not apologize for your ambition, you always have big dreams. There's always something there for you to do, right? You always have a massive thought, but there's always something telling you that, is this doable? Is this possible? That is why I will always encourage that in every thought, let there be a super execution. It's better off to carry it out and fail than to just be there. How many ideas have you preferred that you have executed? Right? Nigerians, we are known for Happy New Year, New Year resolution. We write a lot of things, and just after the whole New Year mood, you go back to your normal self. For how long will you continue this way? For how long will you continue this way? I remember then also at NYSC, serving as the CDS president. You know, I see many of my colleagues, they always say, this Lagos, you know, after service, I'll be here, this company, that company, you know, and all of that. But now, some persons I call Alpha, if they work for that company, where you did, you know, how is it going? They'll be like, oh boy, I went back home. Let me just go back to my house and just be there. Like, these were people that said, okay, after POP, they go to the house for 2 weeks and just relax. Now it's been 5 months, they are still there. Right? Sometimes you need to take super risk. You need to just move. It's motion. You need to just move. You just need to do it. And it's just like an example of my life. Talking to you today is really amazing, because I remember there was a time in life growing up in a family of 6, a family of intellectuals. I happened to be this child that had a like-minded or similar story to the popular Ben Carson. It's not like I'm comparing myself to him, no, but I had dyslexia, right? This is an inability to read and write, to understand. It was funny, and till death, there's a woman, a teacher I will never forget. Whenever she's watching this video, Miss Oga, that was in my kindergarten, nursery to Imagine teachers telling my mom that we don't need to send this boy to school again. Like, it's not working. It's not working. Like, this was my story. Like, it's not working because then in class you could be teaching, I'm just there. Not like I cannot talk, not like I'm deaf and dumb, but it was not relating. And this woman discovered something that, okay, it feels like this boy cannot learn with people, right? And after class ends, I think 1 p.m. or 2 p.m., she calls me back, then we start lesson. Another problem was also discovered that I don't know how to learn on the board. Then she had to start drawing with chalk on the ground. She would draw shapes. I can still remember everything vividly, right? And that's how gradually I started picking up. She discovered that, oh, I can't learn with people, I learn by myself. Fast forward to basic 3. In that same environment that they say, this boy, you can't learn, you can't do this. Participated in competitions, I participated in competition, basic 3, went for a spelling bee competition, took 3rd. Somebody that can also read and write, 4, and I remember in basic 4, yeah, I took 1st in the spelling bee competition. And fast forward to today, anything about research writing, education, whatsoever, call me there, right? Today having Academy of Writers, copywriters. Now this shows that I never settled for less. Whatever you have in your thoughts, right? Always put it on. Never settle for less. Never choose to be complacent. Mediocrity is a problem. That is why everywhere I go, I just choose to, the same way people buy and cast away funny spirits, the same way I choose to stay away from persons who are mediocre. Mediocrity is a problem. Like, people need to understand that. That's what they call mediocre persons. They call them who practice mediocre as non-entities. Right? Because they choose to be comfortable. You are too comfortable with how you are. No progressive knowledge. Always doing the same thing. Always choosing to be the same way. And that's how we also relate it to the job factor. Right? Commonly as graduates, as core members, on the course of serving and even after serving, one thing you always look forward to is getting a job or landing an offer. And let me tell this to you, core members. If there is one positive thing or one beautiful thing I will talk about the NYSC program is, here in Lagos precisely, or here in Lagos, using Lagos as a case study, right? Serving as a core member, there's no place you cannot enter. This is practically proven, not just from me or from anybody as well. There's no place you can't enter. What does it mean? Use the opportunity. And by the time our NGI was telling us that, core members, you have to come together and know that that company you want to work for after service, right, is now you go there, you sell yourself, you push yourself, and all of that to get whatever you desire from it. So today, let us have a clear focus that all it takes is for you to have motion. All you take is for you to make a move, for you to make a step. Because imagine telling me all the way from Ojo local government, right, that I should come to Ikoyi for a public speaking seminar or session. Because I remember the time as a CDS president, when my LGI told me, Chidera Victor, you are among the persons I want to come here for. I was telling her that, man, I'm very busy. There is my POP very soon that, I can't come there. How will I leave or job coming to Ikoyi? It's very far. She was like, just go. And today, this is the story. Right? Now, in essence of this, let us try to see that it only takes a move for you to get there. Some things are not realistic enough. And all that matters is you being practical. There's what we call dissatisfaction in all of this. Dissatisfaction comes with you not wanting to settle. Satisfaction is too normal, it's too easy. On the course of going for NYSC, preparing for NYSC, where I wanted to go to is Enugu. Why? I just wanted to just go and relax. A cool environment. I'm tired of Lagos, born and brought up here. Just cool off and just be there. But my mom said something to me that you are too young to be satisfied. You are too young to be satisfied. That is why sometimes don't think that anybody is using you or doing something to you. Dissatisfaction should be the word now. Don't be satisfied with the outcome of, like, with how you are now. Don't be satisfied. Because when you are satisfied, it means you are settling for less. And when you settle for less, you are complacent. And when you are complacent, you are a non-entity. And one who is a non-entity is a mediocre. That is what we should all take out from this. When we relate all of this to the job factor, the job factor is this: how you go about getting job. You want to get a job, you want to get an offer, you are using the same CV you crafted years ago to get that offer, right? You're using the same CV you crafted years ago to get that offer. And many of you know that definitely firms, they all look at our resume as, okay, the first stage of screening, okay, he fits the role, or you are coming for proper verification. And when you come in, some of us, you pick unknown address. Maybe you want to work at Ikoyi and you are living down at Ojo. You pick an address around Lekki Phase 1 or thereabout. You add to your resume. When you go for physical interview, you forget that you picked an address and you're not calling your main address at the job. You see that you're always complicating things. And also, secondly, there is no way you want to get a better job offer and remain that way. It's applicable with the resume to your CV. That is why you should always edit it. You should always improve. Even I don't consider somebody smart enough if you don't know how to compare a probable CV. I was talking to a friend who read banking and finance. I was like, how is it going? And all of that, because I read economics. So I said, let me see your CV, because he's always complaining that this and that, he's always getting marketing roles. I was like, these things are likened, right? Because after all, we all did marketing in school, we read it for 4 years. So I was like, let me see. And I discovered that the nature of his CV was fixed more for, even as a field marketer, was fixed more even as a field marketer than the actual marketing associate. And these are the things we need to correct. This is the problem of many youths in Nigeria. Sometimes you say there are no jobs. Sometimes you say companies are not employing. But it's actually a fault of yours. Check your resume today. Check that CV you have today. It is not even proper. It's not even proper. Be it as you are looking for a teaching role, you're looking for a banking role, whatsoever, a consultant, it's not even proper. Right? So it's knowledgeable enough that, okay, for you to make a move, for something to be different, right? You can't be expecting a different result when you have not made a change. It's not possible. The same way, in football terms, the same way you play the first half that you are losing and you want to win a game, you can't play that same way in the second half of the game. The same way you played out last year, the same way you carried out activities of last year and things didn't turn out well, you can't expect a different result when you're still doing that same thing this year. So it's evident that we should know how to position these things, how to ply out different routes for life success. Because one thing we should know is that the true nature of man, the true state of man is excellence and not settling for enough, not settling for where you are, or not being less of yourself. I relate this to sometimes I always talk about my older sister, who is a barrister. You know, she did not allow the the circumstances around her or the nation to hold her, understand, from doing whatever she wants to. This was somebody who, after getting a law degree, went to law school and came out with good grades. You know, over 6 years of practice. Over 6 years of practice, but she felt like, this stuff is not enough. In terms of monetary, in terms of income, it's not enough, it's not moving. And she said, instead of me to pull off this name, instead of me to just disengage from everything law, I cook very well, right? I cook very well. So let me change it from either just being a lawyer, then she made a brand to food by the law, right? And I think that was just the genesis of all her growth. Went to law school. After 6 years of practice, she was dissatisfied. She was not satisfied. This is the story of my older sister. Somebody very, very brilliant. Went to law school, 6 years of practice, dissatisfied. You know, the way the money was coming, income, things were not going as planned. And she was like, instead of her to just disassociate from everything law, since I cook very well, let me just come up with my brand, food by the law. And that was how it came about. And today, if you order food from her, food by the law, people say, are you a barrister? You say yes. She also gets gigs from there too. So you can go on IG, check out food by the law. That's run by my older sister. And you see, this is something I always talk about. Every opportunity, use it for growth. Every opportunity, use it for growth. I've seen persons who come to this stage to sell themselves, but still keep in mark with what we are doing. There's a teacher here, I don't know if she's a teacher, she came here, she worked for church the other day last week. You know, she was talking about that she made this, she used 5 hours making, and she wore it. She wore her business. When people see you, what can they call you? Definitely, when people see our dean, is eloquent, is public speaker. When people see you, what would they refer you to as? What would they refer you to be? This is very, very essential. This is how we are to know the patterns of how to go about these criteria in life. Mediocrity is not accepted in any level. For you to grow commonly as a youth, we need to follow a pattern of growth. And when you are following up a pattern of growth, mediocrity is essential. Mediocrity shouldn't be part of it. Settling for enough shouldn't be part of it. Complacency shouldn't be part of it. Being average shouldn't be part of it. Because when you ask someone what is mediocrity, it's the quality of being average, not wanting to make a step, not wanting to make a move. People keep saying, a lot of persons didn't turn up here. And one thing we should also liken as a factor is that for the sake of phobia or fear, people came about, thought that due to the phobia or fear of not keeping up to a tally of 20 minutes, therefore I cannot come. This is a state whereby you reject yourself even before being rejected. This is something we shouldn't do. And I'm passing this message commonly to the youths watching all over the nation and just every core member seated here. Do not choose to stay just as you are. Now, I relate this to prominent persons I know and also the economy of today. In our economy of today, Nigeria practices the mixed economy system. And the mixed economy system is a way better much system of practice than actually the capitalist economy system. And looking at the way we Nigerians carry out our daily activities, right, it is seen that we choose to stay just as we want. There's a problem. We don't like asking. And even when we ask, when we get a certain truth, we stop asking. And that also becomes a problem. We have not had a proper route towards success. We don't like asking questions. We don't like discovering. We don't want to know more. And one who chooses not to be inquisitive or curious to a nature will not as well move forward, will not as well move to a standard. And you notice that today, the issue of mediocrity has eaten deep down in our society. Not being able to asking proper questions. When did this start? Right? And even Nigerians who are now being so comfortable with the statement that some people always say that if they explain Nigeria to you and you understand, the person didn't explain it well. We're not being so comfortable to a certain level that we don't want to know more about how better we can get in the nation. The economy is centered on us, right? And I've mentioned it before severally that the active working population is active working population from ages 18 to 45, and these are commonly amongst us, primarily the youth. Youth is the vibrant voice of the nation, right? And imagine 60% of the youth choosing to be mediocre. How will the economy of Nigeria grow? How will Nigeria grow? I remember during a rehearsal when we were putting up some practice, I came about the topic called brain circulation and brain drain versus brain circulation. I said, if everybody chooses to migrate, if everybody chooses to Japan, who will build Nigeria? Who will build Nigeria? And these are the questions we should ask, right? Year in, year out, the various universities we attend is always coming on top ranking, Unilag, UI, Covenant, and the likes, right? These universities are being top ranked not because of the structure, not because of the color, not because of the lecturers there, but because of the people. And these people are made the students. If students are not in school, they will not be lecturing in the class, no professors. And these are the things we should understand. Because when you talk about mediocrity, it looks like it started just from one person, but just an atom of it could affect everybody. Just an atom of it could affect everybody. You know? And it becomes something that one shouldn't overlook. But one should understand that wherever you find yourself, in your place of work, in every environment, choose to grow to a standard. Choose to build to a standard. Choose to structure yourself to a standard. Don't come into a place seeing things going at a particular level and not wanting to grow. Always choose growth above all. Choose to do something different. When I was doing my project defense, rounding up, putting up a topic on how agriculture will better the economy of Nigeria, something I have never witnessed happened when it comes to the history of project defense and all of that. And what was that? On the course of defending the project, students coming in one after the other, defending the project and all of that. There was this particular student who chooses to document every activity, right? As this person is defending the project, she's documenting it and all of that. Then after over 240 persons being done with their project defense, she came with what she have documented and met the external supervisor. I was like, so far so good. This is what I've done. This is the summary of how the project defense went. And it was wild because it's something that has not been done before. I mean, a project defense is going on, you were here documenting. And what happened? It gave her even the best of mark there. And he not just give her the best of mark, he actually met the HOD of her department. And today she's a graduate assistant. So sometimes in a place where you don't see opportunities come about when you think out of the box. Dear youth, think out of the box. Dear youth, do something differently. Dear youth, choose not to see things just as they are. Ask questions, discover, know more, be inquisitive, be curious. It's not a problem. If you ask questions, like they always say, person wey dey ask questions in pidgin, person wey dey ask questions no fit loss. Ask questions, know your route, know your destination, and when you know the approach you want to follow, you are going to meet to a standard. So while I'm rounding up today, our position is to the economic approach. The economic approach that we use today, especially in terms of job search, right? Categorically, it's already tough, it's already difficult. But to make things much better for you, do a better research. And I think there was a speaker that came here and he made a statement: never allow AI do the work for you, but better delegate to AI. Some of us cannot even put out a prompt. You still need AI to give you a prompt. Then what's the essence of the prompt? You delegate to AI. We should understand the levels of research, and these are the way things will work better for us. A community, a society of growth where everybody wants to learn, everybody wants to improve, everybody wants to build, everybody wants to come to a certain level, everybody wants to come to a certain standard. All it matters, all it takes is for you to ask proper questions, is for you to make proper research, and not for you to confuse things, not for you to confuse the approach of things. Sometimes we come up our shady attitudes just behind the nature of I'm just a Gen Z or thereabouts in workplaces, but that is costing you a lot. That's costing you improvement, that's costing you promotion. So today, if there's one thing you should take from this conversation, which I will call a moral lesson, is that improve equally, especially from your own self. If you have not tried something differently today, try out that thing. Take out that risk. Take out that risk. Take out that approach. And this is my favorite statement just to any young person. If you could go ahead dating a girl you have not met from anywhere before, or you have not known from anywhere before, you just met her a couple of times, and you trust your heart to her, then what's the essence for you not to take up a risk or an approach or an idea and put it out there for the world to see? Because even the biggest risk is giving your heart to a human you are not sure of, and that's where we generate the word heartbreak. So if you could go ahead dating a girl, giving yourself to a girl, or a girl giving your heart to a boy in terms of love or relationship, trusting yourself true and true, then what is stopping you in that same manner putting up an idea, right, implementing, executing, going all out to see that this thing comes in place? Every time I listen to people, it's just amazing speeches, but how many of us chooses to execute? How many of us chooses to implement? Implementation matters. If you never implemented, if you never implemented last year, this year choose to implement. Choose to do things differently. You can't expect a different year when you are still using the same pattern of 2025. It's not possible. It will still be the same. Very soon, April will be over. We'll move over to May. Before it, we approach summer. Before it, we enter Ember month and the likes, the last quarter of the year. And this is something I always say is, as youth, reject mediocrity. Personally reject mediocrity. The same way you pray, the same way you do whatever thing, the same way you avoid what you don't like. Reject mediocrity at all levels. And on doing this, you discover that the real state and the actual state of man is excellence. And at this point, I'll be handing over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Lagos. Good morning, Nigeria. And good morning, Africa, and everyone in every part of the world. I remain Taiwo Ojawale, and this morning I have decided to title my speech Our Lives Are Scripts, on authorship, illusion, and the courage to rewrite. Now, the first things first. As humans, we like to think that our lives are in our hands. We like to think that we have control over everything. We like to think that we are actually decision makers, and that everything that we do is as a result of our direct consciousness. Now, however, if history could speak, we would see that as humans we are truly not free, and we are not as unpredictable as we think we are. And that is why the essence of the speech this morning is to show us how our lives have essentially become scripts, and we are merely actors acting out the script of a life that many of us did not even author, and that tragically many people would never have the courage to rewrite. So the tragedy of life would therefore become not in the performance of this script that does not belong to us, but in living the world as mere actors and not authors of our own scripts. Now, my speech would be divided within 7 sections, and the first is the architecture of the scripts. The architecture of the scripts. Now, remember, this script in itself is life, our lives. And in order for us to understand the architecture of the script, we must look back to where it all began. Now, I want you to think about perhaps when you were young, a toddler, or in fact, think of any toddler you know today. I want you to imagine the playful and the loving way the mother or the father would tell the toddler, say Papa, say Mama, and then one day, suddenly, we would hear the toddler finally say Mama, and then with ecstasy, with euphoria, the mother would jubilate. He finally called my name. She finally said Mama. Now, as simple as that scenario is, as basic as it might appear, this is the core, this is the essence of the speech today. The scripted life which many of us are living. Because just like that toddler, you see, society has become the playwright of our lives. Culture has become the editor of our lives. And we ourselves are merely just actors and characters, not necessarily contributing to the story of our lives being written. And that is why I would recall on sometime last year, around September, October, I was lecturing some of my 200 levels. It's one of the GST courses I lecture, GST 201, African People and Culture. I remember in GST 201, and now that I talk about it, I really cannot wait to lecture the incoming 200 level, GST 201. because I have some new scenarios and then some tables to shake for them. So I recall lecturing JST 201, and at the beginning of the module, the first thing that I have to do is to define culture for them. And so I gave them one of the scholarly definitions of culture. But then before the scholarly definition of culture, I started with an experiment. Something I would usually do anytime I'm teaching JST 1 or 2. And I think I'd actually like to start with that experiment. Now, randomly, I'll just be asking, randomly. Mr. Victor, how are you doing? Very well. That's great to hear. KSO, how are you doing? You're good. Omoumi, how are you doing? You're fine. The Dean, sir, how are you doing, sir? Very well. Alright. Now, this is the experiment that I would always do anytime I'm lecturing JST 201 for the very first time. And the results, interestingly and happily, are always the same. All participants would say, I'm fine, I'm very well, I'm very good. When it is obvious that many of us have been here since last night and we are sleep deprived, I can't count the number of times I have slept off on that chair, because I've been working all day yesterday and I've been here all night. And quite frankly, if you had asked me that same question, even as I'm currently sleep deprived, I would have told you I am very well. And so it doesn't matter whether you're even owing OP or PAMPay 1 million naira. It doesn't matter whether PAMPay is pursuing you. You still say, I am very well. It doesn't matter if you have a lot going on, or whether, as we would say, they just serve you breakfast. You still say, I am fine. And the way I explained it to my students during that lecture is, you see, culture is not necessarily this traditional attire. Culture is not necessarily language, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. Culture is not necessarily the traditional food, the religion, the belief system. See, culture is deeper than we understand or imagine. Culture is basically anything and everything. That was the same way I explained it to my students. Anything and everything that we learn from the society, including the simple experiment that I've just done now. Because recall, when you're growing up, as a child, your mom takes you out or your dad takes you out, and then your neighbor or a family friend or a stranger says, baby, how are you? And then they say what? Say fine. And then before you know it, even if the baby is actually not fine, because somebody is saying, baby, how are you? The friend will say, hey, I say fine. We all grew up, and today as adults, we keep on saying fine. Even though right now many of us can't wait to get some sleep, we still say fine. And so that is the same thing. Society has become our playwright. Culture has become the editor of our lives. And so this is the architecture of the script. Many of us have inherited ambitions, dreams, futures that when we think about it weren't really hard to start with. Again, considering the nature of my job as an educator, I get to interact with students a lot at every level, secondary level, tertiary level, and even postgraduate. But particularly at the secondary level, especially this period where I'm taking a lot of jam marathon classes. Now, being an art and humanities teacher, I'm usually fascinated when I ask art students, What course did you pick in your JAM? And as many of us would expect, what do you think 90% of the class would choose? Law. Law, law, and law. And when you ask the science students, what course did you pick? For those that are doing medical sciences, the number one would be medicine and surgery. You ask the engineering students, elect, mechanical engineering. You ask the commercial students, the top what would be accounting, biz admin. Now, what is the implication of this? The implication therefore becomes inheriting ambitions that we really do not know if they are ours or just a reflection of what the society wants. Because I would always ask the students, why do you want to study law? And quite frankly, till today, in all my years of teaching and lecturing, I've never heard a satisfactory answer from the students for why they want to study law or medicine and surgery. I mean, some of them try. Some of them are quite smart. You hear things like, so that I can defend the rights of others. And I laugh. Does it mean you can't defend the rights without being a lawyer? We have activists. In fact, they do more job. They do a better job than most lawyers. A lawyer would usually not work unless they're being paid. And then those that want to do MBBS, medicine and surgery, because I want to save lives. Again, I find those as interesting answers, because obviously, why would you want to be a doctor if not to save life? Is it to take the life? And so I realized at the end of the day, many of them have only become reflections of the ambitions of their parents. Their lives have become scripts. Remember, the speech is our lives are scripts. Their lives have become scripts, and the tragedy is the fact that they are not the authors of the script. They are merely actors of that script. And so as I continue the speech, I would like for us to reflect, are our lives merely scripts? Or are we actually writing our own story? Are your ambitions truly yours? Or are they a reflection of the scripts that you inherited from your parents, your teachers, the society, or perhaps even a spouse? Many people adopt scripts not even from the family, even from friends. I would like to use myself as a personal example. Now, I recall back when I was in secondary school, after completing JSS 3, moving to SS1, when you now have to choose between your three departments, science, art, and commercial. Now, originally, I entered into SS1 with art class, and I recall after the first week or 2 weeks after, because many people who again were tagged the serious students were in science class, and the art class seemed to be doing nothing for like 2 weeks, I decided I was going to change to science class. A mistake which at the time would be one of the gravest mistakes I ever made, because for the next 2 years from SS1 up till about SS2 third term, I was going to struggle academically. Now, I wasn't at the bottom of the class. At the same time, I wasn't at the top, and I think it's even worse that way. There are some positions whereby they just don't notice you. Everybody knows the most intelligent boy or girl in the class, right? And everybody knows even the olodo of the class. But there are some positions that it's like you don't exist. Imagine having about 30 students and you are number 10, 11, 12. Those positions, you are not up, you are not down. You are just, you don't exist. They can't say anything about you. And I think it's even worse than being at the bottom, because the olodo, when it comes from being the 30th position, even if it comes up to 25, people will notice that this boy used to be in the last position, you're not number 25. But you that are usually number 12, if you come to number 10, nobody notices. It's still the same thing. 10, 11, 12. So I was within that range. Why? Because I adopted a script that was not mine to start with. And when I look back, again, perhaps it was because I was adopting the script from within the family. I come from a family of scientists. My dad is a practicing medical scientist. He's a practicing medical entrepreneur now. My elder brother is a science student. My elder sister is a science student. My other elder sister is a science student. My twin brother is a science student. And so as at the time, the first time when I made the choice in SS1, I was going to be the only one in the family that would ever become an art student. And so this will take us to section 2, the roles that we mistake as identity. So I mistook that pattern as my identity. And the fact that something has been does not mean it is your identity. The fact that this is the way it has been in the society, in the family, or wherever you find yourself, does not mean that is your script. It does not mean you should embrace it and take it up as your identity. And usually we mistake repetition for identity. When something happens repeatedly, we usually take it as identity. And that is why you see someone who fails often. When someone fails often, the person takes it as their identity. Maybe this thing is not for me. Maybe I was not born for this. I don't know book. I'm this, I'm that. But then in reality, the fact is that we do not become the repetition of our actions. Because many a times they are only rehearsed. Many a times our lives have only been rehearsed. Again, from a deeper insight, philosophically speaking, most human lives are rehearsed. Many of us are not actually living our own lives. Many of us are being dictated by the do's and the don'ts of the society. And that is why I like this particular saying, that the true version of yourself is who you are when no one is watching. That is a true version of yourself, because that is when you truly know, that's when you're truly writing your script. When we're in public, your life is being rehearsed because you know you're being watched. But the true version of yourself is who you actually are. That period when you know and you're conscious and no one else is watching. Because only then is your mind actually truly writing the story or the script of the moment. And so again, the golden question, which I'll keep throwing at us at different points during the speech, is your life only being rehearsed? Are you living a scripted life? Or are you actually one of the very, very few authors who have the courage to write or rewrite their lives? And so, the third one would be the costs of unscripted lives. What exactly is the implication? What is the cost? Nothing is ever free. Every good decision comes at a cost, and every bad decision comes at a cost as well. In fact, you being here is a cost. You listening to me is a cost. Why? Because you're paying. And what are you paying? You are paying attention. So it is still costing you something. Attention. And in the same way, there's a cost for the unscripted lives. And so, back to my story. So, I would stay in science class up until SS2 third term, right about SS3. So, I technically spent the entire secondary school life in science class, a department that was never truly meant for me. So, it's never truly meant for me. A very, very grave mistake. And so, the cost of my scripted life was the fact that, like many other people, one would become frustrated. In my case, it was academic frustration. For some other people, it would be economic frustration, relationship frustration, marital frustration, as the case may be. But in my case back then, it was academic frustration. Because I would struggle with concepts that I should not even be learning. And even as a science student, I was still enticed by simple things as poetry, fiction, books, writing, speaking. Even as a science student, I would always love debating and talking, anything oratory. And so, one of the costs of unquestioned scripts is a silent dissatisfaction. That silent dissatisfaction where it feels like you can't speak up. It feels like you can't say what is going on with you. And that was exactly what I was experiencing at the time. And another cost of the unquestioned script is a misaligned success. A misaligned success. And this we would see in many adults today. Many adults who are living an unquestioned script are unable to pinpoint an aligned success in their lives. There's a misaligned success because the life itself is a rehearsed life. The decision itself is not inherently theirs. It's a scripted life. And that was the same way I had a misaligned success in science class. I was not the least, but I was not at the top. I was just there. Just like many people today who are still living a scripted life are just there. Average, mediocre. And I would like to reference or reiterate what Victor had said during his amazing speech. Never be content with being mediocre. And the problem is, it starts from living on question scripts. You cannot adopt or embrace a scripted life without accepting the mediocrity that comes with it. Until you have the courage to rewrite your script, only then can you abandon the mediocrity that comes with the scripted life. Only then can you write the excellence that you want to see in your own life. And that is because achievement without alignment is only a sophisticated form of failure. Any achievement without alignment is a sophisticated form of failure. And this is the reason why we have several adults, several individuals who would even seem to be doing very well. You see, that is the funny thing about living a scripted life. It does not mean everything is going to be going bad for you. It does not even mean you are doing terrible. It simply means the life you are living is not truly yours. And so, you could have that SS3 student that finally studies medicine and surgery. and is finally a doctor, is finally earning a lot of money, but then is inherently dissatisfied, has a passion somewhere else. I remember one of my lecturers back in university, Dr. Demola Lewis, linguistics. I heard his story once, and he actually started by studying, and I believe he spent about, if I'm not mistaken, 4 or 5 years in medicine, and after struggling tremendously, dropped out, took another degree, and studied, I believe, linguistics until he became back from a PhD in linguistics. You can imagine the cost of such unquestioned life, such unquestioned spirit. Studying medicine because your dad or your mom wants you to need to wait about 4 or 5 years. The cost of unquestioned scripts. And that's why you have many people who are even doing very well, and then suddenly you just see them pivoting, you see them diversifying, you see them transitioning into an entirely different career, and you're wondering what happened. You're doing very well in this field, you're doing amazingly in this career. How are you suddenly going from being a doctor to being a musician? How are you suddenly going from being an accountant to a comedian? At the end of the day, when we trace the histories, we would see that many of these stem from living a scripted life, a life that is not based on true authorship, but societal or familial authorship, an illusion, thinking we truly make decisions. When you think about it, 90% of your decisions are not truly yours. 90% of our decisions are scripted. They are based on set expectations that we want to meet. In fact, I like to shake tables a lot, so maybe I'll shake a few tables this morning. I could dare say that even our presence here, attempting a Guinness World Record, could be as a result of a scripted life. Why? Because think about it. What if there were no prestige attached to a Guinness World Record? What if it's just an everyday, regular activity? What if attempting a Guinness World Record is just the same as waking up and having your bath? Would we have spent the past 12 days, sleepless nights on some nights, tired mornings, sitting on the spot for hours, if the society did not tell us that it was a huge accomplishment? Would we really be here? Would you really then say that it is my decision, I want to do it? It means in the long run, the decision was never truly yours to be here. The society had already dictated that you would be here. And that is the scripted life. The scripted life. And then, the fourth would not be what I call the climax, or in literary terms, the denouement, the resolution of the conflict. And that is the moment of disruption. Now, being born into the world, many of us are automatically born into a life of unquestioned scripts. And to a large extent, it is actually quite normal. Like I gave the instance of the toddler or the baby. From the moment of birth, our lives are already being scripted. You hear parents who say, my child is going to be a doctor. And surprisingly, if the parent continues saying that and the child grows up hearing that, one day you would ask the child, why do you want to be a doctor? Or what do you want to become? And the child will say, I want to be a doctor. Why? And he might have no reason. Because the mind has been conditioned and the child did not even realize it. And so, this is now the turning point. The moment when some of us can finally say, we are tired of living a scripted life and we want to take over the reign of control. Just like it was in my case. I remember finally, after about 2 years of struggling academically in science class, especially third term, when I was about to write GCE, I made a decision which to today would be one of the most important decisions of my life. Out of nowhere, in what would be perhaps the first time, I suddenly decided I was no longer going to become a science student. And in SS3, I changed from science class to art class. Suddenly, few months to writing GC and JAM. And now, to arrive at this point, there are a few boxes you must tick, such as personal realization. I realized that the science class was not for me. I remember once we were going home after the holiday, and a friend just casually said something. She just casually said, I remember something must have led to it, but I can't remember what led to it, but she said, but Taiwo, they call me Taiwo boy back then, because we were two Taiwos in class. So to distinguish Taiwo boy, Taiwo girl. So she said, Taiwo boy, you know, if you're an art student, man, you'd have been very good though. And that single statement was the turning point for me. Because the next time I came and I said, you know what? I want to start writing my script myself. I'm tired of the scripted life. I'm tired of living the life of an unquestioned script. It's high time I started authoring and writing my own script the way I wanted it to be. And that year, when we resumed the next term, I said, you know what? I'm done with science class. Let me give art class a chance. Now, this was a very big risk in SS3 when you're about to write 2 major exams. Those are the kind of decisions that either make you or, in fact, this one does not marry you. They ruin you. They destroy you. Because it would not have been funny. Imagine going to art class and at least science class I was doing 10, 11, 12 out of like 30 students. Now imagine me in that 30th position when I change to art class. But then, that's the thing about challenging stereotypes, challenging status quo. The risk, the guts to accept whatever comes with the decision. And I was ready with whatever comes with the decision. I remember for a few days or even a week or so, I was very reluctant to break the news to my parents. Because again, art class was seen as the unserious department. How do I go and tell Baba Beji that I am now an art student in SS3 after they've paid school fees for SS1, SS2, first term, second term, third term. And as you would expect from every typical Nigerian parent, they changed it for me. I remember they said, no, it was a kind of diplomatic changing. They made it seem like I had a choice, but I didn't have a choice. Like, you can, but you dare not. And I chose the I can, not the I dare not. And I remember it got to the authorities in the school. Once I was in art class in school, and the principal came to call me and said, you better go back to that science class now. And because I was bent on changing my script, which is, something I believe someone could actually learn from. Changing your script is not something that would usually be simple. It's something that sometimes you have to fight to change your script, and I fought. Yes, fight I did. Because what I was doing was I would go to school and I would be in science class. Maybe I'm doing science class now, no wahala. And I would go to tutorial after school and I'll be in art class. School in the morning, science class, tutorial, art class. And it was in the tutorial that I found out that, okay, yes, this is really meant for me. It confirmed that I was on the right track. And eventually, they said that it's like this boy was not meant to change his mind. And they accepted. Because even I myself, I can be very rather rebellious in nature. If I don't want it, I don't want it. It might be the one paying the school fees, but it's my life. And I would make the decision myself. And I made that decision that very day. And till today, I would forever thank myself for it. Without that decision, I'll probably not be here. Because I'll probably be struggling in some other career right now. Maybe as a medical lab scientist in some underpaid government clinic. Who knows? Because I'll probably have gone for the medical sciences. Yes, not even I will have, because anything calculation, mathematics, that was the reason I didn't survive science class. Anything that has numbers. My biology was okay. I remember once I had the highest in biology, 58/60. Even though that was because the teacher insulted me. I remember I was talking at the back of the class that day, and she asked me to stand up. She asked me a question, I didn't know it, and she insulted me, and I was pained. And then the week of test, a day to the test, I didn't go to school. I sat down at home. Only me and biology textbook. And I was digesting everything. Cramming, memorizing. And in the exam, 58/60, the highest that time. So, but then it all shows a long way to show that it is very possible to rewrite our own scripts. Many of us have never even written our scripts, but then it's absolutely normal. You still have the opportunity to rewrite the scripts that you're leaving. And that was what I did when I changed from science class to art class. I had an encounter with a different worldview. It started with personal realization and then encountering a different worldview. I experienced art class in a different way when I started going to tutorial. For the first time, I saw teacher teaching offhand. They would teach you an entire topic, teach you everything without holding book or textbook. And it felt like magic. Because secondary school, they come with lesson notes, plus textbook, plus every other material and resources they can lay their hands on. And then they are writing on the notes directly from the textbook. And the kind of person I am, I'm a non-conformist. Many of you might have been able to tell from some of my previous speeches. I can be very rebellious, like I said. And I would usually ask myself, what is the essence of what this class? You are literally copying from the textbook from me. The same textbook that you said all of us must buy. I already have this. It's the same thing that I could have sat down at home and read this textbook. Because that is exactly what you are copying on the board for me. But then I had an encounter with a different worldview at the tutorial. The teacher will come to class, teach presidential system, beginning to the end, without any book, no paper, nothing. It seemed like magic. And the same teacher would not teach 4 subjects. My mind was almost blown away. The same teacher would teach English, government, literature, CRS, and would teach it effectively, without using any textbook. And it was the same for all the teachers. It's kind of like a thing in tutorials. Science teachers, physics, chemistry, you see them teaching without any book. It was like witchcraft at the time. And I would now have thought that a day would come when even I would be doing the same. Because even now when I teach my jam marathon classes, I do the same. I taught an English seminar class on Saturday, about 5-6 hours. I taught 5-6 hours off the top of my head. No book, no textbook, no paper, no material, nothing. I was lecturing one of my GST courses, just 1 or 2, last year. And philosophy and logic. At the point, I was literally teaching it offhand. I was teaching fallacies, argumentum ad baculum, argumentum ad misericordiam, misericordiam, ignorantio elenchi, and it was called the encounter with a different worldview, which started from the tutorial then. And so, these are the forces, these are the push you need to finally have the courage to say enough is enough. It's about time I rewrote my scripts. And so, the fifth one would then be the burden and freedom of authorship. Now, I must clarify that to rewrite your script is not necessarily an act of rebellion. It is in fact an act of responsibility. You owe it to yourself to rewrite your script. I owed it to myself to rewrite my script, and that was the reason I did so. It is very important, and it is important that you understand that it comes with a burden. It comes with a burden, and this burden is in the sense that freedom can be uncomfortable. Freedom can be very uncomfortable because self-authorship requires a certain degree of courage. It comes with accepting whatever risks are products of that decision. It comes with accepting whatever liabilities may come as products of that decision. And so I took the risk, and I was content with whatever liabilities and risks would come with the burden of rewriting my script. And so we must understand that it is a responsibility, not an act of rebellion. Sometimes it is in changing your career, suddenly making a shift in career. That can be your rewriting of your scripts. But then you must also accept the risk that comes with it. You might be broke for a few months. You might struggle for a few months. The question is, are you willing to live without burden? Are you willing to live without sacrifice? Because rewriting your script does not come cheap. It comes at a cost. And the question is, are you willing to pay that cost? Are you willing to pay the cost? And now, when you become the author of your life, you must now then understand that at that point, it is much more difficult because you no longer have an excuse. When I changed from science to art class, I no longer had an excuse to fail. My excuse then was I did not like calculation. Now I was in art class. Self-authorship comes with responsibility. It comes with accepting and taking up the blame. And so when you begin to author your own life, you begin to self-author your scripts, you also take on that responsibility of whatever happens. You take up the blame. And so if anything goes wrong, there is no pushing the excuse to the government, to the society, or to family or friends. It's all on you. And this is the most important reason, self-authorship, rewriting your script is much more difficult, much more challenging than you would expect. Because eventually, you lose the luxury of blame. And this is the reason many of us actually do not rewrite our scripts. Because we know that we can still blame someone when we are living this scripted life. But the moment you begin to rewrite your scripts, you know you lose that luxury to blame someone else for the failures of your own life. And then, the sixth one. Why most people never rewrite their scripts? Very simple. The first thing is fear of judgment. I remember I was afraid when I was about to change from science to art class. What would people say? Those 4 words have killed more dreams than measles and bombs ever have. What will people say? The fear of judgment. The number one reason people do not rewrite their scripts. So at the end of the day, the funny thing is, most people even realize that the script is flawed. Most students that choose law, medicine, and surgery actually know that the script is flawed. They know that it's not their inherent decision. But then they lack that courage to rewrite it. They lack that courage to face the fear of judgment. And another reason would be the fear of failure. The fear of failure. Many people are afraid of the possibility of failing should they rewrite their scripts. I'll be honest with you, I was afraid of failing when I changed from science to art class. What if I do not go? What if I'm unable to finish the syllabus? What if I do not understand the curriculum? But I did not allow that fear of failure hold me back. I was ready to take responsibility and put in the effort, the hard work that it would take to help me succeed. And so the fear of failure is another important reason many people, many of us, are still living the scripted life. The reason we have refused to take the pen and rewrite our own lives. And then finally, the fear of isolation. The fear of being ostracized. Many of us are still living the scripted life because we want to belong. We want to belong to that part of the society that is accepted. Rewriting your script can sometimes mean challenging the norms. Challenging the norms. Not minding if it makes you isolated. So the fear of isolation is another important reason. But then, the fear of isolation should not stop us from rewriting our scripts. Yes, humans are by nature political animals. Aristotle said that. But regardless of being political animals, zoom politicon, it is important that we understand that it is our responsibility to rewrite the scripts. So we should not be afraid of the isolation or the ostracization that comes with rewriting your scripts. It might require you to challenge the status quo. It might require you to challenge the norms. But then, it is important, it is very, very important that we do it regardless. And then finally, rewriting is an ongoing act. Rewriting is an ongoing act. So we must understand that authorship is not a moment. Authorship is a discipline. It is a continuous reflection, conscious decision, the willingness to evolve. And that is why the writing of my own scripts did not just start and end with changing from science to art class. I remember again when I was to pick my course in JAM. Again, typical Nigerian parents, at least you have chosen art class. I was expected to now pick law. But I knew I never really wanted law. And even though I chose it in my first JAM and the second JAM, the third JAM, I finally decided, you know what, I'm tired of people picking for me. I will pick what I want. And what I wanted was history. And I remember picking it back then. And then changing it again. Because they convinced me again. It almost cost me the admission that year. The fact is that self-authorship, rewriting your script, is a continuous reflection. It's an ongoing progress. It's not a moment. It's not a one-time thing. It is something that you do continually. Every day of our lives, we are rewriting our scripts. And so, when I finally entered into the University of Ibadan, I entered with guidance and counseling. And in my second year, I decided I was going to write my own script again. And I changed my department. I transferred from guidance and counseling to history because that was what I wanted. Rewriting your script is an ongoing process. It's something that happens continually. Even today, I am still rewriting my scripts. And that is why I would want to urge also to question, to look inward, to have an introspective evaluation of our lives and ask what ambitions, what beliefs, what thoughts, what parts of my life are scripted. Ask yourself, is your life only an unscripted, only an unquestioned script? So you must understand that you do not write or rewrite your life once. It is something that you write every day in simple things such as the choices you make, the decisions that you make on a daily basis. And so, as I conclude on this final note, I would like to say, one day, the story of our life, this script, will be read. Now, it will not be read in words, but in outcomes, in the impacts, in the memory of our lives. And the only question that would matter on that day is, did you really live a life that you wrote yourself? Or were you only living a scripted life? Were you only a character, an actor in an unquestioned script? This is the golden question that I will throw to us today. And on this note, I would like to hand over the mic to the speaker. Thank you very much.
My name is Gabriel. Today, my topic would be on if it happens to anyone, victims of the system. So today, categorically, the system I would be ordering is had a personal encounter with police. You know, in uni back then, I always used to hear of encounters with police. My guys who are one girl, being sent out, will come back, police carry them, the police get something of the police carry them. And I always think, those guys are foolish. It's never been me. I can never be in that situation ever. I'm too smart for that. Nigerians like to feel like they are too smart or they are too good, that kind of thing won't happen to them. So, in 2019, there happened to be a very unfortunate incident. There was the school. I don't want to demarket my school, so I won't say where my school, where I schooled. But there was a serious hot clash that year. So apparently, two students were killed, and the person that shot those two students. So I come back from Lagos. I went to conference, so I came back early after school had not been resumed. And this fact I'm about to give, just take note of it because it will be relevant later in the story. So I usually go by the nickname Venom. So I had the Barcelona jersey then, with venom at the back. So I went to buy something in sleep. I was like, should I wear this dress? I was like, something in my mind just told me, just wear something else and get it. So I wore a normal black shirt, went out to get snacks, I ate and I slept off. I woke up around 10 p.m. and my guy ran into the room, like one of my neighbors at the lodge there ran into the room and was like, that he thinks he heard gunshots. I'm like, gunshots? I was just another of my neighbors. I didn't hear, well, like, we didn't hear any gunshots. There were no gunshots at all. I was like, he hears gunshots. Like, he's sure he hears gunshots. Like, the area is quiet. Students have no ear resume, but he feels he hears gunshots. I was like, guy, you're seeing things. You're not sure. Let's just go back to sleep. So we slept. They took lights. We slept off. I now charged my phone in my neighbor's room. His name is Collins. Kingsley was the one that told us that he had a gunshots. Right? So around 1 a.m. in my lodge, I started hearing knocks on different doors. Come out. Hearing knocks on different doors. I was like, what's going on? I thought it was maybe the caretaker coming to ask somebody that had not paid rent to depart out. I was like, it's like 1 a.m. It was like 2 a.m. So I peeped through my window, and I don't know if that's where they saw me, but they were knocking on every door, but they were not barging into every room. So I don't know if they saw me, but I saw some armed men, like some hefty armed men with guns. I saw them, I was like, are these thieves, or are these police, or what's happening? Now usually, schooling in the East, right, it can get a bit volatile sometimes due to insecurity. And there are usually raids on student lodges, but most times it's to a targeted person. It's rare that you find a raid that will take up almost all the occupants of the lodge. So I peeped and I saw them and I was like, oh, I'm just going to pretend that I want to sleep right now. So I started sleeping, and I passed my window, opened my window. I was like, I should come out now. Came out, they were like, so now I keep person for this lodge. I was so confused. So as I come out, they had lined up every person on my floor down, and they were like, they are going down. All of us should tie our shirts together and walk down in a straight line. So I remember that my phone is in that other guy's room, and they didn't disturb him. So I was thinking to myself, do I cover this guy and get my phone, or do I just leave my phone and he'll be free? Because I know that if I tell them that my phone is there, they will know that somebody's in that room. But ordinarily, they never actually searched his room. So, but I knew that I was going to have a long day from that day onwards, and I needed my phone to contact people in case anything goes left. So I told them I want to get my phone. They were like, I should lock my room, give them my key. I did that. They said I should get my phone. So I told them, it's not in my room, it's in this room. They were like, person day, I was like, yes, I locked that, someone is here. So they literally hit, like with bedrooms, the guy, so a student reported the police, brought the police to our lodge. So the guy was wearing bedroom slippers. I was able to knock, I don't know how he did it. He knocked down the door, like with his bedroom slippers on his leg. I don't know who made those doors. Those doors were the weakest doors I've ever seen. He knocked down the door like a proper iron door. So the guy started pretending like he did not know they were beating him or something. He came out, started saying it's my fault. Like, why would I snitch on him? I was like, bro, my hands were tied. I had to get my phone. Right? So we eventually calmed down. So I was on the highest floor. So we come down to the next floor. They do the same thing. They bring up students. They harass them. They assault them. There was even one guy that had asthma. He was hiding inside his Buddha. Because the way they came, people thought they were thieves. I mean, which police comes by 1 a.m.? And some, they came through the balcony. There was one of my guys, UC. His babe at that time came to see him all the way from Abia. It's that particular day they knew that they would raid. The baby has been trying to see since how many weeks now. Came to see him on that particular day. They came from his balcony, switched off his gel for him, came inside and started slapping them, and they should come out. One guy that had asthma, they hit him on his chest. They were just treating us like cattle. So we eventually came down to the final floor, the ground floor. So on the ground floor, they now started explaining everything to us. So we see the main culprit. He's already on, like, he's shirtless or he's on shorts. So he had markings all over his body, which is like similar to like Kodeshi, like jazz, right? So we now get to find. I mean, people already had their suspicions that this guy might be a cultist or he might, because he always had cash. You know, he just always had money. They said he sold weed, he sold guns. They found a gun in his apartment and stuff like that. So the guy was laughing at us. Like, they had used handcuff to open his head and he was bleeding, but he was still laughing, like, to show you how strong the Odeshi is. So eventually, they started telling us that they would have just quietly gone to take him alone, but the first girl that they went to her room, they asked her to direct them to his room, and she started saying she's naked, she can't come out, that why are they trying to rape her? She just like started like, so, and they, being that fabric of generation of Nigerians, took offense in that and started saying that everybody in this world will suffer for it. So we eventually go to the hillocks. There are like 3 vans and 1 hillocks. So they had raided like 2 other lodges, but our lodge was like the main lodge because the culprit was there, right? So in the hillocks, the intestine of the dead students were there, and that's where we started talking that, oh, this is actually a serious matter. So we went there. We were taken to a cell in our area. So that night, it was still, people were still chill, it was still fun and games. Like, you're like, oh, you're in a cell with your guys. Like, it's cool. Like, it's like a male experience to go through that kind of thing, and it's still funny. So we spent the night there till the next morning. Things now started getting more serious. They had not yet told us to leave. We were still there. People were leaving. People from other lodges were leaving, but people from my lodge were not leaving. Then they started releasing some girls. Girls, like, they were billing them for like 5,000. They were billing some guys for like 10,000. So a very good lecturer of ours at that time came. May so rest in peace. He came to bail all the law students, particularly. Luckily for us, we didn't have any serious exam or stuff then. So, but the class rep of final year that time, I was in 311, the class rep of final year that time only told him that it's only final year law students that are here. So the rest of us, he did not recognize us. So the guy just came to bail the final year law students and left the 411 and 311 students there. And I'm like, this should not happen to me. It happens to anyone who know me. Like, I offered this man's course, like, literally. How does he not recognize me? I'm both light skinned. Like, I'm not that hard to ignore. Do you get? So eventually, the man forgot us there. So, and that day was on a Monday. No, on a Sunday. Yeah. So Monday was the next day. So we were on Monday now. Tuesday and Wednesday we were kicked. So the court was not going to be open for 2 days. The court was going to be open on Thursday. And they told us they're going to charge all of us for that. So I said, it can't happen to me till it happens to you. So they load us in a different van, a more luxurious van, and said we are going to the state CID, that's the Central Investigating Department, in town. So we left school. So they made sure they delayed us as well, so that we really suffer and not have any hope of contact, right? So when the boss, we left, I had gotten my phone, they had given us back our clothes because we were just on boxers. So they had given us back our clothes, our items. So I started calling my people. I called my father, of blessed memory too, and I told him, Daddy, I don't down. I'm in prison. Even though I was not in prison then, but I knew, I can enter prison very soon. So, but like, are you stupid? Why are you wasting my time? He thought I was pranking him, he called the call. And I called my mom, I told her, this is the situation, all of us are here, we don't want to release us, we still are going to stay here. And my mom said, she like, the correct time. And so, he said to my father, I said I should leave me, I should not disturb me. So, they eventually start to take it serious when they keep calling me on another because I was the only one with a phone on the bus. So you see, it was kind of necessary that I snitched on that guy to get my phone back because if he even used my phone to contact his own people. So we now start moving towards we carry all of us just in my lodge. So we get there and now it's no longer funny because now you're not in a cell with your guys anymore, you're in a cell with admin criminals. This is actually real. They brief us again that 2 students died. This person was in our lodge. This person has been in our lodge all through the years. Do you even want to tell me that you don't know or you are not complicit in this crime? We're like, you don't know, everybody denied the guy straight up. And we're like, if there's anybody that should actually go in for this, you should be the caretaker for the landlord. Because they should have done their own investigation. But they were blaming us. They said that we should write statements. Those of us that had hair that time, they said they would cut all our hair. Some people had that. They said that they would deal with us. They were just intimidating us and threatening us. Then, at that particular point in time, people were still reaching their people with my phone. You know, I'll get messages like, is my son okay? Can I speak to this person? Can I speak to Kennedy? Blah, 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 etc. Then, is at that particular point in time, as well as the officer's mess, that one genius guy decided that that would be a good time to place bet on Bet Naija as you're about to go to prison, or as allegedly anyways. So, the guy was booking the game on Bet Naija and he was like speaking loudly on what he played. Then an officer noticed that and seized the phone. So nobody could contact anybody again. I was like, how could you make such a stupid mistake? So we eventually go into the cell and when you enter the cell, obviously you drop everything and you strip. You're meant to strip normally, but you are registering our names. So I asked the woman, I told the woman like, as a mother to son, I had to lie to her that I had asthma, that she should put me in a good cell because in those cells they are like more hardcore cells than others. So the first cell usually is a good cell, like it's a bit lenient kind of, you can survive there. But the others are really, really bad. So obviously they are going to do humiliating things to you either ways, right? And it's a traumatic experience. I thought it would not happen to me, but it did happen to me. So I begged the woman, because everybody cannot be in the good cell. Someone has to stay in the bad cell, but I begged the woman, they put me in the good cell. So as you're entering the cell, there's a humiliation ritual that you must do. First, you must drop money. Second, you must either do a march past or a cultural dance from your village. If not, they're going to beat you up, like they're going to lynch you, like mass beating. So guys are like coming before me doing this, I'm like, Jesus Christ. The guy before me, just before me, dropped 2,000. I don't know how he had that money at that point in time. He dropped 2,000 cash. I checked my pockets. I had only 400 naira on the street. And I was like, how do I drop 400 naira after someone has dropped 2,000? I was like, yo, what am I good at? I was like, a sweet one. I'm wine this guy. So, as they bring me, they're like, am I doing the match pass or am I? First, they'll ask you, you do or you don't do it. So, you have to answer. I didn't know you had to answer that you do it. Me, I was still naive. I was like, I don't do it now. I'm innocent. They're like, are you stupid? They wanted to beat me. And they're like, do you think everybody here is guilty? It's also a reflection of they too are victims of the system. Right? There are a lot of times that police will pick up a random person, charge them with a crime that doesn't exist, and they spend the rest of their life in jail or a cell or even in prison, awaiting trial. So everybody there is a victim of the system. So you can't come in there and say you're innocent. As long as you're there, you're not innocent enough. Do you get? So everybody's a victim of the system. So I had to say, okay, I just didn't remember saying I do. So they now asked me where I'm from, my village, and that. So they asked me if I'm doing match pass or cultural dance. And I was like, I can't dance, so I'll just do the match pass. So I did the match, and they'll be hyping you. It was so embarrassing, like they'll be hyping you like, yeah, left, right. I'm like, what the hell? So I now did it. So it was not time for money to drop money. I said, oh, this 400 has not increased this year. So I now gave them the money. And they're like, what is this? oh coach, I want to. I'm like, see, I'm actually a prince in my village, and they're coming to bail me. Please me tomorrow morning that I'll give them 5k and I'll give them a cooler of rice. They're like, okay, so bad, like no problem, like. So and I went back to remember my guys were laughing at me. It was so crowded, like it's almost like half of this room, but they were like up to 60 to 65 men there. Different age grades. Like you see the ogas, like the oldest to the semi-oldest to the youngest. You see like someone fanning someone. Then, but when I started knowing that this was actually a good place was when, if you schooled in the east, I don't know if you guys know Roban stores. So Roban stores had this nice bread called Roban bread. It was a very nice bread. Yeah. So I now started going towards like started exploring my new home now for the time being. I saw like 7 loaves of Roban bread, team milk. I was like, these guys are chilling, these guys are living life. So that's when the organ came to us and started explaining that maybe no reason I'm like that's how they are, right? That the reason why all dropping money is that they get to send one of the prison wardens' children or something to buy all those provisions for them. That's how they survive. There was water. Then that became nice that do we want to eat anything? Do we want to drink? That the toilet is clean. If you want to use the toilet, they always wash it every day. They are just selling the place. I was like, here it's not that bad. So like the place was actually neat, like surprisingly, and there was like good food at least. So but I still knew that this is not where we were supposed to be. So people that came in later also got more information from more officers. They started telling us, the parents are ready to press charges. That one of them actually survived long enough to go to the hospital. But you know how some of these public hospitals are. He eventually died in the hospital. But the guy that his intestines were in the same hillocks as we were, that one died on the spot when they shot him. Now at this time, the main culprit that was in our lodge, like that one's case is special. They just kept him one side. So we now started finding out that this was all a court issue. So the 2 guys that died were like flatmates with the guy that reported the police to our lodge. 3 of them all belonged to like a group, then like a rival group with the guy in our lodge. The guy used to sell weed to them. They were close, but they fell out, killed each other. Then it just escalated throughout the whole union, right? So then, before then, my dad finally believed what I was saying, and so connected some of his friends in Enugu at that time, connected some of my mom's brothers. So around we were just talking, saying how did we like end up here? Like a day that started so calm and innocently has gone from a 0 to 100 real quick. When I hear of how my guys will come back from viewing center, just buying yearly bread and they pick them up, I'm like, it can never happen to me. Like, I'm too smart for this. Like, and ever since I started studying law, my other brother always used to tell me, don't go about doing, you know your rights, you know your this, you know your that. They will kill you and they will forget you. Like, so I was always cautious. I don't really, police usually stop me, check my phone, check my bag, but I don't press them. I'm never too like forward with them because I always believe the man with the gun has more power, right? So we were there, we were just chilling. It was getting till after 11. Then there was one guy with us at that time. His dad was a lawyer. He left. He got bailed. Another guy, his dad was a big man. He got bailed. He started telling us that if we don't pay our bill from Monday night, this was already like after 11 p.m. From Monday night to Tuesday, we are going to go to court ASAP on Thursday morning, and we are going to like be in the dock, like we are going to be charged with murder, like for real. We are how many? Like 16. So 2 guys already left, so we are 14. So I was like, what kind of trouble is this? Like, how? This is for real. Like, this is actually serious. Like, my life will be thrown away just before my eyes, and this is something I never ever believed will happen to me. So I just kept silently praying and hoping that my father remembers me or my family remembers me, that I'm still here. So eventually, one officer comes and calls my name. Pakochukwu Gabriel comes to the register. So I come, I see my uncle. I was like, I wanted to run my uncle. They say, "Hey, wait there, you killer." So I was like, because the way they talk to you throughout every process, like they make sure they dehumanize you. So I mean, you're a victim of the system. So they give me like a bail bond sheet to sign. So I look at the figure and it's 150k per person. So imagine how much money they will make that night. So 150k, I was like, okay. I saw my dad's name, I saw the guarantor's name, the guy that my dad's friend, and I signed. Then I looked at that woman that put me in that good cell because I had so much nasty things I'm not sure I can say here that happened in those other cells. So I asked my dad's friend to give me some money. I just settled the woman, I thanked her a lot, got my keys, I didn't get my phone that night. So I went back. As I stepped out of there, I was like, damn, this is what it feels like to be free. Like I could breathe real air. That was like my first time seeing sunlight for 2 days. It was crazy. Like it's so crazy how I'm saying this and I'm laughing and it's normalized, but this is actually trauma that I'm low-key living with. So it was really, really like just being I remember being in my dad's friend's car and just feeling the natural breeze for the first time in 2 days. And I'm like, God forbid anybody spends like their time in cell or behind bars for something they don't know about or for something they don't know that happened, something they are not guilty of. And I'm like, wow. So this is what it's like to be free. I was like feeling like Tupac, low-key. So we came back and ate real food for the first time in 2 days. And we're like, tomorrow we're going to go to, because this thing they now started saying is clearance. So, but it was also an opportunity to still extort money. So we now eventually get to the state CID the next day. We get to state CID the next day to get my phone. So on my way there, I started hearing that if you go too close to the state CID, that they would point you as a suspect again, and you go through the whole process all over again, paying money, going through the embarrassment and the trauma, etc, etc. So I had to remain in the car, my dad's friend's car, and he had to go and get my phone for me. So he got my phone for me, and I was just looking at calls and messages from different people's parents asking about their children, asking about their sons. Like I was like, this is like, who would have ever thought that this thing will happen to this group of people like this? And the fact that they were all just after the bail money just also alludes to the point that the system is inherently corrupt. They don't even have the interest of the deceased students, young men whose lives were taken. They don't have their interest at heart, because there was no investigation. They didn't even try to find the actual killer. They were just, oh, we have an opportunity to raid a lodge or 16 boys. We know if we get 100k or 70k from them, least we'll make enough money. So inadvertently, all of us became victims of the system. And when the rest of my guys eventually got bailed out, we just came, started talking about it. I went back to that lodge and packed all my bags and left. I did not even want to hear story, because going back there, so it was already empty. Everybody had vacated. Like the fact that they carried girls to show you how severe the case is, but it also shows you how incompetent they are, because they were just looking for more people. The more people I can get, the more money I can get from them. When the police see you in a cell, they don't see a human being. They see like an opportunity. They see a means of money. They see a means of revenue. You're no longer a human being to them. You're just an item. And it's all about how much can your people bring out at that point in time. You become a victim of that system. So after this whole thing, my whole family knew about it. Came back to school, was reintegrating back in society. My friends were calling me ex-convict. But now, to go to law school, you must not have had any criminal record. So I have to tell them, becoming that as they're calling me this ex-convict, so that I'll go to law school. So I was trying to explain that I was not convicted. I wasn't charged to court. I was only detained. I was illegally detained, or I was unlawfully detained. So, but they were still making jokes, calling me ex-convict. Even my law school form, where I'm supposed to tick, have you ever been to prison? Have you ever had to? They started ticking good for me. I had to buy another form. Like, they whined me, like crazy. People understand what I'm talking about. Like, you can't go to law school if you've been to jail. Like, just like you can't contest for president or be in any force if you've had a criminal record. So it was a very traumatic experience, and I resumed school that period thinking, oh, this thing I've heard that happens to so many guys, this police harassment or police brutality, it will never happen to me. Like, I feel like I'm so aware. Everybody likes to feel like a sharp guy. You know, Nigerians like to feel like they're smarter than the next person. But it eventually happened to me. It happened to many people. Even happened to me after that, just that it was not as severe as me spending 2 nights in 2 different cells. This one was just regular stop and search harassment and stuff like that. So I'd just like to end with this, right? In as much as when Nigerians use the phrase, it can happen to you or it can happen to anybody, sometimes we should extinguish the negative connotation in it. Good things can as well happen to you. Good things can as well happen to anybody, in as much as bad things can happen to you. So I hope everybody stays careful out there, and I hope nobody experiences what I experienced. So at this point, thank you for the audience, and I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I know we are tired, but we just have to continue regardless. Good morning. My name is Oshoja Modino Tomonumi. And today I'll be talking about hyperpigmentation. What do you understand by hyperpigmentation? It is a common skin condition where certain area of the skin becomes dark. Just like some ladies, whereby they are already in their puberty stage, and they have pimples, and at the end of the day it turns dark. So it is the cause is hyperpigmentation. This happens because of excess production of melanin, the pigment that gives our skin its color. Yes. So you'll be like, okay, sometimes, or when it happens, like somebody has accidents, had a case of accident, and at the end of the day the scar will be there, and later it turns dark in complexion. It is because of this hyperpigmentation. So you'll be like, and this hyperpigmentation most of the time makes some people emotional. It used to actually affect some people confidence. Yes, like they'll be like, I'm a beautiful girl, and because of pimples my face has changed. I'm no longer beautiful. So it used to affect some people confidence. It used to affect some people emotionally and all. So what is the causes of this hyperpigmentation? There are different type of causes, like sunlight. That is when you see most ladies that, or let me say people that are light in complexion, whenever they are walking under the sun, they always like to put on shades just to prevent that dark spot on their face. Because of this hyperpigmentation, they'll be like, if I did not use this shade, it's going to affect my eye, it's going to affect the area of my eye, and it's going to turn dark in complexion, and I won't be beautiful again. So also skin injury or inflammation, I said it earlier, whereby some people may be scarred because of accident or and all, it affect them and it won't go away. It's because of this hyperpigmentation. Also, some certain medication. There are some medication that use a person will actually use, and it's going to affect the skin. Most especially some skin routine that some people actually used to do. Like when you take a medication or you use a skin product that at the end of the day it does not fit your body, or is not the type of medication you have to use, or is not the type of skincare you have to use, is going to affect the person's skin and is going to change the person's skin. Maybe somebody that is dark in complexion or somebody that bleaches, let me put it like that. And at the end of the day, you won't even like the outcome of the complexion. You won't like the outcome of the skin. So there are many causes like that. Some drugs can actually cause the skin to be dark in complexion, whereby you be like, my complexion is light, and after I use this medication, it turns dark in complexion and all. So there are different types of hyperpigmentation. We have the melasma, we have the sunspots, we have the post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. Which one is the melasma? This is usually appear on the face as symmetrical dark patches and often linked to hormone. Yes, this is when, like I said earlier, when sun, like people that used to use shade and he or she decide that I don't want to use shade today, I want to leave my eye like that, and at the end of the day the sun actually affects the person's eye and it change the complexion and all. So this is melasma. Also sunspot. This is a situation whereby there is too much of sun and it actually affects the person's body. It can affect any place in the body. It might not be the eye, it might be the skin and all. Then we have post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. This is the one that usually affects a person, maybe after injury, after an accident, and it is going to turn to scar, which it won't go easily. Some cases it might go, but most of the time, before it actually goes off, it takes a very, very long period of time. It might actually take months, it might take days, it might even take years before these scars will actually leave the person or clean away from the person's body. But then this hyperpigmentation, definitely it used to have effect. I said it earlier. Some people will lose their confidence. They'll be like, I can't go out like this, I'm a beautiful girl, I'm handsome, but because of this defect I can't leave my house, I won't be fine, I don't know what people will say and all. Just imagine a person that she's okay, her skin is fine, she's always happy, she's always proud of her skin, and at the end of the day such person actually have accident. He or she will be afraid. What will people say? They'll be like, I'm not beautiful again. The person will lose confidence, the person will be emotional. What will people say? I don't know. What will they say? How will I explain myself? It's just like it happens to me also, like my eye. We are having this relay on Wednesday, and on Monday I had an accident. So I was not like, I'm having a challenge, I want to go for the Guinness World Record relay, speaking relay, and something like this happened to me. How will I stand in front of people and talk? What will people say? People will start asking questions. How will I explain? Some people actually even told me that, oh, you went to fight. I said, I'm not the type of person that fights. I don't cause trouble. I don't argue. I'm just on my own. I'm an easygoing person. So how will I start to explain to many people that no, it is just an accident and all? So it makes me look down on myself like, will I be able to speak? How will I do it? Can't I just hide myself and all? So I was just thinking. So it makes somebody to put his or herself in the position like, I don't know what people will say. I don't want people to look down on me. I don't want people to be like, oh, you are not beautiful. You are not that type of person we know. You are not the type of beautiful person that we used to be proud of and all. So this hyperpigmentation used to affect many people's confidence. Also, self-conscious about their appearance. Yes, you be like, I want to snap picture. Okay, don't let me face this face because of this car. Let me snap from this angle. Don't let me snap from this angle because people will be like, oh, what is wrong with her? What will they say? So you understand? So she is going to feel conscious of herself. I don't want this car to show. Don't let me do this. Don't let me do that. Don't let me pass this place. Let me pass this route and all. Also, pressure to use harmful skin lightening products. You'll be like, let me use this product. Maybe if I use this product, maybe it's going to clean the scar away. Maybe if I take this. And these products are always very, very harmful because you just want to take something. You don't want to know the outcome. You just want to take something to just evade the scars from you. You'll be like, I don't care. I just want the scar to go away from me. Although hyperpigmentation is not dangerous, but can be emotional and psychologically have effect on somebody. I said it earlier. Like you be emotional, you can just be inside and like, God, people don't like me again. They are like, how is my face like this? They are like, how is my skin like this? They are just telling me that I'm not that type of person. I'm not beautiful. I'm not okay. My skin is not calling them anymore and all. Because of the scars, because of the accident, because of the incident and all. So the person will just be emotional. She'll just have that low self-esteem on herself, like, I don't know how to do it. What will I do? And can actually take any wrong decision. She just want to find a way to be by herself. She just want to find a way to just gain that confidence back. She just want to find a way to just make his or her face or her body to look like it was before. So what are the treatments we can use? Yes, definitely there should be a treatment. For every problem there should be a solution, definitely. So there are natural remedies you can actually use, like aloe vera. You can actually use aloe vera to just apply it to the affected area. Also there are creams that you can actually use, like vitamin C, retinoid, that you can actually use to just, you can apply it to the area, and at the end of it might not be perfect, but at least it's going to work. It is important to know that treatment require patience and consistency. Yes, even if you are using anything to just cure the scars and all, just know you just have to be patient. It is not possible, like you can't expect to start using the treatment, to start treating yourself today, and at the end of the day, that same day you should be okay. No, you just have to be consistent, and you just have to be patient. Yes, you have to be patient that at the end of the day, this thing is going to go. And put it at the back of your mind that the scars going does not mean it's going to go forever. Does not mean your skin will be like it was before. It is not possible. But at least for you to just gain that confidence back, for you to just be on your own, for you to just be like, okay, at least I'm fine. Even if people are looking down on you, you be like, at least I'm okay. At least it is not my fault. It happens, and it can happen to anybody. So how can we prevent it? Yes, most importantly, what people actually used to use is, you just have to be careful, because me myself, the incident that happened to me, I did not know that it will happen. It was just an incident. So the thing is, we just have to be careful with ourselves. Even the food we eat sometimes can actually bring different things to our skin, can actually develop different things that we know. Just like, what did I take? Why is my skin like this? So you just have to be conscious of what you take. You have to be conscious of yourself, your environment. The use of shade all the time for ladies, even for guys, just to prevent that sunburn. So it is necessary for you. You want to be beautiful. You don't want your face to be darkened. You don't want your skin. So the use of good creams. You just have to use cream that, no, this cream is for my body. And you don't have to, you that are fair in color, you are now start using cream for a dark person. It is not making sense. And you can't expect you to be that same complexion. You definitely know. And you that are dark in complexion, using somebody's cream that is light in complexion, you know the difference is very clear. So it will not be the same thing again. So we just have to be cautious of what we use. Then we should stop exposing ourselves to sunlight. because it is not good, it is not okay for our body, because at the end of the day it's going to be on us. So we should maintain our skincare. Yes, those of us that are using skincare, make sure you do investigation. You make sure the skincare you are using, it is for you. You're not using another person's skincare, because this skincare we are using, it is mostly made up of chemicals. So just be very very sure that the chemical that is used to make your skincare, it is not that will affect you or your body. So I would like to conclude by telling us that let us remember that healthy skin is not about perfection, but about proper care and self-acceptance. And right now, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, I resumed in this classroom at exactly 6:05 a.m. And while I resumed, I did something very extraordinary. When I say something very extraordinary, I mean something many persons wouldn't have thought of doing. So what did I do? I brought out my book. Then I made sure I learned something from every speaker that has spoken. So now, I sat, I had listened attentively, so I can what? So I can pick points from what every speaker has got to say. So as a good person, I am willing to do what? I'm willing to share with you the things I've learned from them. Do any of us know what the work of a DJ, a disc jockey? What does a DJ do? What does a DJ do? DJ plays music, right? Now, the music a DJ will never play a full music for you. Do you know? If he plays a full music, he's not a DJ. He's probably playing the music from what? His phone. You understand? So now, a DJ will play that part. Are you with me? This is a very difficult work, so you have to listen very well, please. A DJ will play that part from that song that interests you. You understand? That part that will elevate you. You will pick that part from different songs, then play it to you. So what I'm trying to do now is what? I'm trying to exercise. I'm trying to do the same thing a DJ will do for you. Now I'm picking from different speakers, from observation. So now I am trying to give you that part that will elevate you. It's advisable that you all listen. Someone says she wants to do better. If you want to do better, you have to listen better. So now, the first thing I learned, the title of my speech is what? The 17 lessons I learned in the classroom. Where is the classroom? This is the classroom. The first thing was from the first speaker I met, the Dean of School of Eloquence. He said something. He said in life, it's either you are the prey or a predator. Then I now remembered the Yoruba proverb where some persons will say that tí tèèyàn kan ò bá bàjẹ́ tèèyàn kan ò lè dá. Do you know what it means? It means if you don't lose, the other person will not win. At times, when Yoruba say these things, it looks very, very abnormal. When you hear them that, what do you mean that if someone did not lose, the other person will not win. But of course, if you look at it very well, the way life has been set to work, one person has to just go and the other person will pass. In a class, you can't have two first position. It's not possible. I told you there was a time I was telling us about our experience when I was going to represent my school in SS1 at that time. Yes. So what happened in SS1? While we were preparing for Lagos State Schools debate, myself, Kasalulu Segun, I had Agadapo then, I had Tomola Joseph then, I had Olubode David then, and I had who? Mustapha Moshood. So at our rehearsal, before we went for the Lagos State Schools debate, anytime teachers conduct a rehearsal for us, you know, before you started these 20 days of Lagos, there was a rehearsal, yes or no? Yes. So at that time, this one was a competition. So our teachers then will conduct rehearsals to see, because we have to pick 2 out of 5. They have to pick 2 out of 5. So while they conduct the rehearsal, at the end of every rehearsal, me and the remaining 4 will always tie. Probably would have 93.4, 93.4, 93.4, 93.4, 93.4. 5 of us. They will call for another rehearsal. When our teachers call for another rehearsal, you know the origin of this thing. Don't get lost. I said the first lesson I learned from the first speaker I met on the lecture yesterday was that I said in life you either be the prey or what? The predator. Prey. P-R-E-Y, not prayer. You either be the prey or the predator. No. At that time, we were tying, we were on the same point. And our teacher said, if you people keep being on the same point, there's no how we will select 2 from you. They got tired of the rehearsal. They said, you know what? 5 of you, when you get to Lagos State School debate, at that ground, we will choose who is qualified to represent us. And that day came. What happened on that day? When we got to the venue where we'll be doing the Lagos State School debate, the competition, we got to the venue very early, around 7:30 in the morning. And the competition is supposed to start at 10 a.m. We came in a range. We came in the Range Rover. In short, that Range Rover was the latest Range Rover in that year. So a core member who was serving in our school then was one that was the owner of the Range Rover at that time. So when we got there, our teachers left us to go and do whatever we like to do. Myself, what was the first thing I did? The first thing I did was, there's this Yoruba actor, Jide Kosoko. He acts Yoruba movie. I hope do you know him? Good. So now, his daughter at that time came to represent Brilliant Child. There's a school called Brilliant Child. So the moment I saw his daughter, I never knew it was his daughter. You understand? But as a secondary school student, I was like, oh, this girl looks good though. Then I ran towards her. I went to meet her and we started talking. And I asked if she can give me a Facebook username, because I don't have a phone at that time. I was in secondary school. But I knew there would always be an opportunity to take my mom's phone when she's asleep. So I can log into Facebook and maybe text whoever I want to text. Is that not distraction? That's distraction. Don't forget the explanation of you in life. You either the prey or the predator. You have to feel for another person to go to the top. That's the way you ever see it. But why we think critically about that? So at times you don't just criticize a saying. You think about the saying that this saying, is it realistic? Does it work like that? So back to my story. So after I spent a lot of time talking to her, looking at her beautiful face and everything, I lost what? Concentration. Good. After that, my other friend, David didn't go after a lady. But you know what he did? Because David is very good at mathematics. He knows his favorite topic is what? Bearing and distance. Are you familiar with the topic bearing and distance? Good. So at that time, he saw some persons playing football. What kind of football are they playing? They would create a very small post, like the space between these chairs you are seated on. So they will keep a very small post at a very far place. Then they will ask you to kick the ball. If you will be able to aim at that small space. The first person was me. What did I do? Please say it. I followed the lady. Please, let's be attentive. Then the second one was who? David. David did what? David went to play ball. Don't forget that the reason why we are at that place was because of Lagos State Schools debates, not because of the football or what? The lady. Then Joseph on the other hand, who is the third person, you know what Joseph did? The moment Joseph heard the DJ played Olamide Bado music, the Nigerian artist music, at that time they were playing Shout Goons, that's the title of the song. Shout Sound Goons me. And the moment he heard that song, he started dancing. And you know the DJ will not stop playing music. Once that one finished, he will switch to another song. He was just feeling himself. He likes to dance. So when you see David at that, if you see Joseph on that day, you would think we came for a theater arts exhibition and not a debate. Because the way he was exercising his skill when it comes to dancing. That's the third person. Pay attention. Then the fourth person, Mustapha Mochud. He was in the range. He wind up. He locked the door of the car. Then he was talking to himself alone. What was he doing? He was rehearsing the topic. Then the fifth person, who was Paul Agada, he was under the tree somewhere. He was with his book, preparing for the debate. Don't forget I said something. I said the five of us, the reason why the five of us had to come to the venue together was because the five of us were tying. If we do rehearsal, we would always be on the same point. 80%, 80%, 80%, 75.3, 75.3, 75.3, five of us. But after I had gone to meet that lady, after David had gone to play ball, after Tomola Joseph had gone to dance, after Mustapha Moshud was in the car talking to himself, rehearsing, after Paul Agada was under the tree reading, then when it was 8:30, you know I said the debate was to start for 10 o'clock and we got there at 7:30. When it was 8:30, our teachers called. They were like, it's time for the final rehearsal. After this, we will decide who would represent us. And when it was time, we now start. The first person who was asked to speak was myself, Kasadi. The first thing I missed when I was speaking was my attention grabber. I didn't use my attention grabber. And at that time, our teachers made it very compulsory that if you must speak, you must first what? You must first buy the attention of who? Of the listeners. Remember my speech before now? When I came, what did I say? Before, not this speech, before now. I said, rise, let's pray. And everybody was looking at me. Yes, I bought their attention. Because you don't expect a prayer in a global stage where we are meant to be reorientating the world. Do you understand? So at that point, I lost the attention grabber. Then I started giving my introduction and other points till I concluded. After concluding, I trust my teachers. They will do justice to everybody's ability. Then she wrote the point. My point at that time was what? 65. Someone say 65. Write it down. Write it down. Kasali 55. Good. Then the next person was David Olubode. So David went to do what? David went to play football. What was Kasali's score? Good. 65. So David went to play football. That certain post where, okay, this is the very small post. I would hit the ball and the ball would enter that small place. I can do it. That was the mentality on that day. So when David came, David did not forget his attention grabber. He used it. But while he was speaking, he forgot to use his linkers. You know what linkers are? At that place when you are speaking, where you say first off, I'm talking about your first point. When you are done with your first point, you move. You say moving on, or you say also. After that, you say in addition. After that, you say. Do you understand? Those are linkers. So while you speak using your linkers, the judges, call them the panel of judges. The judges at that time, as you transit from one linker to another linker, it is clear to them that you are already making another point. But because of distraction, what happened to David? David did what? David forgot to use his linker. And all David points was marked as what? As 1 point. So David had 50. Someone write it down. David 50. Kasali is what? How many points? 65. David is how many points? 50. The third person was Tomola Joseph, the one who left for dancing. When he was told to present, style presentation, he did his attention grabber, a defined concept, no thesis statement. What is thesis statement? Thesis statement is that part in your introduction that you are going to tell us that it's just like a summary. So in that's the part where you are telling us, in my work, this emphasis will be made on, for example, if I will be speaking on my experience in the classroom, the things I learned in the classroom, I say in subsequent paragraphs, emphasis will be laid on my experiences in the classroom, or the things I learned in the classroom, like life in life, you are either a prey or a predator. The next one, do you understand? Like that. Distinguished guests, I hope you are here. So he did not add thesis statement. Then he scored what? He scored 64. Joseph is what? 64. Mind you, in a standard debate, all of these things I am mentioning, they are very, very important. You can't do without them. Are you getting me? You can't do without them. Then he scored what? What did Joseph score? 60 what? Please rise. The three of you. Joseph scored what? 64. Good. Then moving on to the next person. The next person was who? Paul Agada. That was the person that was under the tree reading. After his presentation, he did a very good introduction by having an attention grabber, by defining concepts, by using implicit statements. After his introduction, he moved to the body. At the body, he used linkers. He defined and analyzed his points. Then he moved to the conclusion. At the conclusion, he concluded. Then he passed a wonderful message. And that was the end. Are you with me? So, Agada, Paul has 90 points. How many points? 90 points. Then the last man standing, the man who was talking to himself in the car while he was rehearsing, Mustafa Moshood. Mustafa Moshood did the same thing that Agada did. And Mustafa also had what? 90. Can you read out the score to me? The first person had how many score? 65. The second person had what, how many score? 50. The second person is David. The first person is Kasali. The first person was Kasali. The second person was David. The third person was Tomola Joseph. Tomola Joseph had how many points? 64. Good. The fourth person was Paul Agada. He had 90. Then the last person, that's the fifth person, was Mustafa Moshood. He had how many points? 90. From analysis and the arrangement, you would understand that what it is a real life experience. It is not an imagination. It is not vivid. Do you get what I'm saying? So now, I would like you to know something. You see Kasali, you see Joseph, you see David Olugode, Mustafa Moshood, Agada Paul. The five of them, they had always said something to themselves. They always tell themselves something that in every competition they are going to, I will be the winner. They had that winning mentality. It has always been their intention, it has always been their goal that they will be the one leading at every competition. But because of small mistake, because of the little time they did what? They got distracted. They did what? They failed. They failed. They failed because their goal, their aim, the reason why they are there was to represent their school. But because in few minutes they had gone to do something that is different from that thing that they are doing. You know, this is where discipline comes in. Discipline is not about doing what you want to do. It is about doing what is doing what you are required to do. If I ask you, what do you want to do now? You will tell me you want to sleep. Yes. But what is required to do at this point is not for you to sleep. If I ask you, what do you want to do at this time? You will tell me you want to go to the pool. But the required thing to do at this point is not to go to the pool. The required thing is to sit down here, listen. If you are not listening, it means you are speaking. If you are not speaking, it means you are a witness. So yeah, that was how the three persons failed, and Mustafa and Paul passed. So now, who is the prey here? Who is the predator? The prey is the three persons that failed. The predator is who? Mustafa, Moshood, and Agada Paul. Maybe you don't understand who a predator is and who a prey is. You see a predator, huh? Is that animal that eats the other animal for survival. Repeat after me. A predator. A predator. A predator. Everybody rise, please. A predator is that animal that eats the other animal so he can survive. Look at the lion for instance now. What will lion eat? Lion see goats. How do you think a lion will feel? Very what? Celebration, thank you. That was the celebration Paul Agada and Mustafa Moshood did in that day, on that day. They were the predators. We moved from being a lion to being a goat. Why? Because we lost focus. And they used that to the best of their own advantage. On a normal level, if we had rehearsed the same way they were rehearsing, the favourites, when it comes to the teacher's favourites among the five of them, I'm the teacher's favourite. So if I was on the same point as the three of them, the teacher would pick me instead of picking them if I was on the same point. But because I have moved from being a predator to being a what? A goat. Not the greatest of all time. The goats you use for pepper soup. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, who is a prey? A prey is that animal that is the food for the other animal. It's just a proverb. But in life, make sure you don't make yourself a food for the other animal. Understood? Make sure you don't make yourself a food for the other animal. So that was the first lesson at the class. Yesterday when I got to the class in the morning, the dean said, in life, you either be a prey or a predator. And that's where that Yoruba proverb fits in very well, where they said, if you don't fail, the other person will know what? Would not succeed. So now, would you open your eyes to be the failure? Would you sacrifice yourself? Would you be the goat so the lions can survive? That is the first lesson at yesterday's classroom. That is what? That is the first lesson. The second lesson was when the dean was talking about Asewinga and Ateta, but I won't use his part. I refined it to my own team. Judging club, for those who used to watch football, and if you don't watch football, I will explain better for you. So there is a club called Liverpool FC. The club plays at English Premier League. So many years ago, the club employed Jurgen Klopp as the coach of Liverpool FC. At that point, Liverpool was in a very bad shape. The first season, the fans were not expecting much from the Jurgen Klopp because they believe the team he inherited is not a very good team. The second season, they weren't expecting much, but they were noticing changes. So they didn't do what? They didn't criticize him. That was his club. But now, the new coach, who is Arne Slot, people have been criticizing him from his 17th game. Let me say 17th game, because I know his first 10 games he did not have any issue. But I can tell you for a fact that from his first 10 games, I was having problems with him. The problems I was having with him was not because he was not winning. He was winning. But I know the kind of team he inherited. He inherited a very structured team, a team that has that winning mindset. But the way he was winning, I wasn't comfortable with it. I'm talking about the first season. Imagine someone will play from first minute to 87 minutes. When it was remaining 3 minutes for the game to be over, then he will just find a way somewhere, somehow, just score the goal. And this is for persons who are the mentality that will say, at least win and win. My brother, win is not win. There are some wins that should tell you that you are very close to failing. You probably just escaped because the person at your back, the person at your back is not running enough. If the person at your back was running enough, you wouldn't have escaped. So at that time, he was winning, but I would always complain about him. Then I had a friend, I used to call him Gunnar because he's an Arsenal fan. He would say, "Yeah, so can you tell me the reason why you dislike this man?" I said, "I didn't dislike him, but I am not happy with him because the team he inherited is beginning to destroy the team." And he said, "But he's winning." I said, "It's not about him winning. How did he win? How did he win? How?" For someone who had inherited a very fantastic team like this, he should have won his match in his first half. Not coming to 3 minutes for the match to end. You as a fan, you would have your BP would have gone up. Then when it is at 3 minutes to go, then you start having a stable BP. Your BP will start coming back to normal. I complained, but people did not notice it at that time. I had Liverpool fans who would tell me that, "Guy, you complain too much." I told them, I said, all of these things I'm complaining about now, you won't understand until the day it will hurt us. What year are we? 2026. Someone please go to your phone and check Liverpool 2024/2025. Check Premier League 2024/2025 table, please. Premier League 2024/2025. This is 2026. No, 2025/2026, not 2020. 2025/2026. No, sorry, 2024/2025. 2024/2025 season. Please check the table. As I was saying, he was winning, but I could sense danger from his win. That this win does not look like a win that will last. But the other fan who were complaining, they were being blinded by the win they see, and they forget the possible lose they are not seeing. Because it doesn't take 24 hours for you to move from 100 to 0. It takes a lot of time. You begin to degrade from 100, 99.5. You start coming down like that. Then you won't know that something is wrong with you until you fall off. Have you gotten to the page? So now, who was the first position in 2025 and 2026? Liverpool, thank you. With how many points? PT. How many points? 84 points, thank you. He won the league at that time with 84 points. And people were celebrating. Meanwhile, in 2019, Jurgen Klopp had 97 points and he lost the league. The person who handed over the team to him, the structured team to him, had 97 points, but he lost. He had 97 points, but he lost. But you that had a better team, that had a complete squad, had 87 points. and the world is telling us to clap for you like you have done something outstanding. What about the loses? He lost more game in that league than Klopp. Klopp had 97 because what? Because he was drawing. And now, let me tell you the drawing syndrome. There was a time I was telling someone that I would prefer that my team lose than my team draw. When I say draw, I'm talking about playing 1-1, 0-0, 2-2, 3-3. You understand? And the person asked me that why do you feel like that? I said, the moment your team lose, that pain for a team that wants to win will be on the heart that we have lost. We need to find our way back to the top. Then they start fighting. But if they play draw, you will see persons among them that will say, after all, we didn't lose. We didn't lose. Actually, we were very close. I'm using actually because I'm making reference to what I learned from the classroom. Actually, it was part of the statement the teacher used at that time. You start hearing things like, the reason why we drew was that ball that hits the bar. The ball had entered. Then you as a fan, you now start imagining that if Kele had not made that save, if not because of his last finger that pushed the ball out of the net, the guys played very well now. Would have won. Excuses. And I was telling them, I said, this man is beginning to destroy the team. So now, that year that Klopp did not win the league, the year he came second with 97 points, he lost just 2 matches, but he had many draws. For the team who won the league, Man City lost 4 matches, but they won the league. Why? Because when they were losing, they are learning that we lost. They are coming back with what? With a winner mindset. Distinguished guest, what is the point? The point is, we have handed over to you a very important thing. You have come here to become public speakers. That is a very important tool, because the way you came here is not the way you are living anymore. So now, the world is expecting much from you. So if you go back to the world with that mindset of I'm still on 80 points, nothing is happening. You cannot always be on 80 points forever. In the midnight, I was telling someone to check the Premier League table for 2023 and the one for 2024. And we realized that the previous one, Arsenal had more points than this one. And they want to win the league. So the point you were at yesterday when you became second, if it is better than the points you are today when you became first, it only means that the people you are competing with, they slept. If they are not slept, you won't be anywhere close to second. More reasons why you should always do more. Then another thing, the third thing I learned from the classroom yesterday was that failure is not the problem. The problem is the vocabulary. Actually, the vocabulary. The problem is not failure. The problem is what? The vocabulary. When you see failure, accept that this thing has failed. It's normal to fall. When you fall, you stand up quick. Dust your body and keep running. But when you fall, and the moment next thing you jump up immediately, maybe ask you, sorry, you fell. I didn't fall. It was this slippers that is not good. Whether the slippers is good or not, your back touch ground or not, Yeah, you fell. You fell on the floor. The problem is not that you fail, but the ability that you learn from that failure. The problem is not that slots failed. Of course, people were giving him excuses. It was last season. At some point, they said he won the league. But if you know club now, if you know slots now, look at slots. Liverpool is not even in top 4 anymore. A team that would always contend to be the champions of the Premier League. In this season, there was a time when this team played 15 matches. Out of the 15 matches, they lost 10. Something that has never happened to them in their history. Since over 30 years, playing 15 matches and losing 11 out of 15. That tells you that if you would go down, it won't just start in a day. It might even start at that point where you think you were winning, but you are not winning anything. Failure is not the problem. The problem is the vocabulary. Call a spade a spade. Once you fail, know you failed, accept it. Then stand up immediately and make corrections. I learned this in the classroom. What do you mean by the reason why I came late to work was because there is traffic in Lagos? Of course, you live in Lagos. You have been in Lagos for a very long time. So what do you mean by there is traffic in Lagos? You should compromise. You should always find a better way. Failure is not the problem. The problem is what? The vocabulary. You would see persons who would fail, and after failing, they will put the blame on other persons. That's part of the vocabulary. Someone will tell you that I wish I had a father. If I had a father, I would have become a better person. Someone will say, if not because I lost my mother, today I would have just been a great person. You see some people that will say that. Some will say, I wish I had a rich uncle like Dr. T. I would have just been very happy. You understand? They now ask him that why are you wishing you have a rich uncle like Dr. T? You now tell that Dr. T uncle would send him £500 every week. He would send him different type of dress every week. We send him food store every week. No. So now the reason why you failed, the reason why you did not become a doctor at the age of 25, at the age of 30 is because you feel you don't have sponsors like Dr. D. But when it's time for you to seek for a job at the place where they need a PhD holder, they won't listen to the fact that you say you don't have a sponsor or anything. The requirement is that a PhD holder must what? Must apply. Then you come with a BSc and say, actually, I would have come with a PhD. But the reason why I'm not coming with a PhD is because I didn't have anybody that would sponsor me. But I am as intelligent as the person who has a PhD. Who is asking you all of that? So the problem is not failure. The problem is the vocabulary. Part of the vocabulary is like putting blame on people. Sorry, the reason why we are not up to 12 in this place is because someone ran outside. Hey, you knew the person was going. You didn't drag the person back. So the person will not cause problem. You get it? Another lesson I learned. How many lessons have I mentioned to you? 3. The first lesson is in life you either be a prey or a predator. The second lesson in the classroom is that whether you inherit a good squad or not, be a better person. And now you've inherited a very good squad by what? A very good team by what? By being part of this. So make use of it. The third one is failure is not the problem. The problem is the vocabulary. Then my fifth lesson. My fifth lesson is that he spoke about something about our parents. And that made me learn that our parents actually helped us a lot. Not actually. Our parents really helped us. In what sense? At that time, I remember there was a time in primary 6 where I came, I think, 4th in the class. So in my classroom then we were about 70 something. Then my mom was now checking the score from up. That okay, I had 730 over 1000. You know it is 10 subjects. This is why it is 700. It is 10 subjects. So each subject is 100. So if you calculate 100 times 10, that's how many? 1000. So if you add 80 in mathematics, 50 in English, 30 in Yoruba, 25 in this, you understand? So they would add everything up over 1000. That's what makes it 1000. So at that time I had like 730 and I became 4th. Mom was like 730, became 4th. So now she didn't really criticize me on that day. Do you know why? She didn't criticize me because the point I was when I became 4th is better than the point I was when I became 2nd. When I became 2nd, I scored 670 something when I became 2nd. And when I became 4th, I had 730. So it means many persons that wake up. It means some persons that start doing extraordinary well. Do you understand? When I became 2nd, she criticized me that, see your score, you took 2nd. When I became 4th, I'm not saying she did not complain, she complained. But I can feel what? I can feel that pressure. Compared to the pressure when I had 600 and something over 1000, the pressure was less. The pressure when I had 600 and something was more compared to when I had 730. It was lesser. Are you getting the point? That's the 4th lesson. Then the 5th lesson is trust the process. It is work in progress. Why the speaker at that time was talking then said, and I think I mentioned that thing about people who are not winners. Winners, they don't wait for results. They are always working. You will see them on their 10 toes before result even appears at all. But you know one thing about failures? They will sit on the fence. They will wait for you to speak from day 1 out of 20 days. They will wait for you to speak from day 1 to day 17. They want day 17. They would go and bring their portmanteau. They are traveling back, like they are going on holiday at Santorini in Greece. They will say, let's come and join them. You understand? Trust the process. It is work in progress. There is process. There is what? There is process. You have to go through primary school before you get to secondary school. From secondary school, university. From university, NYSC. If anybody tries to wear the NYSC uniform without going or without having a university degree and the person is caught, I can tell you for a fact that the person will be prosecuted. At Ogun State camp, something happened last year when someone came into the camp wearing an NYSC uniform. The person is not a core member. Probably the person just came to maybe want to take pictures with other core members so that we tell them at home that I'm serving. I think at that point I got to understand that the NYSC uniform we used to wear, I think they have bash and there is difference on that, but because the moment she came in, The security could spot. Khaki was new. The first thing the security said was that this khaki you are putting on is not for this set. Where are you from? That was the first question. Means our security agencies are doing very well. They immediately spotted that person that, hey, white fowl, come. This is not even white, but this is a black fowl in this point. Come. That uniform you are putting on. Where did you get it from? Which batch do you belong to? And they realized that it's not a core member. He didn't work in progress. He didn't trust the process. Assuming he had gone through the right process, he become a better person. And that's why when I'm working so hard and I'm exhausted, I don't listen to what anybody tells me that you look tired, you look weak. At some point in time, when you start telling me that I look tired, I begin to start looking at you with some bad side eye. Because you look tired, you are telling me. It's not, to me, it doesn't sound like you look tired. To me, it sounds like you are telling me that give up. That's what it sounds to me. And when you are telling me you look tired, the way it's sounding in my ear is give up. That's if I'm, but it depends on who I'm hearing it from. If I'm hearing it from the dean that you look tired, I'm sure the dean will not want me to give up. I understand that, oh, he cares. If I'm hearing it from you that you look tired, I'll start seeing you as enemy of progress. This person, why are you telling me? What did I complain? And that's why when I was growing up, I did so much to keep distance between myself and my mother. Because my mom is too caring and I don't like it. Of course, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. I remember at 17, my mom had a very big restaurant then. And I told her that I want to go and start working. She said, what's the problem? Tell me the reason why you want to leave the shop where you are supposed to be selling, where you make money from, to go and work. I said, because I'm not just interested in selling for you anymore. She was like, you can't go do any work at 17. I said, I will stop coming to shop and I will go to work. We argue. Then he said, it's fine, whatever you want to do. I went to look for a job and myself at 17. Why? Because I know if I must be a man, I must get used to responsibility. I must get used to being responsible. And the thing is, if you begin early, you will do what? You rise early. If you begin early, you will do what? You would rise early. And that's why you have to acknowledge School of Eloquence and the dean. Because at this point, some persons here are within the age of 21 to 25. Imagine within the age of 21 to 25, you've got this level of exposure. The reason why you get this level of exposure is because you trusted the process. You trusted what? The process. And what was the process? As a core member, you got the link, you got the advert, then you did what? You came in straight. You came in at rehearsal time where you had a lot of comfort. You know, during the rehearsal, you had a lot of comfort, isn't it? You would come, and when you come, the only thing you just do is you would sit down, you would gist, the dean would speak, then after a few hours, they would share you rice and chicken or something. So in the beginning, it was looking like it's going to be something that's going to be very comfortable. That's part of the process. Trust the process. Now you move from that era to an era where it becomes crime when you sleep for 4 hours. Do you understand? Trust the process. It is work in progress. When we started the 20 days speech, we didn't start at 1 hour. we started at 0 seconds. Then the time started counting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Trust the process. We kept trusting the process. We kept trusting. We kept speaking. We were not praying. We were what? We were speaking. We were not just praying that God, let the time keep moving fast. Let it move. And that's why you see some person that will say, today is very long ago. Because they have done a lot of work. You have to trust the process. It's work in progress. That was the what? That was the 5th lesson I learned at the classroom. The 6th lesson, the more you lose, people find it abnormal that you win. The lecturer did not say this thing, but it was something that I observed. Guess, it was something that I observed. The lecturer did not speak about it, but I come to notice that when you lose to some extent, people will start finding it abnormal that you win. Look at Arsenal for instance. If not because someone is an enemy of progress. Since Ateta had come to Arsenal, Ateta had spent over €1 billion on buying players. You can solve it up. So now, imagine someone who has spent over €1 billion on buying player. I'm now wishing that person that the person did not win the trophy he wants to win. Is that not bad? It's bad. But in football, it's not bad. I would say it's banter. Everybody is both fighting for his own interest. And why did I say this? That the more you lose, it makes it abnormal when people see you win. When Arsenal was topping the league, they are still topping, right? The moment before Chelsea lost to Man City, people were like, it sounds very abnormal that Arsenal want to win the league. Then my friend asked me something. He said, KSU, among all Arsenal players, who do you think deserves to win the Premier League player of the season? And I thought about it. I said, let's be honest, Arsenal is at the top, but Rice has not had a better season than Szoboszlai of Liverpool. That's the truth. And if Arsenal would submit the list of their best player, they would submit Rice. They can't submit Gabriel, their defender. They can't submit Saliba. Because there were times when Gabriel and Saliba were out. Do you understand? What about this analysis? Well, because people are finding it abnormal that they win. Then someone said something. He said when Manchester City won the league, before they won the league, we had a clear picture of the person who would be the Premier League player of the season. That season, Alan had how many goals? More than 30 goals. Last season, what happened to Salah? Salah had more than 30 goals with more than 15 assists. He was the playmaker of the season. He was the highest scorer of the season. His team won the Premier League. So it was very clear. When Chelsea lost to Manchester City, Chelsea fans were celebrating that they lost. Why? Because at all costs, they don't want to see Arsenal. Why? Because they find it abnormal. That is why you, as my listener, you should not normalize losing. The moment you normalize losing, people would find it weird when you win. Don't normalize losing. I told you when I was preparing for this speech, while I was at home, I prepared for my first 4 topics. And all of my first 4 topics, I prepared that I will not use book, I will not use any paper, I will not use any speaker sugar when I'm talking about them. That was the preparation. Second preparation was that I will not speak for less than 1 hour 30 minutes. Of course, all we were told was 20 minutes. And the moment I came, the first speech, I spent 73 minutes. Comfortably, no stress, no pressure. And after spending 73 minutes, I went back. Then I had my colleague said, hey, 20 minutes speech, 73 minutes. Why? Why? Because I am not settling for what the regular person will settle for. Don't normalize losing. The reason why I'm telling you about this is because ever since then, anytime I'm coming up to speak, my colleague will tell me that as he's going to spend 1 hour. Even on that day that I was very, very tired, the day asked me to speak on security awareness. On that day, he just needed something that is very brief, and I was telling my colleague that I won't be spending long at this place I'm going to. I said because one, I just got this topic, so I need to speak about it. So don't expect much. But they did not believe me until I spent few minutes. Until I spent less than 30 minutes, then I came down. They were like, first time. You understand? Because I have positioned, I have displayed that high level of winning mentality. So it becomes abnormal when they see me lose. Winning is what? The tradition. It is the way they have seen me. So I learned in that place. The sixth thing I learned in that place is that the more you lose, people find it abnormal when you win. That is the sixth lesson in that class. That's the what lesson? The sixth lesson. Dear viewers and listeners, it would be wrong if I had spent 24 hours listening to different persons and I jot important points so I can feed you. And now you are listening and you are not jotting. So what will you present? How will you learn? So it's more like you are moving from being a lion to being a goat. And when the real lion see you, they will hit you. Then you start to say, life is unfair, life is not balanced. Another point, the number 7 point, was where this dean was talking about mentality. So he said something, he said, I understand that when Ateta was a player, he was not that player that won many trophies. He was an average player. The moment he said Ateta was an average player, and then when I was sitting, I thought of it, I said, even George Club was an average player when he was playing. Isn't he? He was. When George Club was at Borussia Dortmund, he was about to win one important trophy at that time. He lost. And I said to myself, it's not just by being an average player. It's not just by being an average student. It's not just by being an average listener. It's about the mentality. It's about the effort you put in. George Club was average. Ateta was average as a football player. But when they became a coach, what is the difference? You would see George Club. He would talk to little boys, the likes of Elliot, who was Liverpool player, who was loaned to Aston Villa. The likes of Bajetic is currently injured, is still in Liverpool team. The likes of Curtis Jones. At that time, club will call them, will call the small boys, he will tell them, he say, come, you can do it. That's mentality, he will put it in them. But it's not just by age, it's not just by experience. He will tell you that victory is all about mindset. You are born to win. And that's why club would not spend too much money on buying big players. I will tell you one experience I had with club. There was a time that club needed to buy Bellingham, that is currently playing at Madrid. They wanted to buy Bellingham from Dortmund FC. And what I'm telling you now is what? It's not about you just being an average person. No. It's about your mentality. It's your mentality that will determine if you are truly a failure. So at that time, Liverpool were short of who? They needed a midfielder at the middle. They needed a DM, a defensive midfielder. Then the option they had, the top option they had at that time, was that they should sign Bellingham. But when Liverpool approached the Bellingham, do you know what happened? Dortmund said they would be selling Bellingham for 100 million euro. Then you know what club said? Club responded. He said, a child wants a Ferrari. The little child cannot drive the Ferrari, and you, as the father, you can't afford a Ferrari. He said, what will you do? He said, you better let it go. You get his analysis. He said, a child wants a Ferrari. You, as the father, you can't afford the Ferrari. The child cannot ride a Ferrari. All will you do? You let it go. What was saying there is, he is too little, he is too small for him to pay 100 million on it. You know what he did? He went to the market and he went to look for a GM called Endo Watsuru from Japan. Then he bought Endo for about 17 million. He said, we'll save up. He told about the mentality. Then with Endo in the team, at that time, he was able to win the FA Cup and the Carling Cup. You see mentality. The time he was playing, I think was it FA Cup or Carling Cup against Chelsea, most of his main players were injured. He had to use very little boys. In short, one of the boys he used at that time was McConnell. And McConnell and Mouton, they played. Bobby Clark was there too. Bayetti was there too. Because I remember the next day after winning, after defeating Chelsea, they went to their school. They are still in school. They are still in high school. And their mates were clapping for them. What was the news headline on that day? The news headline was, it was Jurgen Klopp's kids, KIDS, against Chelsea $1 billion team. Did you see the news headline? The news headline itself was telling you a lot that it was Jurgen Klopp's kids against Chelsea $1 billion team. What does it tell you? It's not just by what? You being an average person. Those players were average. Chelsea had a better squad than them. But it's about the mentality they have built over time. And you can do it, you can do it though. Don't say because this is the first speech you are listening to, you won't get better. You can get better from just one statement. Trying to be average. But you being an average does not mean you cannot become excellent. The hindrance is because of what? Because you stopped. Because that mentality, you didn't build that mentality. You've killed your skill. That was the what? That was the number 7th lesson. Number 7 what? Lesson. Number 8 lesson was from the speaker. Her name is Joy. You know what Joy said? She was talking about her journey to the 20 days of eloquence. Spoke about how she improved over time from someone who would have spoken for 10 minutes, someone who would speak for 20 minutes, someone who would speak for an hour, someone who would speak for 2 hours. The journey. Times. It doesn't have to be. The journey does not have to be very, very smooth. You know, a smooth thing does not make a skillful seller. So she was going. And I learned something from her that it means don't stop. Even at the face of adversity. Just keep it going. That's what? Number 8 lesson. Number 9 lesson. You see this number 9 lesson? Do you know I should listen to it? Huh? This is a lesson that will transform, that is likely to transform your life. I learned it from this classroom. Now a speaker came up, he's a medical doctor, and he said at times the reason why you did not rise is not because you don't have the qualities to rise, but because you don't know the qualities you have. And he said something. He made reference to Joy because after Joy he came up to speak. So he said something. He said Joy spoke for 2 hours. Everybody say 2 hours. Now he now said if Joy speaks for 2 hours, if she turn that 2 hours video into a 30-minute video, how many videos will she get? How many videos? 12. Because 60 minutes makes 1 hour. So 30 minutes, 6, that what makes what? 12. He just said if you edit your speech video into a 30 minutes video, then she said how many times have you spoken for? She said 12 times. So now let's say she has spoken for 10 times. So now 2 hours video divided by 10, if you do it the way I ask you to do it in 10 places, that becomes how many video? It becomes 120 10 minutes video. He now said if you write on your profile bio that you are a public speaker, then you decide to post this 30-minute video every day. He said how many days will it take you to post it, finish posting it? 120 days. Yes, 120 days. So he now said, do you think in 120 days someone would not see your post? Someone will not know you as a public speaker. Someone will not complain, this person speaks very well. I think we need someone to come and train our persons to become a public speaker. He said, that's an opportunity. But you aren't seeing it that way. You are seeing it as I'm speaking, God is listening, I will leave the video at that place. Advertising, showing yourself to the world, showing yourself what? To the world. Social media is there. The data you are buying is not for you to just keep earning money. There's no point if you are using something and that thing you are using is not helping you. There's no point. There's no point. Did we learn from what the doctor said? Did we learn from it? If you are uploading the 10-minute video every day of your speech, so even make someone ask that, this person speaks every day. You understand? So this person speaks every day. Wow. I think this is the best person for the job. Let's give it to him. Let's give it to her. That's how you build, that's how you network. Once there are people who come to your page, call yourself a public speaker, they will look at your first 20 posts. You will see Arasta. You will see Funke Adeleke fight and doing animal play. It's not your business. You will see Burna Boy matching DJ Tunes. What's your business with that? Public speaker. That is supposed to be your moral. All you are doing is you are posting things that does not concern you. Then at the end of the day, you will say you didn't get an opportunity. Why will you get it? You can't get it because people who will help you, they don't know you have that skill. They don't know. They don't know. Another thing the doctor said is, who are you? Do you even know yourself? Do you know yourself? I remember when I was in the university, in 100 level, from first semester to second semester, the first examination question in theory would be, who are you? So the moment he said, who are you, that was the first thing that came to my mind. I didn't try to talk about this exam. Then, when we say about this exam, if the first question says, who are you? Who are you is, Ken, En, Você. So anytime we see Ken, En, Você, You know, nothing much. They asking me who I am. You now say, "You know me, Kasali Oluwasegun. My name is Kasali Oluwasegun. Euteyo Vinci Anos. I am 20 years." If you do word for word translation, that thing is not I am 20 years. It means I have 20 years. It means I have 20 years. Word for word translation. But if you do a scientific translation, it means I am 20 years. The same thing if you are asking the person how old are you, quantos anos você tem, it is not going to mean how old are you. It means how many years do you have. Then the person will respond by telling you that eu tenho 20 anos. I have 20 years. You get the point. That's the way we answer who are you. From there you now move to eu sou estado de Lagos. I am from Lagos State. From there, that's the way we talk when they ask us who are you. We say eu amigo favorita senor Uche. Then say Uche will start feeling like what has gone wrong, what did I do? What I'm just saying there is my favorite friend is who? Mr. Uche. If you are talking about yourself, that's the way when they ask you who are you. But because he does not understand the language, the moment I say amigo favorita Mr. Uche, they must be like, what have I done? You understand? So when he was saying who are you, this is the first thing that came to my mind, that was he trying to practice for this exam here? But that's not what it means. It means you knowing yourself. Who are you as a person? For us to know you, you must have known yourself first. Are you seeing yourself as a public speaker? Are you seeing yourself as a lawyer? If you are not seeing yourself as a lawyer, there is no how you will successfully defend a client at the court. Are you seeing yourself as a winner? That was the lesson from him. I jot it down. So the moment you are not seeing yourself as a winner and you are expecting us to see you as a winner, it will be very, very difficult. It will be very, very difficult. Because winning is a mentality. You have to win in your mind before you can win in the world. If you are not win in your mind, you can't come to the world and win. It's not possible. You see, all the victories you see in the world today, they started from one corner, from one person. When the dean was thinking about the 20 days of eloquence, I'm sure he was at one corner, was there thinking, let's speak for 20 days. Yes, we can do it. Then you start strategizing. I'm sure you do the same thing. 20 days, this is how the first day will go. This is how people will sit. I had persons here I had girls here when we were coming from the hostel and they were saying something like, I'm already imagining the way I will jump up on the last day after speaking for 20 days. Someone said she's going to cry. Do you understand? Someone said she had ordered a new clothes, a new shoe. Imagine, we never even reach anywhere. You understand what I'm saying? So that is the winning mentality. We've not gotten to the last day, but in her mind, she knows who she is. She believes that with this team that had Dr. T, we would win. You understand? So in this team, there is joy in this team. We will have joy. You understand? There is Oluwatoyin in this team. At the end of the day, I'm in Oluwa. Do you understand? At the end of the day, we will praise God. The mentality. There's Ayo in this team. At the end of this team, Amayo, we will be happy at the end. So that winning mentality. Who are you? Who are you is not just restricted to the person you are. It has to do with the person around you. Do you get it? Yes. You want to become a public policy analyst. You want to correct immoral acts in the society. and the persons you are seeing with you are persons who are saying opposite of what you want to speak about. It means you don't know who you are. That was another lesson from the classroom. Then another lesson I learned again was from one of the speakers called Faith. Don't forget the title of my speech. What I learned in the classroom 24 hours ago. You know what Faith said? She said she was able to serve at an oil and gas station in the northern part of Nigeria. And this is to tell you something. That you see this NYSC uniform. Many persons look down on it because they are wearing it. But I can tell you for a fact that many of you might not even be able to access Ikoyi if not for NYSC. But I'm not one of those persons because I've been coming to Ikoyi since 2017. And I'm not coming as a resident. I'm coming because I have work to do. I did painting and interior design at that time. So I was working for a company like Empire, Drew Grant, Banana Island. So I would always come. It's that it takes a harder route for me to come. But when I became a core member, I came with ease, soft work, the power of that uniform. I was telling Alima, okay, she was posted to one tech company on the island. Then she told me that she has not resumed. I said why? She said because the company had promised that they have to provide her with her full kit before she can resume. I said what kit is that? They give her about like 5 sets of corporate dress complete. They gave her a laptop, an Apple laptop. She had a Wi-Fi in case if she's not at office when she goes to the house. So the moment she started mentioning the things they gave her, I was like, Alima, if not for NYSC, you would not have any opportunity to get to that place that you went to. And that people now offer that we will pay you 150,000 naira every month, aside from your Alawi. Then I told her something. I said, please, my friend, this is a very good opportunity that you have gotten. Don't misuse this opportunity. You are here because NYSC posted you here. I told her, I said, would you like to stay? She said, yes, I would like to. I said, obviously, you would like to stay. But what will determine your stay is the way you treat your work, the way you discharge your duties. I told her, I said, discharge your duties to the best of your ability. Even when you are tired, show no sign of weakness. Even when you are tired, show no sign of what? Show no sign of weakness. Some persons will feel something. Sorry, I want to make. Some persons will feel like, why is it that on the group you will send pictures of the timer, you will try and ginger the group? Do you know the reason why? Huh? The moment people see this on the group, it wakes their spirit. That person will send me DM that. How is it going? Okay, you know what? No worry, we'll come next week. We are busy at work, but no worry, we'll show up. Why? Because they saw the pressure. Even when you are tired, show no sign of what? Of weakness. That's where I'm coming from. So the only reason why Faith was able to serve at an oil and gas station was because she is a core member. She's a what? Because she is a core member. And she said something. She said when you find yourself in an organization, the first question you should ask is, how can I serve? Not how much will I get? And that's a very common thing. I think someone was asking me one question. Yeah, I called one of the co-members and I spoke to her that please, that was on Sunday. On Sunday I was really exhausted and I spoke to her that please, can you come? Can you come here so you can speak? And she said, you know what? Coming to this place I spent so much. I'm coming from the mainland. I said from the mainland so much. I said okay, how much is so much you are spending? Tell me. They said boat will take her from the mainland to this place for 25,000 naira. I was like, boat will take you from the mainland if it was 25,000. I said that's a lie. 25,000 naira from the mainland. Where is the mainland? The mainland I'm talking about is I'm talking about Iyanoworo. I'm talking about Iyanoworo to this place. Let's be realistic when we are talking, yes. So how will 25,000 take you from Iyanoworo to this place? Is that how bad the country is? It's not possible. That's what I'm saying. And the first point is, the other thing is, who is telling you to use boats when you cannot afford boats? What you can't afford, leave it. Why are you going for what you can't afford? Of course, it's a voluntary act, but then there are many things we are put on ourselves that has nothing to do with us. There are many problems that we are assigned to ourselves. And I told her that can't use a normal boat. Then she said no, she won't be comfortable. I said okay, it's fine. And the next thing I heard from the person, you know what the person said? The person said, at least I've been doing public speaking for a very long time, so I should be doing it for free. Then I asked her, where is your public speaking certificate? She could not present it. I said, you are not doing public speaking. And I told her something. I said, see, you know, in life, we view things from different ways. If you want to keep viewing things from the angle of I am the one doing the best, you are not even doing anything. So I said, when you went to the university, you spent how many years? 4 years. I said you were the one paying at the university, you were the one feeding yourself at the university, you were the one doing everything at the university before you get what? A certificate. I said now, you have an access to get a certificate that will do you more favor than your BS certificate. Maybe you don't know, BS certificate in Nigeria has become a regular certificate. Before it used to be special. That's why when you have a BS, when you get to a place, they will do what? They will give you a job straight. But now, in an era where first class now looks like people don't do exam before they pass. 2-2 lost value, not talk of third class. So when you get to a place now, you now see even Nigerian army. When I was checking their last requirement for DSS, the Directional Service Commission, I was seeing minimum of 2-1. That is second class upper. And I was like, for person who carry gun, second class upper, hey, no, do you understand? So now, we have left those era where BSc used to be special. All those kids who their mom sell pepper in Lagos, that used to underrate that your mom sells pepper. All of them now has the BSc you have. I saw one job advert, then I sent it to one lady then. That was around January. I go and apply for the job at the bank. The day she got there, she said she met about 10 of her classmates at that job interview. She said at the hall there were over 200. And now ask me how many persons do they want to recruit? Maybe 5. Maybe 5. So now, this is a certificate that would make you different from other persons. Now ask yourself, do Burna Boy, how global he is, do Burna Boy have a Guinness World Record certificate? He doesn't have the award. So now you are about to get what Burna Boy does not have. He doesn't have. He has a Grammy, right? Good. You understand? Why do you think Burna Boy will get more pay than every other artist in Africa? The Grammy was won. Before the Grammy, how much was he earning? You understand? Before the Grammy, how much was Burna Boy earning? Although they made a post, said, all this thing you are doing does not concern me. If I get bored now, we enter store and go and buy a new car. And if he's buying the car, he's buying the car of $1 billion. $1 billion. $1 billion naira. You hear 1.5 billion naira, you hear 2.5 billion naira. That's the way he's buying it. Him and Abuja Motors has a very good relation. Abuja Motors did wedding yesterday. Burna Boy was able to attend because of his performance at Egypt. But he called them on live video. That's how they have established relationship. understand? So everything you are doing, make a very good use of it. Where am I coming from? It's not about how much will you pay me. It's about what? How can I serve? That Guinness World Record certificate would make a lot of changes in your life. I was talking to Nike, one of my friends, and I was telling her about this thing. And she said something, she said, I hope when you come back, you won't increase the amount you are collecting from my friend. Because I used to teach our friend Portuguese. So the first thing he said, I hope you will not increase the price. Do you understand? So something is already telling her that this person that is going to this place, when he comes back, something will change. And he said, please, you know, if you will change the price, please, first give us bonus of like 1 month first. Do you understand? And someone will tell you that I'm not getting paid for what I'm doing. At times, the things you would get, the money you would get, won't be able to get you the things you will get from some things. So what was the lesson? The lesson, this was the 12th lesson from the speaker. Her name is what? Faith. So she was the one that spoke about her NYSC experience, how she served at another gas station. He did not. Then the lesson from her was that at every place you meet yourself, you should ask, how can I serve? Not how much will I earn? How much will you pay? One of my friends designed this Kenya bank app. The name of the app is Carbon. I won't mention his name. Before he designed the app, when he was learning tech at the beginning, why the second person was asking that, how much will tech pay me? He didn't ask. You know what my friend did? He said, how can I be very, very good at this tech that in Lagos State, no one will be able to compete with me? Then when he was saying it, I was just laughing at him while I was watching the movie I was watching. But he became very good. And he was the one that designed Carbon app. It's a bank, it's a Kenya bank app. And many other things he has done. Who knows knives? Is a tech person as well. I won't explain further about him. But all I can say from these people is that the first thing they did was what? Was to make sure that they understood that thing they are learning. They put the service first before the pay. So when you are learning a skill, the first thing that should come to your mind is, how can I be very, very good at this skill? After you see some persons who went to learn a skill for money, after like 2 months, they will leave the place, then they won't learn the rest. So now, when they get the job, probably for example, an hairdresser for instance, you see some hairdresser earn 5,000 naira for making hair, and you see another hairdresser earn about 50,000 naira for making the same hair. You see some hairdresser that will tell you that I can't install wig o. And you ask yourself that what is your job as an hairdresser if you cannot install wig? Do you understand? So it's because what was in the other person's mind was about the pay. Quick money, how can I make quick money from here? And after you learn the first thing, you learn how to hold camera. Okay, this is how the camera should stand. Then you learn the second part, video. Okay, good. Then you run away until you collect a job that you are unable to complete. Then you know how close you are to Kirikiri in Nigeria. Because when you collect someone's job and you destroy the job, you will be arrested. The first thing that should come to your mind is what? How can I serve and not pay? This is one of those lessons I learned in the last 24 hours of the classroom. Another lesson I learned was on moral contradictions. And that was when a speaker was talking. Her name is Toyin. When she was talking about marriage. And one of the audience at the back said something. The audience said, one of the problems with Gen Z is that Gen Z do not even know the agenda. And I shook my head. And I said, so we moved from a generation that knew the agenda to a generation that do not know their gender. We moved from a generation that knew that, oh, a man is the husband, to a generation that would call a woman the husband and the other woman the wife. There are contradictions. As an African, it is expected to think this way. There are many things that are not our tradition yet. Another thing I learned from her speech, when the man said something, the audience said something. The audience said, it is not required that a man is a virgin, but it is required that a woman is a virgin. Gender expectation, and that is gender inequality also. Because you know what makes life a good space? You know what makes life an healthy environment? It is honesty. The way you will treat your staff when they do wrong, it's the same way you treat your child when they do wrong. Because if you treat your child in a bad way and you treat your staff calmly because you feel, oh, they will leave you and go and learn at another place, you will only cause more harm in the environment. When you mention this, that it is not expected. Why? Why is it not expected? Are you saying men should lose morals? So the lesson there is that the environment has changed. All you need to do is to what? Protect yourself and protect the people around you. Orientate them. Let them know that things are not done this way. You are human. You are not just a man. You understand? Another thing there is where Ayomide was speaking. Then he said something. He said the real enemy called, he spoke about the real enemy called average. Then he said, you won't know you are behind if you keep walking around with people who you are better than. And that's the fact. When you start working with people who will speak for 30 minutes and you are a 2-hour speaker like Mrs. Joy. If Mrs. Joy keeps working with people who speak for 30 minutes, she begin to feel like, I've arrived. There's no need, there's no challenge now, there's no challenge. Meanwhile, there is children who speak for 3 hours. You get the point. The real enemy called average. No matter how far you've gone, always learn to change your environment. Always choose to work with those people that are at the top. Those people who had unbelievable dreams. Imagine someone one day started working and he became the only CSP in West Africa. You are fortunate to meet him. What are you supposed to do? Emulate. Of course, the dream might look very unrealistic to you because you feel like, okay, I don't have money. Of course, we had someone who wrote a book. You know the title of the book? He wrote, How Can You Finance Your Dream Without Money? Have you read the book? Have you read the book? Financing Your Dream Without Money. Have you read the book? Nobody has read the book. You know why you have not read the book? You know why you have not read the book? You have not read the book because after he wrote Financing Your Dream Without Money, he does not have money to publish the book. If he had money to publish the book, he would have read it. He told me about the book. But he doesn't have the money to publish the book. Did you get the point? But times, it's not by just having the money. If you had worked with the right people, there are some friends who will tell you that to publish this book would cost you how much? 100,000 naira. Don't worry now. I'll give you 30,000. you take 20,000. And CS people say, you said 100,000, no worry, take 500,000. Don't publish just 100, publish 500 books. Working with the right people. But you wrote a book, financing your dream without money. And your dream was to publish the book, oh. But you can't publish the book. Readers can't read because you don't have the money. It's an example of staying at the wrong environment. Another thing I would say, making how many? I was talking about how many lessons? 14. Another one was what came to my mind. This is a lesson from one of my lecturers when I was in school. I went to 200 level. I was in 200 level at that time. So I went to a 300 level class. I went to sit at that class because I wasn't doing anything. And I feel like maybe I should just play. So I went to sit at that class. When I went to sit at the class, you know what he said? My lecturer said something. He said, if you don't work hard, are you listening? Better listen hard. He said, if you don't work hard, you will live a hard life. The moment he said, if you don't work hard, you will live a hard life. And I thought about it. If you don't work hard, you will live a hard life. Ha! Now look at it, that means I must work hard. Then now look at my friends who had carryovers. They were working hard, they were living a hard life. Because they would spend so much time going to beg lecturers, please help me, please help me. After begging for like 3 weeks, they won't help them. They will still have to come back and read for the exam. Meanwhile, they still have other exams to read for. The moment they have a trial, they would pay another school fee, complete school fee. The time they are supposed to spend doing other things that will benefit them, maybe making money or something, they would use that time coming from where they are coming from to the school. If you don't work hard, you live a hard life. Now look at the persons around you who are living a hard life today. Ask yourself, did they work hard? But now, you might start feeling like, of course, don't you work hard? Don't you work hard? So why are you telling me she's living a hard life? Hard work is not complete without smart work and network. So what makes hard work complete is that it has network and smart work. Network is the people you meet today, those great people, the relationship between them. Smart work, you have AI there. You tell AI that this thing, give me an idea on this. AI give you an idea. Then what? You build a very fantastic idea on what AI gives to you. Being smart. Said it. If you don't work hard, you will live a hard life. One of the ways of not working hard is by settling for less. Because you are at your comfort zone. One will cook in the morning, you eat in the morning. She will cook at night, afternoon, you eat at afternoon. You cook at night, you eat at night. Then you feel like, since mom is cooking every time, there's no need for me to leave home. Don't forget that the reason why the person is cooking for you is because the person has the money. The reason why you are waiting for the person to cook for you so that you eat is because you don't have the money. You can't be richer than the person that is giving you money. Note that. And that's why First Bank staff cannot be richer than the CEO. You won't be richer than the person that is giving you money. You have to be extraordinary. If you don't work hard, you will do what? You will live a hard life. And hard work is not complete without network and smart work. Network and smart work is part of what makes hard work. That's the what lesson? That's the 15th lesson. That was coming from who? From my lecturer. Number 16. What was it about? Our scholarly grammar. She came here. She was speaking. She said, your job won't speak for you. You should speak for yourself. I had always had that mentality that my job will always speak for me. But the moment she said that thing, she said because Mr. Uche, who you think will speak for you, wants to promote himself. He wants to what? He wants to promote himself. He's looking for ways to promote himself so that he would get promotion from the dean. So now you sit here, you are giving report to Mr. Uche because he's the HR, hoping that once he give reports to the dean, you get promoted. But when he gets to the dean, the first thing he will tell the dean is to speak to the dean about himself. That's why I've been working very tirelessly. I've not been sleeping for 3 days now. He will talk to the dean about himself first. That's what mommy said here. That what? Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. As you walk, speak. Speak about your work. Speak about your work. Another thing here is the part where our scholarly grandma said something. She said, once someone bring any conversation to you and you are not interested in that conversation, tell the person that I can't process it at the moment. I never thought of that. You know, many persons, there's this word that says think before you speak. Many persons have put themselves in trouble because they were unable to tell the person bringing a message to them that, sorry, I can't process this message. Sorry, this question you're asking me, I don't think I can contribute to this at the moment. Because many persons could not say that. They have put themselves in many trouble. Imagine the husband and wife is fighting with each other. Then the husband came to you and tell you that, you see my wife, he has been, okay, I'll tell you one. There is one experience I had with this person. So there is this woman. The woman had 3 children. So this woman that had 3 children, she's a single mom. So there is this man. That man is a neighbor. The man is a bachelor. So the woman, from what people say, that the woman made the first move. After the woman made the first move, the bachelor started admiring the woman. So now, the bachelor had a friend. So the friend was not telling the bachelor that this woman, there's nothing you can do with this woman. Leave the woman alone. The process, the bachelor told that his friend, are you there? Told his friend that this woman, I like her sincerely, but do you know one thing about this woman is that this woman, when she gave birth to her last child, she gave birth to the child using operation. So they said she should not try to give birth again. Then, you know the next thing the guy said, the guy in question, his name is Uche. This is not even a joke now. So the Uche, who is the advisor, now told the man, he said, how can you say you want to date the woman that did the operation and the doctor said the woman cannot give birth again? He said, they will give birth to you for you. Leave the woman alone, don't even date her. After telling him all of those things, the man changed towards the woman. Then after a few days, the man came to him and said, I noticed you have been avoiding me for a while now. Did I do anything to you? Then when the man would talk, the man said, I'm sorry, I just feel bad because you said you can't give birth. Because I told my friend Uche, and Uche advised me that I should leave you because who would give birth to my own children? The moment she said that, the woman took Uche as an enemy instantly. Then, that one I'm talking to you about, since that year till now, she and Uche does not talk. And mind you, before the man met Uche, the man had come to me to seek for my advice. The moment he was talking to me about it, I told him, I said, sir, the only thing I can tell you is, you know what is good for you. I know what is good for me. If she's good for you, there's no problem. Have fun. And I said, let's talk about Liverpool. One of those things my friends know me about is if you are in a gathering, we are discussing, the moment you switch from what will give us money, or the moment you switch from talking about music or talking about football, the moment you switch from those things to another thing, I will stand up immediately and leave. The moment we are seated and you switch from having a reasonable conversation to talking about someone, I will just stand up immediately and start going. And that thing helped me. I remember when Inter and Barca played at the Champions League last season. When Inter beat Barca, thank God people are here, they are relating to it. We were watching that match in my friend's room. While we were watching it, there was one of our friends who was not around. Then they rose a topic by saying, that Uche girlfriend, you don't really know where you saw him from. The moment I heard that statement, you know what I did? I stood up immediately. I went outside, put on my shoe, then I went to a local viewing center where I watched the match. Why? Because if I don't interfere, there's high tendency that some will say, yes or no, they were talking about it. It was there now. I've experienced it before when someone bring a gossip to you. You didn't say anything, or you were just saying that, then after saying, then the person will now go and say, when I was talking about it to Faith also agreed now. They agreed that Joy used to cheat in the exam. Then Faith will start feeling like, when did I agree? Say, when we were talking, when you were saying, that's why you have to avoid problem at all costs. So where am I coming from? Coming from where a scholarly grandma said, when someone bring an information to you that you know is of harm, tell the person that, I'm sorry, I can't process it at the moment. To save you a lot. Aside from that, someone might come to you and say, please, so, can you lend me 100,000? You know this person, if you lend this person 100,000, you will not give you back. And actually just say, you know what, let me try and ask someone. So you give yourself a lot of time to think. The moment you think very well and you realize that I don't think I can give this person this money, good. And if you end up with the fact that you can lend the person the money, good. But hurting yourself on that person is not what? It's not advisable. Then he said something about the 10-10-10. He said, someone can tell you that I love you from the moon to the earth, from the sky to the moon, or from the land to the moon. I don't know how to say it. Then you realize that after 10 minutes, the person has stopped loving you. When she was saying this thing, I came to realize something. At times, a guy that saw you yesterday, that spent about 3 hours texting you, and the next day he stopped texting you. It's not like when he saw you, he does not like you. But also that at that point where the guy saw faith, he had a lot of faith in her. You get? So at that point, he was moved by everything he saw. But the moment he went to maybe when he got to, he went on TikTok, then he scrolled, first video, second video, then he saw Joy dancing. Hey, so one again can be like this. Then the next thing, you now say, probably I will just leave this faith and face Joy. Because if I don't have faith and I have joy, at the end of the day, life will be sweet. You understand? And I may later repent before death, then I would have faith. You understand what I'm saying? The moment he likes Joy's picture, DM Joy, then Joy responds, hi, how are you? Maybe Joy is someone that when she's texting anybody, you say, ah, how are you, darling? You know, you have ladies like that. When you text them, they will tell you, they will use how are you, darling? They will use my love. They will use sweetheart. But they don't mean it. It's just their natural way of addressing people. So now, the moment Ayo text Joy, and then I said, how are you, sweetheart? Ah, now you'll be like, oh God, imagine texting face for 24 hours and I have not heard sweetheart. Then it does not look like you throw an ice block inside a boiled water, and it will disappear. It will disappear. That's why, for the female who someone is telling you about love and the male, it's important that you do a critical evaluation. It's a critical word. So ordinary things are not what? Are not permitted. At least go on a date for like 3 times. When I say go on a date for like 3 times, I'm not saying a date in his house. Go for a date for like 3 times. Speak, talk. So as you speak, you get to understand that, okay, is there something? Because there are many persons who meet themselves on the internet. Then the first day, the guy will meet the guy will realize that, ah, so this guy is as short as this. But he doesn't like short guys. You understand? But you know the TikTok video always like for you now. There's some persons who like light-skinned lady. Then the lady they met on TikTok is light through the help of Snapchat and TikTok effects. But the day they meet in person, then you now start to ask who is darker between the lady and Joy. You understand? Like, hey, I thought you were right though. So if you had gone on dates, you'd have observed a lot of things. There was one friend, he said he met a lady. He liked the lady. And they went on a date. And when he came back, he said he don't like the lady. I said, why? He said, how can someone be combing her hair at a restaurant? Ah. I was like, she came with a comb. to a table to a table where you eat, you came with a comb. You want to cause damage to the food. Do you understand? These are the things. Then lastly, the last lesson I learned came from the first speaker. The first speaker came again after about 24 hours. I'll be sitting in the classroom. The first speaker was the dean. Then he spoke about being a leader. Then he spoke about paranoid. The fear of losing your sports. The what? The fear of losing your sports. Are you afraid of losing your sports? Are you afraid of losing your sports? The moment you are not afraid of losing that your sport, that moment, there is a very high tendency that sport will be what? Taken over by someone else. And the reason why most people are not afraid of losing their sport is that illusion of endless growth. I will remain relevant for life. But you are repeating the same action. You want to remain relevant for life, but you are repeating the same action. The same action by doing what? Yesterday, you slept for 10 hours. Today, you slept for 12 hours. Tomorrow, you are sleeping for 15 hours. So now, out of 24 hours in a day, you slept for 15 hours. Before, you used to sleep for 8 hours. But because you develop the feelings that at least I've spoken on 20 topics now, is an example. Spoken on 20 topics. At this point, at least they should even give me my badge now. They should give me a badge. At least. They start having the feeling that at least some people have started calling me subdued. They feel like you can go and sleep. The illusion of endless growth are causing the sports. Nobody can shake that sport. I'm there. nothing will happen. Do you understand? So the real leaders, people who want to rule the world, people who want to live a better life, they are always paranoid. That fear of losing their sports, they will always have that fear. They will always have what? They will always have that fear. Look at Anthony Joshua, for instance. Someone was saying something that Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder would have fought since 7 years ago. This was not like, but Joshua is dodging the fight. The fact that Joshua, obviously, if you ask me, I will tell you, Joshua is trying to dodge that fight. Not because Joshua cannot beat him, but at times, the fear of what's at stake. What if I lose? What if I lose this sport? Of course, Wilder is a very good fighter as well. But I thought of what if I lose this sport? When will I come back? Remember, Joshua was undefeated until he fought with Andy Ruiz, that short white guy. And that was the first time Joshua was fighting with the short person. Then one of the things the analyst said that one of the reasons why Anthony Joshua lost to Andy Ruiz was because when Anthony Joshua is training, he does not train with short people. Anytime he's fighting, he does not fight with short people. He's always training with people who are tall. So when he met Andy Ruiz, he has to come down to his level. So the time he will come down, that would have hit him, would have given him body shock, would have hit him at the side. Consistently like that till we lost the fight. Then he requested that there will be a rematch. And a rematch. And then, okay, this is how we fight with people who are short. And he did training consistently till we came back. Then he won the fight at Saudi Arabia that year. So that tells him that before he has not lost any fights. So the reason why he's coming to that place fighting with the short man without being prepared, without learning the skills of how to the techniques in fighting the short person, was because of that belief, that illusion of endless growth that he that have gotten to this stage, oh beat me. But the moment he had lost that once, that feelings, he did what? He trashed the feelings. He removed that feelings and started feeling like, come on. Like, you see, there's no champion forever. Anything can make you lose your sport if care is not taken. You get it? And that's why Wilder has always come for him. But Wilder has always come for Anthony Joshua. If you see Anthony Joshua, will tell Anthony Joshua, like, come let's fight. But you must understand that Joshua has a lot at stake. I'm explaining paranoid for you now. Joshua has a lot at stake. So that's fear of not losing his sport. It's the reason why he's going back. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, in Yoruba language, Mojamusa, Lafi Maki Koju. It means, let me do a scientific translation. The scientific translation of that proverb means a good fighter is one who knows when to fight and when to retreat. The scientific translation. A good fighter is one who knows when to fight and when to retreat. If Joshua is coming, what is he doing there? He knows when to fight. He knows when to retreat. Let's take the AFCON final for instance. The moment Brahim, who plays for Morocco and Real Madrid, the moment he fell on the floor, requesting that the referee blow a penalty. The referee went here, he looked at the VAR, he called and do everything. Then the coach of Senegal did something. He told his player, he said, come back, come up. If they call that a penalty, then we are not playing, come up. At the point they were going in, I told my mom, because we were watching the match together, I said there will be a very big consequences for these people leaving the pitch because it's against the rule. They will just stand at the point, not go inside the dressing room. Then I said another thing, I said, now that they have gone into the dressing room, if they come back outside, it's going to affect the Moroccan team psychology. Because the Moroccan had come prepared to play good football until Ibrahim came up with a strategy of getting the penalty. You understand? What am I explaining here is, as a good fighter, know when to retreat and when to fight. Know when to retreat and when to what? And when to fight. The penalty was awarded. Then Sadio Mane had to go and call his fellow teammates. Come outside, let them play the penalty. Then Brahim Diaz lost the penalty. And they continued until Senegal won. You understand? They knew when to retreat. Another thing that happened to Brahim Diaz here was because the fear of losing that spot. They already bragged that we will win this AFCON. So that fear of not winning is one of the reasons why he has to strategize. By all means, that whatever it takes to win this thing, we will do it. We will do whatever it takes to win. It's a must, we will do it. Winning is a must here. So now ask yourself, that mentality of not losing your sport, do you have that mentality? Because you feel you've spoken for 2 hours, you've spoken on 3 topics, then it's time for you to go and rest. You know, everything you do today prepares you for the future. You can stay up at night back to back for 10 days. It means if you make you the governor of Lagos State, when we call you for meetings at night, you will always show up. You won't know the work the governor is doing until you become a governor. You won't know the job the dean is doing until you become a dean. When I was just the president of a small association in Lagos State, that day I understand that so the president is not even enjoying, because I would have meeting with the legislative arms from maybe around 9 p.m. in the night to around 12. The moment I edge that call, I have to call my own executive members. I will have a meeting. From 12 at night, we will do another meeting to around 3. I had days where we do meeting from 12 to 5 a.m. in the morning. Then at 5 a.m., I will say, okay, let me sleep. While I'm asleep, in my dream, I'm even thinking about the next thing I will be talking about. So all of this experience, they will do what? They will shape you. These are important lessons from the lectures I've listened to in the last 24 hours. I just did the work of a DJ for you. The DJ will play that part of the music that what that interests you. And he mix other music. That's what I did. The parts of the speech that will interest you, all I mix. That's what I'm doing here. Always be hungry for more. Always try to get better in everything you do. And avoid competition. The only person you should compete with is yourself. Of course, it's fine to admire people. It's fine to admire, oh, admire the way you dress. Admire the way you drive. You're a very good driver. But being a very good driver does not mean you should now start competing with that driver on Third Milan Bridge. This competition. There's no between admiring how someone drives than they saying, I would compete with the driver. Now, at 2 a.m. in the midnight, 2 a.m. when you know that okay, on the terminal bridge there are few cars. Then after 2 shots of alcohol, then you now say okay now it's time to compete. Then you increase the jar from 80 to 100, from 100 to 120, from 120 to 180. It's the same way I would say Lagos State Traffic Management Authority is not working. We will say Federal Road Safety Corps is not working. But you are the one who is driving 180 on the Thornbill Bridge. There's always a room for learning. Learn if you want to learn. If you see the things you like from a person, listen to people. Listen to them and ask them, what do you do about this? That's networking. There are many things Facebook display that I don't have knowledge about. Never feel too big to go and meet someone. And that's one common thing about we people of this generation. We feel like we are too big for some particular task. We are too big for certain tasks. When someone tell you that this person is coming in, please welcome this man. Then you start feeling too big. What is about the man that wants to welcome? Or with the last time we checked your achievements, you've not achieved 2% of what that man has achieved. Why are you feeling too big? These are lessons from last classes. Do any of us have any question we'd like to ask? Do any of us have any question we'd like to ask? No question. It means you have a question. What question? What would you like to ask? Huh? What question would you like to ask? How do I balance? Okay. See? Okay. The what? The ratio to which you learn. You see people, you learn from them. Okay. Practicing. Okay. Okay. Over knowledgeable. Okay. There's one thing about life is there's nothing like you are over knowledgeable. Because at some point you would find out that there are particular things you don't even have idea about. That's when you get to understand that the knowledge that you have is not even enough. So now, how do you balance, how do you put all the things you've learned into practice? The only way you can put the things you've learned into practice is by practicing. Today, you know, okay, I've learned that the illusion of endless growth is very, very deadly. What do I mean? The fact that Nokia has sat comfortably believing that because he has been dominating the market, he will dominate the market forever. So now, Nokia begins to lose credibility to the extent that he lost credibility totally. What have you done? They have learned from that part. So now, for you to practice, you practice by what? By working harder. That no matter the office I find myself, I will make sure I am 10 steps ahead of the persons we are together. We've killed that. And at times, one knowledge works for more than one thing. Imagine killing the illusion of endless growth. You are working 10 times harder, so you will not settle for less. So now, as you're working 10 times harder, you do not just eradicate the illusion of endless growth. You are as well building yourself. Because at that time, as you are working 10 times harder, you start getting more recommendation from your place of work. Do you understand? As my PPA, I have not spent, okay, let me just say a month. I spent a month at my PPA. When my PPA begins to start telling me that they will have to retain me after NYSC in just 1 month. But after that, did I stop? I didn't stop. Instead of stopping, I was doing more. Till they made me the team lead at the branch I was at. I am sorry. The team lead used to be a staff. They withdraw the staff. Gave me. They said power is to rotate. Power is not stagnant. And that's why power rotates. Because the moment you are seated here, you are thinking, okay, you will always dominate. You will leave power. So you have to keep what? Keep advancing. When you see things that is making you weak, you stand up immediately. Take for instance, there was a time where we have action group. It's a political party. At that time, action group was dominant. He left like that. We had another political party. He was coming till we get to the head of PDP. PDP ruled us as a president for how many years? At least 16 years. At least 12 years, sorry. PDP ruled for at least 12 years. So now, imagine a government, a party that ruled for at least 12 years. Look at PDP weight now. You know how many presidents they have provided? You know how many presidents they have produced? They produce Olusegun Obasanjo. Yar'Adua was there. Goodluck Jonathan was there. Do you understand? Now look at that party that produced that kind of people. Look at where they are today. I can tell you for a fact that if PDP offers you a governorship ticket, you won't accept it because you will have a feeling that in Lagos State, how will I win? Do you get the point? When they begin to lose value, it did not just happen in just one day. It was happening as a result of them feeling like they are at the top. So all of these things, you practice, you use them by practicing them. You have learned something today, you put them into practice. It's just like when you learn the word from the dictionary. Although these things take discipline because at times what your body wants is not what you are doing at the moment. So what your body wanted at that moment was that you should go and have fun. Do you get? But fun will not solve your problem at that time. What is required you do is that you learn. So all this is started from when you learn a word. You can create a small academy, probably a group of 5 persons. You promise yourself that every day you will send at least 2 new words here in English. Of course, as public speaker, you need what? You need vocabulary. You need good sentence structure. And you have someone who studied, 2 persons who studied English, 1 person who studied biology, 1 person who studied French, 1 person who studied Chinese language. You are in the group together. What do you want to do? Your intention is to what? To learn English. The intention is what? To learn English. So now, when you send 2 words and 2 sentences in every day, the next thing you do is you practice them. You practice today. You use it. You use it. You get? So once you use it, you will do what? You would get used to it. Do you understand? You will get what? You will get used to it. So that's how you use it. You keep practicing. When you learn from this person, you put it into practice. When you learn from the other person, put it into practice. You don't just learn and just keep them in your book. So these are lessons from the last 24 hours in this classroom. I hope you're able to learn from this speech. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, thank you for listening. I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, General KSO. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, he deserved that applause so well because that man has been doing wonderful, exceptionally great, and we are really learning a lot from him. Imagine someone who compiled lessons from the presentation all the speakers had yesterday. And then yes, I hope you said something about my own presentation.
Yes.
Okay, good. He was able to pick out lessons from what every speaker said, and that allows for about how many hours? About 2 hours plus, right? That was exceptional. That was great. And that is to tell us that beyond what we are thinking on, beyond our thoughts, this platform is actually building us. This platform is doing something great to us. I can see growth, even my own personal self, and to every one of us still standing strong, still standing well. I really do hope that we all will finish well and will get the crown at the end of this whole relay. I want to welcome you to another segment of my own presentation this morning. As you all know my name, but I'm going to tell you my name again so that you stay familiar with it. I am Joluwatimileyin Ajayi. I know you are looking at me like, why is she saying that? I'm always proud anytime I mention my full name. So that's to tell you that you should be proud of yourself. Yes. So this morning I want to talk about something that we often ignore, but to live a balanced life and to live long, not even a balanced life this time around, and to live long, we must know these things. And what I'm talking about this morning is the invisible battles that people carry every day, that people fight every day. When I say invisible battle this time around, I'm not talking about WWE. I'm not talking about you boxing one another. I'm not talking about you carrying cane all around and all of that. But there are some battles that you fight. I'm not even talking about spiritual now, because I know some people, they are religious and they understand spiritual stuff and all of that, and there are some people that do not understand. So but I'm talking about things that you know yourself, but we fight this thing every day. Now let me share a story with you all. I hope you are listening. Okay. Now there was a particular time, it happened recently actually, and that particular day I think I was supposed to be at a place at a particular program. Okay, let me not use program, but at a gathering, for example. So anytime we come around for that gathering, it's either I don't stay till the end of that gathering, or maybe I don't come around, not because I'm not responsible, and not because I do not have reason. Not because I do not have a genuine reason actually, but that particular day I was in that program and I was supposed to stay till the end, but due to some very genuine reason that if I could even have opportunity of announcing to everybody, they will reason with me and all of that. So I had to just leave. I left and I told some few persons that I am going to leave this particular place, right? But maybe I did not tell some other person, and you are not supposed to at least be this thing about it, so that you will not scatter the whole gathering and all of that. So getting home, I did whatever thing I want to do. Then someone was like, you don't always wait till the end. The way the person communicate, I felt so bad. Then in my mind I was thinking that this person did not even know the specific reason I left. And to me personally, it was like a battle that I can't even explain. That's to tell you that I want you to actually get the message, the whole presentation this morning before I go into details. Now, there was something that was happening to me at that moment. There was something that was happening even in my environment at that moment. But the way the person communicated with me, the person was like, you don't this and that and all of that. Now, and I had to sit and was like, do you know that this is the way some people always use the word of their mouth to affect people's life? This is the way some people always use the word of their mouth to cause problem to some people. Because actually, if it was something serious that was happening to me at that particular time, if it was more serious than I thought, I will go into mental stress, and then I will begin to think on a whole lot of things. I'm saying this thing so that I can relate the topic to you very well and you are going to understand this very well. Now, I had to think about the whole scenario, and I was like, this particular thing would have caused me to be very angry. Number one, aside from being angry, then the way I'm going to relate with that person will change. But I have to just caution myself, because I have that understanding that it's not everybody that know how to talk. It's not everybody that know how to approach people. And the way we speak, the way we talk to people actually matters, because people are actually carrying unseen battles. People are actually going through a whole lot of things. People are actually going through some things that, if you are not careful, the words of your mouth can actually make them feel more bad or even feel more less of themselves. Do you know that sometimes we smile on the outside, but deep down inside us there are so many things that are going on that we might not be able to explain? I hope you understand. We will see people that they will smile, they will be jovial, they are going to talk to people. In fact, there was a time I came across a particular content, and this content is something that majority of people can relate with. This was what I saw. There was a particular lady in that video. She was crying, and while she was crying, she had to display something to us that there is a particular message that she got, and this message that she got has to do with someone that is very close to her, that is also dealing with something as well. And guess what she did? She responded to that person. Whereas, don't forget, she also is having her own battle. She also is having something that is peculiar to her that she's going through at that moment. So when you see people on the streets, when you see people smiling, don't conclude, don't assume that everything is okay with them. Some people are just used to the fact that they are just having this free energy, they are just carrying this positive energy and all of that. So I want you to know that sometimes behind that smile, there is a battle that we cannot see. Battle of the mind, battle of finances, battle of rejection, and battle of even expectation. Expectation, you're expected to do this, what people want from you, the results they want to see. Maybe you are putting in your effort in a particular thing, right? And probably it is not working. People want to see that there is a change. People really want to see results. But when the result is not showing, when what you are expecting is not feasible, you will start having some kind of feelings in your mind. Maybe your mind will start going against each other, and you will start having some sort of mental stress and some other things like that. And battles of rejection, you know, there are some people that they can't find themselves, they can't see themselves in that place that they used to be, or even if they have not been there. You are going to a place for the very first time, and by the time you get there, probably the way people relate with you in that particular place, then you start feeling like, what is all of this? You start feeling less of yourself and the likes. So battles of rejection. How about battles of the mind? Battles of the mind, when your mind is going against itself. Battles of finances. These are different battles that people fight, and I'm going to elaborate more on that as we go deeper in this topic. Now, there are sometimes that even when some things are wrong with us, we might not even have the right word to explain. I used to be like that. There are times that I will be feeling somehow. There are times that I will be dealing with some things, but to talk to people about it, it's not about just talking to people. I know that I can actually talk to people. I know that I really want to talk to somebody about it, but sometimes I will be finding my words. I don't know, maybe you feel like that before. Not that you don't want to open up, not that you don't want to share your feelings, right? But sometimes you will not even find the right word to explain what you are dealing with at that particular time, how you are feeling at that particular time. These are some of the things that affect us almost every day. So these are battles that are invisible, and we might not even have the right word to explain. And we fight these battles alone. That's one thing. People who don't know what you are going through, and even if they know what you are going through, I want to tell you that sometimes we fight these battles alone. In fact, even if you even tell people about it, you might not even have the answer, you might not even have the solution at that moment. You are just alone. You are just alone fighting these battles, and it can be stressful, it can be draining, it can be depressing. And there are times that it might not even get to that level, but I just want you to know that there are invisible battles that we fight every day. So today, I'm going to be revealing to you what we often ignore, what we don't really take note of. And this that I'm going to talk about is the invisible battle people fight every day. The invisible battles people fight every day. Now, what are these invisible battles people fight every day? The funny thing is that even you as audience, you are sitting right there watching me, there are some things that might be going on inside of you. There are some battles you might even be fighting inside of you, right? You are seated right there, and probably you might not be able to explain, you might not be able to talk to even the next person seated right beside you, even your so-called friend, and like that. Now, what are these invisible battles? These invisible battles are the struggles that don't show on the surfaces. They are the struggles that we carry all around, but yet you will still smile, you will still appear in camera as if you are okay, you are fine. And there's this common saying that we say now in Nigeria, that we don't look like what we are going through. These people are, imagine, that we live in a world today that even someone who call herself a marriage counselor is having marriage problem. It's very possible. Someone who call herself a counselor or a psychologist is having mental health issues. That's to tell you that there are hidden battles that we fight every day. A preacher might come to the stage, come and preach in any religious gathering that you must not lie, and that person just finish lying, and the person is dealing with it every day. Maybe somebody is preaching against masturbation, somebody is preaching against fornication and all of these things, and the person just finished doing that act. The person might want to really be free, but somehow the person has just been so engrossed, the person has just find his or herself in this unseen bondage, in this unseen cage, and like that. So that's to tell you that a whole lot is going on. If we have a kind of eyes that we can use to see people's hearts, that we can use to check the inner heart, inner mind of people, sincerely we would know how to deal with people cautiously. Because the person who just smiled, the person who just shook hand with you, the person who just even helped you might need help as well, might have just finished crying. So invisible battle, there are no even signs sometimes. There are no signs. You won't even be able to relate it to anything. You won't even be able to relate what the person is going through to anything. Have you heard people's story and you will sit down and be like, wow, imagine something like this is happening to this person and you are still there going about with your daily activities, going about with the business of the day, and you are still smiling, you are still even encouraging other people. Do you know that somebody might be in a nightclub or a party and be dancing and be doing all of these things, and right at that moment something is happening to the person and the person cannot even explain. Sometimes the way people just get over some of these things is by just trying to relate with friends, and relating with friends, they are not necessarily talking about what they are going through, but they just want to ease themselves. They just want to not think about some of these things. There is pain because they carry it all alone. What you don't see, what you can't even explain. One of the hardest things is something is wrong with you and you can't even communicate it. You can't even explain it. And you are the only one that know that this is what is wrong with me. There are times that even the way you behave, even the way you communicate it sometimes, some people will even find it hard to even understand you, and some people will be like, what? You can imagine things like that. So someone might be laughing, but the person might be dealing with depression. That's one thing about mental, so that's one thing about depression. The person might be, it might be the person's laugh that will be the loudest in the room, and you will not be able to discern, you will not be able to trace it to anything. That this gentleman here, that this gentlewoman here is actually dealing with depression, is actually dealing with some sort. Oh my God, do you know that sometimes you will finish crying like this and you check something on social media, then you will laugh again, then after all that scene, all that minute, you go back and just sit down and cry again and be like, whoa, what? That's to tell you that there are invisible battles that people fight every day. We post online our most beautiful picture, people we like, they will comment, but you are the one that know that deep down inside you, this is not you. Sometimes people adopt this method. People adopt this method. I was discussing with somebody one day, and you know what the person told me? The person was like, anytime she's having moments like that, that maybe something is wrong with her, she will just post her picture online. Do you get? And by the time she posts it online, by the time she see likes and people commenting, then maybe her mood will come up again. But just imagine at that moment that there was no like, you know, it will add to whatever thing you are going through, because you can't predict human, and you can't even predict the algorithm. Because if the algorithm did not push it out, or maybe people are busy, they just saw it and they did not even bother to like or to comment and all of that, it even adds to the person's problem more. So someone might be posting online, or someone might be doing content, might be doing the regular thing, but the person might be fighting loneliness. That's one of the battles that some people are fighting. One thing about loneliness is that there are moments that you are going to enjoy it, but a time will come that you will not be able to accommodate it again. Some people are fighting loneliness to the extent that they can't eat all alone again, because they will feel like, what's the essence? They can't really think on themselves. There is joy in being amongst people. There is joy in being amidst gathering and all of that. But the moment when you start doing everything by your own self, you think alone, you do your chores alone, you cook alone and you eat it alone, and the person will begin to have some sort of feelings, and still yet you still see their post on social media, you still see their smile, their picture. In fact, their picture might be the most beautiful that you are going to come across that particular day. And a person might be successful, but the person might be drowning in pressure. The person might have accomplished a whole lot of things. The person might have possessed a whole lot of things, but there may be pressure. Do you know that there are some people who are really rich today, they have that money, but there are some battles that they are fighting, they will not come out on social media to come and tell you that this is what I'm going through. I want to tell you that for a fact, there are some celebrities out there today that they are having some issues, but we don't know. We only celebrate their success, we only celebrate whatever thing they are coming to post on social media, and that is what people see. And that is what people will celebrate. But that particular feeling that they are having every day that they can't even explain, you won't feel it, you will not understand it. I've heard about rich people that they have problem in their marriage, but it's not even obvious to the public, and they will come out on social media, they will even come and tell you that their husband is caring for them and all of that, but deep down inside them they know that something is going on, they know that some things are not right, like that. Now, we also have people who are strong, but they are exhausted emotionally. Oh, this one is very difficult and it can be painful. They will be appearing as a strong man, as a strong woman. It is when they get to the corner of their room that they will be exposed to even themselves alone, because nobody is seeing them. Imagine someone that is carrying the whole burden of people and there is nobody that understands the person. And that's one thing that some leaders are having today. That's one of the issues that some leaders, people in authority are going through today. Especially when you are a leader that care about your followers. You are not even necessarily leaders, but there are some people that they are leaders without office. They are leaders without position. I don't know if you agree with me, but somehow they are just there to care for people, not just care for people, they see what others do not see. And one thing about leadership is the ability to even develop other people in the same environment that you are. I'm not talking about physical environment now, but that space that you have. You get that? And you as a leader now, this person come and tell you, this is what I'm going through, ma, sir, and you pour yourself into the person, another person come, you pour yourself into the person again, another person come, you pour yourself, and you now, you don't even have someone who is pouring into you. One day you will be exhausted. One day the person cup will run dry. One day the person will be empty. And at that moment, who will come through for that person? Yes, the person will still be appearing strong. The person will still be showing up. But deep down, the person is exhausted. But deep down, the person is gone emotionally. That is to tell you that it's not every wound that bleeds. It's not until you see blood. It's not until you see scars. But something is happening in the mind. Something is happening in their hearts that they can't even talk about. I don't want to begin to cite different examples like that, but I know that this is something that we all can relate with. Even parents with children sometimes, as mothers, something is going on, you can't even tell your daughter about it. As children, something is going on, you can't even tell your father about it. I understand the fact that some people, they don't hide anything from their parents. Some people will be like, my mom is my best friend, my mom is my mentor, I can tell her everything. But how about that moment that you can't even open your mouth to share what is wrong with you at a particular time? And you know, one thing is that this society that we live in today, it has actually trained us to celebrate visible success but ignore internal struggles. That's the world we live in today. It is all we see, that is all we celebrate. But I really wish that we can celebrate people who are going through a lot. I really wish that we can celebrate people who are having some struggles that they can't even explain to people. That's even if we know them. Because my society, my world today has normalized the word I am fine. Even when they know that deep down inside them, oh, yes, I recently posted a content about the word it is well. We have normalized that word. So, like, I know that the story behind it is well. You know, it is not actually well, isn't it? But because the woman had faith, and because of that she said it is well. But mind you, do you know that at that moment she said it is well, it was really obvious that it was not well. That was why it was being traced back. And the person she was reporting to at that time was able to discern that it is not well. But the society that I live in today, any little thing, it is well. It is well. Instead of you to open up your mouth and talk about that particular thing, I'm not going against the fact that you should be positive. Yes, let us be positive. In fact, I will advise that, okay, because you want to be positive, say your it is well, but now tell the person that it is well, but there is something that we need to sort. That will communicate that yes, something is going on. But sincerely, we are positive, we are optimistic by saying it is well. It's not a language of disbelief, right? It's not a language that you don't have hope. It's not a pessimistic language. But we should still be able to communicate our struggle and not hide under the canopy of it is well. If something is wrong with Felicia now, what she will tell me is it is well. Am I right? Because that is what, because now the mindset that we have now is that even if I communicate my problem, nobody will understand. But why don't we try? Now, you can say that we are fighting invisible battles. You can see that we are, but okay, I'm still going to talk about a whole lot of things as we move on in this topic. It is well, and it is really well. But we should always communicate our challenges and our problems. We should not ignore all these invisible struggles. These are the things that lead to mental stress. Somebody was telling me the story about almost committing suicide. You know what the person said? The person was like, at that moment, you will not know that suicide is a wrong thing. I want to believe that something just happened that just changed the person's perspective about the particular thing. It was not even like maybe she already like gone into that act. But the person was like, your mind will not even go against it. That's somebody who have come to a point that suicide is just the next thing. And I want to believe that if somebody say he or she wants to go and commit suicide, it might not be because of just that particular incident. There is accumulation of struggles. There is accumulation of battles. And the person just feel like the best way to just handle this thing is just to terminate his or her life so that he or she will just hide under that canopy like that, and people will not know what he or she is going through. We have emotional battles. These emotional battles, something like heartbreak. It's not only when you are in a relationship that you experience heartbreak. We all know one of our speakers that we nickname Mr. Heartbreaker today. His name is actually Samuel, but because he came up to share his story about heartbreak. And the moment he started, we all thought that it was a lady that broke his heart. But it was not even a lady, because he's a man. But he shared that story, and we all can realize that heartbreak is beyond what we see. Sometimes even our same gender, the person you trust as a female friends. And one thing about female is female bestie, my bestie. We are so used to that word. And let me tell you something. I was under a teaching some times ago, and the person was telling us that some people are just so careless with their life that you meet somebody today and the next day you are calling the person my bestie, my favorite girl, my pa. No, I'm not saying you should not accommodate them, you should not cheer them on and the likes. Or somebody you barely spend 6 months with, you don't even know the person's character. Even the people we have been friends together for years, there are still some things that you are still managing about them. And there are some people, their mouth is having sugar coated mouth. By the time they will write a epistle about such people, maybe they met them like 2 weeks to their birthday. You will see the epistle they will write, you will think they've known each other for a very long time. And by the time the person now do something that you don't like, you now begin to question your action. Your bestie don't fuck you up. Your bestie has disappointed you. That's just the world we are living in today. That's just the world that we find ourselves today. Heartbreak. And it's happening from left to right. If you walk up to some people, if they share the story of their own heartbreak to you, you will not even relate it to any relationship, boy and girl, abi man and woman or something. Even boss to staff, parents to children, female friends to female friends, male friends to male friends, things like that. We also have loss. Yes, somebody died, somebody you so much love, somebody you cherish. It can cause some invisible battles that we might be fighting today, and you begin to question yourself. You begin to see some people will be like, why the question why will just be coming up in their mind. They will just be asking the why question and the likes. And how about the way we feel, the feeling of unloved? And this is also one of the things that is happening in the society we live in today. You don't know that the people that you are around them really love you, but you are just feeling unloved. But sometimes it really happens that they don't really show you love. When they are supposed to show up for you, they don't show up for you. When they are supposed to do some things to you, they don't do all of those things, and you begin to feel unloved. That feeling of unloved alone is an invisible battles that we fight every day. Invisible battles that we fight every day. Someone might be smiling in public and they are crying in private every now and every night, and you see them. By the time they put on their makeup, you think they are living the best of life. You will think they already have everything they possess. And my country, majority of people we are seeing are not looking like their problem, but deep down something is going on. There is also mental battles, anxiety. Are always anxious, this and that. And anxiety can cause blood pressure, high blood pressure, because you are always anxious, always thinking, overthinking. Yes, always thinking. Your mind is not stable, your mind is not at rest. You just want solution to that particular thing. Especially people who they call the perfectionists. You just want everything to go as fine. You just want everything to just be okay and like that. And self-doubt. People who are always doubting themselves. This okay. They will begin to check their body at all time. They will begin to check what they possess at all time to be sure that this particular thing, is it really right? Is it going on well? And if they are really okay. We also have the financial battles. Oh, this one is very common, and this is what so many youth are fighting today. By the time you collect your NYSC alawi, and after 1 week the money is the money is not the money that is remaining is not even up to your tithes. I said the money that is remaining. Can you imagine that somebody is asking if your own is remaining like after 1 week? That's to tell you the society we live in today. Financial battles. You know, you are living from one bill to another bill. Bill never stop. From one bill, it's not like you will even check yourself and be like, what have I even gotten for myself? It's not like you are spending anyhow. But by the time you remove 1,000 naira from that money, the rest is finished already. We move from sorting these particular bills to sorting that another bills. And one funny thing that always happens to sort people with financial battle is that they will already think that this month they have sort all bills, and by next month maybe they will start saving or they will have much money. By the time the month will start entering 20 something like this, oh, the next allowance has finished already. Some people have not even gotten the allowance of the next 2 months. It already have a particular bill it's going to sort. And you think such people will be fine. Yes, they will smile in public, but their financial life is not smiling at all. These are battles that they fight, and sometimes it's not that they are spending lavishly. Family support is there. They just want to help the family. They have siblings they are taking care of. They have mother they want to care for. They just have family bills like that. And let's not even talk about school member. Let's talk about older people. Just imagine a man that is just building his life, starting to live. You know how much school fees is now for primary school, for secondary school? You know how much pampers is now for new parents? Even baby food. Even baby food. And the fact that the cost of fuel has increased does not mean that the salary you are going to get will increase. Now you will now sit down, you will need to calculate. You will be subtracting 350 from 150. You don't get that. You know that 350 is more than 150. By the time you do your subtraction, you'll be left with minus something. That's the world we live in today. And already the next salary you are going to get, you don't even have a dime out of it. And your wife will come and say, dear, we don't even have rice in this house. You first raise your eyes and look at her and be like, it be like saying Nagari, you go chop this night. That's the world we live in. And sincerely, a lot is really happening to us. Some people are actually not broke, but they are just carrying responsibilities that you cannot see, financial responsibilities that you cannot see. See, let me tell you something. If you are really financially stable, financial stability is when you are able to plan your finances in such a way that you still have something to hold on to at the end of the day, at the end of everything. You don't have bills unsettled. Yes, it might happen, but there is still something in your bank account that you can say, okay, in case of emergency, in case of unforeseen circumstances, or everybody is showing up, you can say, even me, I have 1,000 naira. My account is not minus, my account is not 00. Even if your account is 00, it's better than somebody who is having a lot of minus, a lot of bills to sort, debt to sort, like that. And we also have identity crisis. Identity crisis is one thing that youth in our society today are fighting. It's one thing that youth in our society are facing. The question, who am I? Who am I? You know, that question can be hard to answer. It can be hard to find answer to. Because people see you as Felicia. They see you as Joy. They see you as Ayomide. But do you really know who you are? As I'm telling you right now, Seth, it's hard to tell myself that who am I and to answer that question. Seriously. And you know, you don't need to fight it. But by the time you are able to discover yourself, you really know who you are. and that is it. That may be another topic for another day. And I believe that we have our Mr. Motivational Speaker here. He might come up tomorrow and come and tell us how we can find ourselves. And seriously, these are one of the lessons that we really need to be taught. We really need to know to find yourself. Some people are just living in what today, they are just living their life and they don't really know who they are. But because they have come under a teaching motivational speaker, have said a whole lot of things, and their mind will begin to be troubled. They will be disturbed. See, you don't need to force yourself. Though you should know who you are, you should discover yourself. But in the process of discovering yourself, don't be lost. In the process of finding who you are, don't lose your identity. Don't go on the extreme. Still sit and stay with it, continue living your life. One day you will evolve, and the person you are, you will come to know at the end of the day. And some people will ask themselves, am I enough? What you are doing is okay. Let me tell you that what you are doing is okay. You don't need anybody's validation. You don't need anybody to praise you. You don't need anybody to applaud you. You don't need anybody to tell you you are doing well. You just keep doing what you are doing. I know there is so much appreciating us we do. I know there is so much applauding us we do. But at the same time, don't wait for that. Don't wait for that to happen to you. Just keep on moving. Just keep on going. Because some people are actually lost and they are just trying to find themselves in this noisy world. They are trying to find themselves. They are trying to just sit down and say, this particular thing, this my life, I just need to adjust all this and that. Don't disturb your mental health. Don't stress yourself mentally. Just keep on living your life, but live responsibly. Just keep on living your life, but be very careful at the same time. Now, you understand the battles that we fight every day that are invisible. But let's look at why people hide their battles. There are reasons people hide their battles. They will not just come and tell you that something is wrong with me. And there are people that even the way they are looking, you know that something might be wrong. The way they are just sitting, they will just feel like few people should just finish whatever thing you want to do. That might be their own battles that they are fighting. And like that. But why do people really suffer in silence? Why do some people really feel like it's better for me to just keep quiet than to just open my mouth and tell people this is what I'm going through? Number one thing is the fear of judgment. People in our society today tends to judge people quickly. But if you are not in someone's shoe, never open your mouth and say you should have done this, you should have done that. You might give people like, okay, how do I put it now? You might give them like maybe ideas. Yes, let me use that word, ideas. But don't finalize your idea in such a way that you will give them a conclusion that this is how you should have done it. And that is the society we find ourselves today. Now, let's see it in this direction. You know, there are some adults that when they hear that little ones do something, quickly they will put blame. I'm not saying that they are not trying to correct, but have they tried to live this life that we are living before? You know, during their own time, the technology is not advancing and all of that. But there are so many things that have affected this our generation. We call ourselves Gen Z, right? And they are millennial, isn't it? Now, there are so many things that have affected this our generation that was not happening at that point in time. And that is why it can be hard for some children to walk up to their father or to their mother and say, Mommy, this is something that I'm going through at this particular time. Before that child finished talking, the mother will have said 10 things, and the child will be judged for his action or her action. Now, somebody who have not given birth to a child before, not because the person, I'm not even talking about people who are waiting to give birth now, but you that you are not married yet, you are not ready to give birth now, you are now judging a parent who have given birth. You thought it is easy to train up a child. It's not easy. You are who you are today because some people have invested in your life, either knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously. I want to tell you that you are not who you are because of your parents alone. We have a lot of mother figure, father figure today, not just our biological parents alone. And some people will say, I have spiritual father, I have spiritual mother, I have a father in my place of work, in my school, and all of that. And somehow they contribute to your growth, they contribute to your life. With the one little thing they tell you, you change, you advance in that area. So we live in that society that we tend to judge people in time, friend to friend. And because your friend comes to you and say, this is what happened to me, and you have opened your mouth, blah blah blah, and started saying something that if you find yourself in that particular shoe, you know that you will have done worse. I'm not saying you should not correct. I'm not saying that when you discover that what this person have done is actually wrong, I'm not saying you should not correct, but there are ways we can do it that will not make the person feel bad. There are ways we can do it that will not make the person feel judged. That person you see today that is doing that particular thing might be as a result of a specific action that the person cannot even relate to a particular thing. But if you really sit people down and ask them questions, you will know why they are doing some particular thing at some point in time in their life. Now, I think I heard a story, or I've seen someone that thought about, now when she was growing up, the way her own mom used to fry akara, and she has learned that way, and by the time she got to her husband's house, she was frying the akara that same way. But someone now saw her doing it like that one day. Do you know that if you don't ask that lady question that why are you frying your akara this way, you will misquote it to something else. You will begin to say, is she not overdoing it? Why is she adding egg to her own akara? Why is she adding onions to her own akara and all of that? I hope you understand. So that's the society that we live in today. But because the person was able to ask her, okay, I've seen you fry your akara this way, I really want to know the story, the history behind that frying of akara. I hope you understand. But if the person did not ask, you will now see them posting on social media that that lady own is too much. She used to overdo her thing. If you see the way she was frying akara as if she is not in Nigeria, as if she has lived in America before. Who even told you that American people say they are eating your akara? That's beans cake, right? They may be eating it, right? But because there is a particular way she has mastered her own, and you should expect her to do it in that same way. Some of us, the life that we are living now is because we have learned one or two things from our parents while growing up. Do you know that the way some people speak, they will speak fluently without mixing any word together, and you think that they are born with that language, and maybe they are even Yorubas, and coming on stage to speak, and they are speaking that language fluently. Somebody will say she's doing fashion, somebody will say she's doing that intentionally, and you don't even know that that is the way the person have mastered the art of speaking publicly. And you will be like, and by the time she's not presenting, she would speak a dialect. Have you seen people like that before? That when they mount on stage to speak, they will speak fluently and you'll be like, can this person even speak Yoruba at all? And some people will sit somewhere and be judging them. They have learned that act. And what's wrong with you that you cannot learn that same act? I'm just giving us a simple scenario, simple example that we can relate to it. Not to talk of somebody that comes to you and was like, and the person tell you that, as a lady now, let me cite this example, and the person tell you that, I am not a virgin anymore. And you open your mouth and start judging. Ah, she's a prostitute. I used to see her. That's how she used to wear skimpy at night. That's how she used to accommodate men in her room. But do you know what have really happened that actually caused it? Do you know if she was raped? Do you know if it was even while growing up that something happened to her? Maybe in her own family house, in her own parents' house, even before she get to adulthood. And people will start judging. People will start judging. And these are the things that happen in our society today. These are the things that we go through today. Fear of judgment. And because you don't want to be judged, you keep things to yourself. You prefer to fight the battles all alone. That is the society that we are living in today. That is where we find ourselves today. Fear of judgment. And because you are afraid to talk to somebody, you rather keep that thing to yourself. And like that. Some people, maybe they have made a huge mistake. And because they want to, and because they just want to be free, they just want to ease their mind, they will say, I don't even want to talk to anybody about this particular thing. They will hold that thing to themselves. Now, let me paint another scenario. Do you know that there are some parents that they've not even trained their own children well? They've not even trained their own parents, they've not even trained their own children well. And they will see another person's children. They will start passing judgment. They will start passing blame. And they will begin to say, look at the son of Mr. A, look at the son of Mr. B, look at the way this person is behaving. And their own children are even doing something that is worse. Fear of judgment. If you have always discussed your problem with someone that will always judge you, one day you just keep it to yourself. Now, another thing that make people hide their battle is pride. Yes, some people have that pride. Instead of walking to Shade and tell Shade that I have this particular issue, I would rather keep it to myself. Because it's not that Shade will judge them, but because they don't want Shade to seal that mistake that they have made. Pride, ego. Because you as a lady, you don't want people to see that you are doing some things that are bad. And you can't even talk about it to somebody that can educate you, that can help you to outgrow all of those characters. Then you prefer to keep it to yourself and you keep on fighting with it every day, every day. You know that you don't know how to cook, but because you are a fair lady, you are beautiful, you have charisma, people love you around, but because you don't want people to know that you can cook, that pride is there. That pride is there. And you cannot walk up to your friend who can do it better. You can't walk up to her to teach you. Some people are not becoming a better version of themselves today because of pride. You can't allow anybody to teach you. You can't allow anybody to correct you. I've seen people that they had to go back to school at their old age because they simply want to learn. But some people are having pride to the extent that they know that they are supposed to learn this thing, but because they don't want somebody to start correcting them. Because obviously if you really want to learn, you must definitely take to correction. You must take to correction. That is the way we learn. Because you can't be perfect at all time. You can't always get it right. So you will have somebody who will correct you. And that is the way we learn. But because some people are having pride, they will not want to subject themselves to the authority of anyone, so that they will learn. Pride. Another sign, another reason people hide their battle is the be strong mentality. Oh, and they will tap you, be strong, be strong. That be strong have made you to keep quiet. That be strong has made you to hide your pain, has made you to hide your feelings, because what you are simply going to get at the end of everything is be strong. And be strong is killing our society today. I'm not saying we should not be strong. I am not saying that we should not be a strong man and a strong woman. I'm not saying that we should display weakness at all times. But at that point that you all need to talk about your challenge, don't hide under the canopy of be strong. Because being strong is not the definition of strong itself. But the fact that you can speak up about your problem, the fact that you can speak up about your challenges, it's really showing that you are really strong. Because it is only a strong person that will be able to talk to his or her fellow friend and say, I have done this bad thing, I have done something wrong, and you are ready to be corrected, and you are ready to face the consequences if there is any consequences at all. That is the definition of a person who is strong. But I want to tell you that you are not strong if you are keeping quiet. You are not strong if you are fighting your battles all alone. You are not strong if the only thing you are doing is to cry at night, wet your pillows with tears, and just hide everything to yourself. I'm not saying that you should talk to people about your problem all the time, but there should be one specific person in your life that you can trust. There should be someone in your life that you can confide in. That is the benefit of having good people in your cycle. That is the benefit of having same positive mind in your cycle today. Not just the negative energy people, not just people that will bring you down, not just people who will not support your growth, not just people who will not be able to correct you. One of our speakers yesterday said something that if you really have friends who will always tell you the truth at all times, please hold on to that friendship. Not the set of people that will just be pushing you and be saying yes, 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 whereas they know that what you are doing is a no. If you really have that set of people that will say, Joy, this particular thing you are doing is going to lead you in the wrong way, and they made you see reason. There are even some friends that will tell you that they will think for you. That was what the speaker told us yesterday, that they will help you analyze it. They will use the formula 10-10-10 for you. If you cannot think by yourself, it's not because you don't want to think by yourself, but because your mind is clouded at that particular time. Then there is tendency that you will not be able to think straight. There is tendency that you will not be able to see the negative because your mind is clouded. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So the society might tell us to be strong at all times. The society might tell us that you don't need to open up. The society, they might tell us that you don't need to always talk to people about your problem and your challenges. But that is wrong. That is wrong. We really need to break free from that mentality of be strong at all time. Now, another reason we keep to the battles that we are fighting silently is because nobody is asking us the real question. See, there are times that if I notice some things in people and I know that this person, he or she has not been himself or herself, I will not stay at saying how are you to that person, because I know that my country, my society today have normalized saying I am fine even when they are not fine. Now, if I ask you, if I observe that something is wrong, I might not say how are you, I will say something like, deep down, how are you? Because that already deep down, I've already erased the first surface of you telling me I am fine. Now, me, I don't actually poke nose into people's privacy, but if I see that, okay, you are somebody I can really talk to, and if I've tried enough, if you are not talking about it, I will leave you to your maker. And if you, I'm still saying something, or you get what I'm saying. Now, at first, it might be the way the person is feeling. That's why the person might not be able to say something. I will still check up on the person. But in order to avoid disrespect, or to make you feel like your wahala is too much, you are doing too much, it's better to just respect their privacy. Do you understand it now? See, if you are not assigned to that person as their counselor or their psychologist, there is nothing more that you want to do. The best you can do is just to probably be kind to such type of people. It's just to show such kind of people more love. General KSO, I hope you are listening. It's just to show those kind of people more love. It's just to encourage such kind of people because you've tried your best to really know what the person is going through. Now, if I now tell you something like, deep down, how are you feeling? Not even how are you again. Deep down, how are you feeling? And if you still tell me you are fine, I will tell you that you are fine, but I have observed this particular thing. You tell me you are fine, but you are showing these particular symptoms, you are behaving like this, you are acting like this. I will say something that will make you feel like, yes, this person is really loving, this person is really caring. Now, I used to tell people that, can you hear me? I used to tell people that when you share your problem and your challenges, somehow you are going to feel light. Because I know that now, problem shared is not half solved again in this society. It's only when you share it with the right set of people. Because problem shared in this society today is gist. That is just it. Unless you share your problem with the right set of people. Because if you are not careful, the person you share your problem with will use you as an example the next day. And you will feel more bad about it. That is why you see me sometimes when I come to this stage and talk to you about things that are related to mental health and all of that, I will not mention some specific example or share names or tell you this particular thing and all of that. Most of the time, I use myself as an example. I share my own personal story because I really want you to learn. Because that's one thing about mental health. And when you are in a position whereby you are close to people and you understand the way they are feeling, it's better to just keep it to yourself. Now, if you tell people things like, I really want to carry your burden with you, is a very big word. And when you say it, be ready to carry their burden with them. Because that thing alone can actually make people to confide in you. That is why I say people are not asking the right question again. In a world we live in today, saying how are you, we don't say, we not allow, we not make people to start sharing their problem from A to Z, because we have already set a standard to that question. When they say how are you, the next thing to say is I am fine, isn't it? Then okay, so deep down, are you fine? Okay. That's just what I'm trying to explain to you. Now, he said he wants money. That's one challenge that he's having at the moment. So it's not that he's really 100% fine, but physically he might be fine. When I was talking about healing in one of my presentation, I said something like, when you are physically okay but you are not mentally okay, you are not still okay, you are not still fine, because according to WHO, it is expected that everything, either physically, mentally, socially, spiritually, you must be 100% okay. So the fact that you don't have injury, the fact that you are not having headache, or some things are going on in your inner mind, you should not still say I am fine when you are not fine. So now I'm directing this my point to everybody that used to ask people question how are you, and you are expecting the response, you are expecting their response to be that they are sharing to you their problem. We will say I am fine, but to ask the right question deep down inside you. Now when you ask the deep down inside you, if the person do not still speak up, it really means that it's either you keep it to yourself, or the person is really fine. Any of those things. So we should learn to ask the right question. You can even move further by saying, what happened in the last 24 hours, right? Maybe the last 24 hours might be the genesis of the problem. Yes. Because maybe you yourself, you have been able to trace it to a particular thing like that. That is what I'm trying to explain to us. So, to reiterate my point to you guys again, I said that people hide their battles because, number one, fear of judgment. They don't want to be judged. Our society tends to judge people easily today. And there is this common saying that someone's story is always very sweet when you have not find yourself in that situation. When you have not find yourself in that situation, somebody will say this is what is happening, this is like that, and the next you say that if I am the one, this is what I will have done. And their mouth will be running blah 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 blah, and they will be even giving you 10 ideas that you would have actually execute. But tomorrow when they find themselves in that particular thing, in that particular situation, the reverse is the case. And you will now sit down and ask them that, but my friend, you said if you were the one, you will have done this, you will have done that. And before they find themselves in that particular situation, they will have actually judged. They will have actually judged the person. So judgment, fear of judgment is one reason people are hiding their battle today. How many of you have been judged before because of a specific action? Sincerely. Thank you very much for being sincere. People will judge you. And because of that, you will just rather keep things to yourself. And instead of telling people about it, you'll be like, the last time I talk about this thing, they judged me. I talk about pride as well. Some people, it's not because they can't talk about it. It's not because they don't have people around them they can talk to. But somehow they are still dealing with pride. They don't want to be submissive. They don't want to learn. And I've talked about the be strong mentality. That be strong mentality is something that we are dealing with today. Because in Africa home, firstborn daughter, firstborn son, you are expected to be strong because you have siblings, and because of that you will not be able to open up. Be strong mentality. As a wife, you have been told that when you are going to your husband house, there is problem, oh, there is challenges, oh, and your mother will bring it in your head that they don't used to bring back your property back to your mother's house, and they will tell you just be strong. And that is the society we live in. I'm not encouraging that you should go back to your mother's house when there is challenges and problems, but the right time that you are supposed to speak up, that you should talk to people around you, please don't live by being strong alone. Yes, be strong. And I've talked about asking the right question from people. Don't just stop at the level of how are you. Move further. Deep down, how are you really feeling? What happened in the last 24 hours? Are you really fine? Sincerely, add all of these words to it. And the person should be able to talk to you about his or her problem, about his or her challenges. That is what I'm talking about. Now, I want you to know that, yes, I've talked about it, that we are living in a world that's normalizing I am fine and all of that. And sometimes it is not because you don't want to explain your pain. But do you know that the world we live in today, explaining your pain is even more painful than that pain? Because by the time you think about it and you analyze it, then you are not trying to heal from that particular pain again, but you are trying to heal from the action after explaining your pain, because you have just explained your pain to the wrong set of people, to the wrong person. That is what we are talking about. So we now live in that society today, and that is what is happening to us today. Now, I want you to know that when you are silent, it does not mean that it is peace, because you've learned that silence is when there is no noise in your mind. Silence is when there is no noise in your environment. Silence is you have turned into you have learned that peace is when there is no noise, there is silence in your mind and all of that. That's what I was meant to say. Now, but I want you to know that the fact that there is silence is not, it does not connote that there is peace. The fact that you are quiet does not connote that there is peace. Sometimes it is pressure. Sometimes it is something that you cannot explain, and it can lead to mental breakdown. It can lead to isolation. It can lead to you making the wrong decision and giving up on your goals because you don't want to talk to somebody. You are quiet, you are silent, you have keep short about it. You can make wrong decision because you don't talk to people about that particular decision that you want to make. Instead of speaking up to your friend with somebody that can reason with you 10-10-10 formula, you just keep it to yourself. Now, maybe somebody is listening to me and do not understand the 10-10-10 formula. Now let me explain to you according to one of our speakers that have enlightened us about that 10-10-10 formula. This is the 10-10-10. It was discovered by someone, I forgot the name of the person, but this is the formula. It means that when something happens, now some of us will make decision immediately, isn't it? But before you make that decision, and when you make that decision, after some times you will begin to question yourself. At that moment you make the decision, you might be very happy that yes, I was able to do this, but after some time you begin to blame yourself that why do I do this particular thing? Why do I make this decision? Now, but so that you are not going to find yourself in that situation of blaming yourself after you have made a particular decision, you should apply the 10-10-10 formula, which means that when something happens, before you make a decision, think on it. What will happen after 10 minutes? After whatever decision you want to make, look at the positive and the negative side. What will happen after 10 minutes? Now what will happen after 10 hours? Sorry, what will happen after 10 months? That is the initial formula that the person derived, but we have expanded it more. I will come back to our expansion. 10 minutes. What will happen after 10 minutes? What will happen after 10 hours? Sorry, after 10 months. And what will happen after 10 years? That should be your mindset. But now we have expanded further that it doesn't have to even get to the 10 months first. You will not say what will happen after 10 minutes I have made this decision. What will happen after 10 hours you have made this decision? What will happen after 10 days you have made this decision? In fact, I think we should adopt 10 weeks too, isn't it? Even before the 10 months. What will happen after 10 weeks you have made this decision? What will happen after 10 months you have made this decision? What will happen after 10 years you have made this decision? Then you're able to check your plus and minus. And you'll be able to think if you really want to say yes to it or no to it. That is what we are talking about. So when you are silent sometimes, when you don't have people to talk to sometimes, you might make the wrong decision, which will cost you more in the later on in life. So when you have people that you can discuss with, they can help you to adopt that 10-10-10-10 formula, and you both will look at it together and you'll be able to finalize that yes, this is what you really want to do. Now when you keep quiet, it can make us give up on our life goals. You have a particular goals, you have particular thing you want to accomplish, you want to just get in life, but because while you are in that race, while you are running that race to get that particular thing, you're already getting tired, you're already feeling like you don't want to do that particular thing again. But you know that when you speak up to people, when you are not silent about it, people will encourage you, people will make you see reason you should continue in that pattern. People that you talk to, the right people you talk to, they are going to advise you if you are to continue or not. That is what I'm talking about. So keeping quiet, I know you just want to be your gentle self, the quiet lady, the quiet man, but sometimes you just need to speak up and don't hide that invisible battles that you are fighting. Many people don't suddenly give up, but they slowly get tired because they are fighting alone. That is why some people just give up. And you will ask, I thought you started this particular thing some times ago, and they will tell you, I am no longer interested, I am no longer doing it. I've told you that if you are living your life by motivation alone, you will not go far. Yes. If you are living by motivation alone, you will not go far, because sometimes the motivation will not even come. This morning I struggle to get up on the bed. If I am just to be there and just say, see, whatever thing they want to do, let them just keep doing it, I will not be here. Right? So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's not just about motivation. It's not just about, yes, they are ailing us. You will stop running that race. You will stop that business. If you are doing that business because at first you tried it, you are earning enough, you have so much to earn, a time will come that sales will not even come. A day will come that you will not even make any sale. But will you still keep on in that pattern? The big businesses we see today, do you know that at the time they started, it was not every day they were selling? Miss Kiara, you shared your business journey with us, right? Yesterday. Was it, when you started, was it every day you were making sales? No. But you are still in that business now, right? That's what we are talking about. So she did not just live her life on motivation alone. Because you will get tired at some point in time, and for you to continue, for you to move on in life, you have to discuss with the right set of people. We see people, they are going to simply withdraw from even things they have once enjoyed. They are going to simply withdraw from friends. They are going to withdraw from family. They are going to withdraw from their relatives. That's a sign that someone is fighting an invisible battle. Is withdrawal. If you have noticed, maybe any of your friends who have stopped doing something good, because sometimes people withdraw from bad thing, and that is very good. You are not expected to be doing bad thing, right? But you notice that this person has withdrawn from something good that the person has always been doing. Please ensure you ask the person sincerely what is really happening, what is going on. That is what I'm talking about today. So a good example, a good sign that you are going to see when somebody is fighting an invisible battle is sudden withdrawal. Another thing is mood changes. You will see their mood is not always balanced again. They are happy today, tomorrow they are not happy. Sadness. In fact, you will even be questioning yourself. Maybe you are living with them. You will be asking, have I done something wrong to you? Then you might even be trying to connect it maybe to a particular disagreement that you both have had. And it might not be because of that. It might be that they are fighting an invisible battle that you don't even know about. So when you see that people mood change at all time, it's not even about the food, it's not about the money, but you observe that, Joy, I know you to be happy person, but what happened today? You are just going about with a long face, you are just going about with a sad face, and this is not you. This is not who I used to know. Just check very well. The person might be fighting an invisible battle. Another sign that you are going to see is overworking or underperforming. And these are the signs that we often ignore or we don't often take note of. In a work environment, for example, if somebody is having any invisible battle or anything they are dealing with at some point in time in their life, someone who have not been working very well, it is that time they will now put in more effort because they don't want to pay attention to that thing that is troubling them. Pay attention to all these signs. Or they are not performing as expected. Pay attention to all these signs. Joy, who have always been up and doing, but she just come to the office one day and she's not interested in that particular job she has been doing effectively again. It might be that something is going on with her at that point in time. So these are the signs that you are going to see. Or somebody who is not performing very well. Okay, I've talked about that. Somebody who is even overdoing what he or she is supposed to do. These are the signs, because they don't want people to know. They don't want people to see them. They don't want to be noticed. So instead of them just sitting and relaxing, they will want to do something that will just change people's mind about it. Watch this kind of people in your environment, and I can tell you that you can be helpful to them. Another sign you are going to see is someone who is always saying I am fine. Even before you throw the question how are you, they will already tell you I am fine. And we have normalized saying I am fine in our society today. So you will not even stress yourself. You know that, Joy, you are not feeling okay. Joy might even be wearing a long face. She might even be appearing tired. It's not bad if you say I'm tired. Lately, if people chat me up and they really want to know how I've been faring and all of that, if I'm not really fine, I will tell them I'm tired. And sometimes I will tell them because I've been stressed, I really need to rest, and if I've eaten, if I've rested enough, I will be okay. As simple as that. So don't normalize that I am fine. When you need to tell people I am tired, speak up. Even if it is your boss, if you need a break, if you need 15 minutes of rest, there is so much 15 minutes of rest can do to your brain, and it will help you to be refreshed again. So instead of just going back and front, not getting things done in time, just sit down and relax, and you'll be yourself, because you want to be the best person that everybody know, and you don't just want to admit that you are not fine. It's doing more harm than good to you. So I'm telling you all, wherever you are watching from or you are seated right there, at the moment when you are not fine, don't force it. Simply speak up. Another sign that you can see is distance. Somebody is smiling at distance. Your friend who used to be very close to you, or your colleague who used to be very close to you, have started walking afar off. They will just see you and they will be like, "Hi," and they have vanished in seconds. And you will be watching and be like, "Where is this person?" And probably you have discovered that something is going on, but because the person is avoiding that conversation. I think I've talked about people who avoid difficult conversation yesterday. There are some people like that. They don't just want to talk about it. These are the signs that you are going to see. They will smile at distance, or they will start relating with you at distance. They will start avoiding your calls. They will start avoiding your messages. And this is not the person you used to know. Check all of these signs, because you might be of help. Now, I want to also tell you that you should be kind to people. Yes, I've talked about people judging in our society today, and they will be like, "If I am the one, this is what I would have done." But by the time they find themselves in that shoe, you will even realize that it happened to at first, you were even stronger than them. So instead of just talking to people anyhow, you can be kind to them in your word. Be courteous to people in this society that we live in today. The word you speak to people matters a lot. Because they will always remember. That is what they will always carry in their mind. It is people who show up for them. It is people who speak the right word to them. These are the things that they will always remember. And again, the tone at which you speak matters. That is another thing we need to learn. On a norms, you are not angry, but some people are used to people speaking to them in a right way. They are not trained with you speaking to them with your tone raised. And by the time you raise your voice, maybe you as a boss, you are talking to your staff. I know you want to correct. I know that staff has done the wrong thing. Then you start raising your voice. This and that. Somehow it can affect their mental health. Somehow it can add to even the invisible battles that they are fighting, and they might not be able to function very well. You can correct people without shouting, isn't it? Just speak to people kindly. Speak to them softly. That is how we can do better in our world today. And mind you, you may forget what you have said to people, but the people you have talked to about a particular thing will not forget what you have said to them. They will always remember, when this thing happened, this was what Joy told me. In fact, if you don't have the right solution to their problem, to their challenges at that point in time, by simply saying, "I love you, I'm rooting for you," it will go a long way. By simply saying, "Don't worry, I will try as much as I can, I will always encourage you." Sometimes it's not just about money. It's not just about finding solutions to people's problem. Some people want you to understand them. Some people need people who can understand their challenges. Because imagine something happened to you and you've tried to discuss with your parents. They already blame you, they already judge you. You've discussed with your siblings, they already pass blame, they already do this, they already do that. And the only one person that remains, the person embrace you. Though you have really done the wrong thing, but before the person now starts correcting you, the person embraced you first. There is a way you are going to feel loved. There is a way you are going to feel appreciated. There is a way you are going to feel comfortable that you can even discuss with the person more. Now, I know you've listened to my presentation for over 1 hour now, and I want to really ask you, wherever you are, what is that thing that you are really hiding, that you don't want people to know? What is that thing that you are afraid to say? And what is that thing that is really weighing you down? Because it's really going to affect your productivity. It's really going to affect the way you are going to go far in that business. Do you know that challenges that you are having, if you can simply speak up about it, maybe to your fellow colleagues, maybe to somebody that is in that same business with you, but the person is doing, I don't want to use the word much more better, but you can see that this person is advancing. The person might have gone through that particular incident, that particular challenge, and he or she can pick out lesson. He or she can tell you, okay, these are the things you should do to avoid this particular problem and this obstacle. But if you decide to keep things to yourself, the person might be tired and the whole thing might actually go on the extreme at the long run. Now, how can you cope when you are fighting invisible battles that we all fight in the society today? Number one, I've talked about you speaking up. You don't need to hide things to yourself. Speak up, but be very careful the kind of people you speak up to. It's not just anyhow person. But I've told you, if you have friends that can support you, if you have friends that support you, if you have friends that always tell you the truth at all times, they are not only cheering you up, our girl, my guy, all this and that. If you make mistake, they can tell you what you did is wrong. Correct yourself and come back to the right thing. You can discuss with this kind of people. Yes, you are seeking support, and I will advise that you have a mentor. That's important of having mentor. When you make mistake, you can always discuss with your mentor. Sir, ma, I have done this particular thing, and this is what is happening at this moment. This is what is happening at some point in time, like this in my business, in my work, in my relationship. What can you say about it? They can help you, and you can speak to professionals. Yes, that is why we have counselors, we have psychologists today. They are doing their work, and some of them are doing beautifully well in our country today. Then you need to be honest with yourself. See, you cannot heal from what you have not admit. If you are still going about with the fact that you are fine, you will not heal from it in time. Admit that you are not really fine. That is the first step to healing. So be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. Stop saying you are fine when you are not fine. And rest. I always preach rest at all times. Rest is not for lazy people. If you are doing your work, maybe during the day, and your mind is clouded, sincerely, there is so much 30 minutes sleep can do to you. You might not necessarily sleep, you might still be conscious of your environment, but just leave that particular thing at that time. Go to a silent place, go to a quiet environment, lay your head somewhere, and breathe. And just feel yourself. You will come back to your very self and set boundaries. Yes, that is protecting your peace. It is not everybody that should have access to you. Even if they are your family members, even if they are your co-workers, but you have values, you have standards. It is no pride. I used to tell people, it is setting boundaries, because with that you are protecting your peace, you are protecting your space. Now, I'll be rounding up very soon, and before I round up, I'm going to talk about becoming a safe space for others. Because today we talked about how people can be fine, but have you really seen yourself? Have you really seen yourself as someone who can even help others? Now, I want to encourage you all, I want to charge you all that you should be the person that somebody can talk to. You should be that person that somebody can discuss with. Listen without judging people. We should stop that act in our society, in our country today. Don't be too quick to judge someone. Don't be too quick to pass judgment. Don't be too quick to give your own suggestion and your own ideas. Allow the person to speak. And you can even tell the person that just give me time, I'm going to say something about it. Because passing judgment immediately, by the time you rethink all of those things that you might have said, you might be blaming yourself in the long run. So don't be too quick to pass judgment. If you don't know what to say at that moment, don't allow the person to force words into your mouth. Just simply tell the person, don't worry, I'm going to talk about it later. If you can embrace the person, hug the person will feel relief. Do you understand? Then another thing is, yes, don't rush to fix things. Something has happened because you are the bright student, because you are the most intelligent colleague, and you are always running around. I'm not saying it's not good to be all of those things, but sit quietly and apply the 10-10-10 formula. If I make this decision, what will happen after 10 minutes? What will happen after 10 hours? What will happen after 10 days? What will happen after 10 hours? After 10 months and after 10 years? Because our society are people who are too quick to make decisions, and they will not think about what will happen after the decision they have made. And they will not come back and be blaming themselves, and I wish I should have not done this particular thing. And be present for people. That's one thing I'm going to tell you again. Show up for people. Show up for people you love. Show up for them. Because sometimes people do not actually need solutions. They actually need people. They actually need people around them. So everyone you meet today, they might be smiling, they might be jovial, they might dress well, wear the best clothes, wear their makeup, even their heels, their shoe. But it does not mean that they are not fighting battles. The way you treat people actually matters a lot. So I'm going to end by telling you that you should be kind, you should be patient, and you should be gentle. Treat people with love. Treat people cautiously, and you yourself, if you are going through one particular situation or the other, learn to speak up, learn to surround yourself with loving and kind people, because the people you relate with will actually tell a whole lot about your own life. I remain Joluwa Timileyin Ajayi, and right now I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the last speaker. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
I strongly believe you are all doing great today. My name is Ayodele Oluwole, and it's a pleasure to be here once again. At least I've graced this stage a couple of times, and I've spoken about different topics. So today I am diving deep into a topic that I feel is of utmost importance to each and every one of us, and it applies directly to our environment. And it is the word ethics. I repeat, ethics. So let me introduce myself. My name is Ayodele Oluwole. I'm a training facilitator. I'm a TV host, and I own a bespoke tailoring clothing line where we make traditional, lovely outfits, promoting the African brand, promoting our culture through fashion, promoting our local content. So that's what we do. So I would want to give credit to CFP Congressman for who is the initiator of this, and I want to say that I'm proud to be part of this, as we have been able to put a platform together that has helped a lot of people to give power to expression, a lot of people to express, their ideas, their very rich ideas. We have been able to create a platform for a lot of people to express what they carry within them, and at least the world can see that Nigerians, we have great potentials. So it's a laudable initiative that I'm proud to be part of, and I am happy to be here once again. So, and to the audience, to those who have been very dedicated, seated there and listening, we appreciate you all for your being attentive, for listening to different speakers and at least learning one or two things. And to the people watching, we appreciate you all for standing true and making sure that you listen to these ideas, because without you, it won't really all go well for you to be speaking and not have people who listen, people who want to engage. So we appreciate you all. So I'll go straight into what I want to discuss. I have mentioned it before, ethics. The word ethics. So what is ethics? I'm sure a lot of people can relate with the word ethics. So I'll be giving a detailed or an elaborate
explanation of what ethics entails. Ethic is a branch of philosophy that defines right from wrong. I hope we got that. It's a branch of philosophy that defines right from wrong. I think ethics was, it's originated from a Greek word, ethos. It's called ethos. That's where it came from. So ethics, it's something that is very, very important in our society. So talking about ethics, I'm sure a lot of us have heard things like ethical standard, creating ethical standards wherever you find yourself. I'm sure we are very acquainted with this popular saying that when you are in Rome, you behave like Romans. So if you are looking at that, you are trying to elucidate the importance of ethics. When you are in Rome, you behave like Rome. So ethics cuts across. What is ethical standard is a general word, but I want to tell you that what is ethical standard here might not be the same thing that is ethical standard here. So just like we have different organizations having different codes of conduct, so that is how ethics apply everywhere. Different rules, different opinions. So ethics basically is defined as right from wrong behavior. And like I said, it is derived from cultural belief, religious belief, and also you're talking about cultural belief, religious belief, professions. Yeah, that is how ethics is being derived. It's derived from different beliefs. We talk about culture, the way of the people. We talk about profession, how this profession goes, how you have to act when you are in this profession. So that is what ethics really entails. So I want to say this, that it is imperative to mention that ethics is something that shouldn't be treated with levity, because it can serve as a deterrent to growth if not properly paid attention to. So ethics is something we should take with utmost importance wherever we find ourselves. So I will talk about the different types of ethics before I go into the importance and the advantages that come from being ethical or maintaining a very good ethical standard. So let's talk about the different types of ethics. Number one, we have profession ethics. Profession ethics. So if you're talking about this, you're talking about those right or wrong in a particular profession. And I would want to be pragmatic about it. I do not want to just sound abstract so that we don't. I want to say this. I want people to get what I'm trying to talk about in practical terms. So you talk about ethics, you talk about professional ethics. If you are, say, let's say you are a medical doctor, for instance. That's why I want to give specific example that relates to what I'm talking about. So if you're a medical doctor, for instance, in medical practice, you are meant to keep confidentiality is extremely important. I'm sure we all know that. Like when you are dealing with a patient, the information of the patient has to be treated with utmost confidentiality. So you need to know how to keep secrets. It's very important. You don't just, without the consent of the patient, you are not meant to divulge some information to another person. So that is the work, that is ethics of that profession. I hope you understand what that means. So that's for professional ethics. And we have a lot of other, you can be an accountant. You are not allowed to trade figures. You are meant to give a concise financial report. It is important. So that's the ethics of that profession. So there are so many, it applies across different professions. So what is right or wrong in this profession will not be the same thing that is right or wrong in another profession. So that's talking about professional ethics. So then let's move on to the next one, which is applied ethics. This applies to us as humans. It applies to us as, it's just like an everyday kind of thing. So you're talking about real-world morals, real-world issues. You talk about something like environmental sustainability, for instance, is part of applied ethics. Okay, let me just cite this very easy example. You're walking on the road, you're driving, throwing something from the window of your car. That is a non-ethical behavior, and it can impact the environment negatively. I'm sure we all know that. You see, I think the government came about something, this green initiative, where you are not allowed to just be cutting trees. So if you are cutting trees and you are killing the green vibe, then it is unethical in that regard, in that context. So it is important to understand that ethics applies to different things. So that is talking about applied ethics. We're talking about reward moral issues, environmental sustainability, and what applies to you as a human being. It is very important. Then we now talk about the one that is very, very important, that I feel it should be treated with utmost importance, which is personal ethics. Personal ethics. Personal ethics is something that should be treated so that, like, serious details you need to pay serious attention to personal ethics, because it would be something, it is pivotal to your growth in life. It is pivotal to wherever you can find yourself, or how well you can develop yourself over time. We're talking about honesty, we are talking about integrity, we are talking about treating people with fairness. These are all personal ethics. So you should have it at the back of your mind that it is very important to treat people well, and that is talking about personal ethics. Then we still talk about something like work ethics. Work ethics, for instance, at least we have people here who are working with the School of Eloquence, and I'm sure their code of conduct. There are things you are not allowed to do. They are right, they are wrong. So it's work ethics, and you need to keep to it. And I think one of those things will be punctuality. Punctuality. You need to come to work on time. If you are meant to resume by 8 a.m., you have to be there by 8 a.m. So that's talking about work ethics. I made sure that I involved this. I included this in what I was going to discuss, because I know that this is one area that, if you look at, it's so many things are really happening in our environment that people are not, paying serious attention to. And this work ethics is not something that should be taken with levity, in my opinion, because it can affect productivity in the long run. You are meant to resume work at social time. That's the time you should resume work. You should try and, be punctual at work. If you are meant to take a break at this time, take your break at that time. If you are meant to close at the time, close at that time. It is important. Then maintain the code of conduct, the culture of the organization. Make sure you uphold it. If you are meant to be dressed in corporate, stay. For instance, if you are working in a bank, there are days most of the time you are meant to be on corporate, and there are days you are meant to dress down. So you have to keep to all this. That is why it is important to imbibe a very good culture of work ethics in you, so that wherever you find yourself, you can adapt, you can adjust to changes, and you can live by the code of conduct of the organization. So work ethics is something that I feel is very important, and that's why I had to touch on it. So talking about ethics, there are many synonyms to ethics that some people describe ethics in different ways. Some call it morals, some call it principles, some call it values, some call it moral philosophy, some call it conduct, code of conduct, ethos, standards, etc. So I'll move on to the very important aspect of this speech that I'm about to give on ethics. So let's talk about the advantages of keeping a very good ethical standard wherever we find ourselves. There are immense benefits that comes from being ethical, that comes from maintaining a good ethical standard. And we'll start with number one, trust and reputation. It gives you a high level of trust and reputation. It promotes positive image of yourself and your organization. It helps you with customer connection. You be in synergy with your clients. It helps with partnership, growing your business, and it also helps with employee trust. Keeping a good ethical standard will it will make your employees have a high level of trust in you as an organization. So it is important to mention this point that I just mentioned. Then I'll go to the second one. Good or setting a good ethical standard helps to mitigate risk. It helps to mitigate risk. Risk in, if you're talking about risk in this one, if you have an organization, there are some risks that are, that can be peculiar to an organization depending on, where you operate. You talk about things like legal risk. You won't be having too much legal because you are acting in ethical form. When it's time for you to, maybe for instance, you are meant to file your tax at the right time, you do it at the right time. So you avoid some penalties, some fines that can just be imposed on you. So any levy that you are meant to pay to the government, you are doing it right. That is being ethical. That is creating a very good image of your brand, and that is setting a very good ethical standard in that regard. So it is important to note that ethics help to mitigate risk. Lawsuits, regulatory fines, and all that can be avoided by being ethical or by keeping a great ethical standard. So we move on to the third one, which is being ethical or maintaining a high ethical standard can help to improve employee engagement. It can help to improve employee engagement, and it can also help to pivot productivity. It can help to increase productivity in an organization, because one of the things about ethics is, or maintaining a very good ethical standard, is it will help to create a very good teamwork. Teamwork will be well appreciated in that regard. Then it helps to boost employee morale. You can't be in an organization where they maintain a high ethical standard and you won't want to act the same. You will not want to be different. So you go that way, and your morale will be, they are doing the right thing, and that will serve as a source of encouragement to you as an employee. So your morale will be will come up that way. Then we look at another thing, which is it lowers the turnover rate in an organization. The turnover rate is the rate at which employees are leaving, resigning, leaving for different reasons. When the organization has a very good ethical standard, you lower that. So that means it will lead to high level of retaining your employees. You retain your employees more because they will be proud to be part of that organization. Keeping good ethical standard is very, very important. It is vital to organizational growth. So it is something that should be treated with so much importance, as mentioned earlier. So we move on to the third one, which is it enhances. I'm still talking about maintaining a high ethical standard in an organization. It enhances customer loyalty. An average customer wants to relate with that organization, that they can vouch on that this organization maintains a high level of ethical standard. And ethics brings about trust. So when you can trust an organization, when you can trust a brand, then that way you enhance customer loyalty. So that way it helps with referral, it helps with recommendation, it helps with being fair and honest and likes. So I'll move on to the fourth one now, which is maintaining a good ethical standard helps with long-term sustainability. It is not all about having a business, having a brand, running an organization, trying to make profit. We have to think of sustainability. So you'd have to try, wherever you find yourself, if you are a brand owner, you're a business owner, try and be ethical so that you can be assured, or you can guarantee sustainability in the long run, because business shouldn't just be about the short-term benefits. Being ethical, being honest in your dealings, making sure that your products are great, making sure that you keep the standard that you are meant to be kept, which is being ethical, will help in the long run to guarantee sustainability of that organization. So it is important to mention sustainability. So I'll move on to the last one, but not least, which is building a good ethical standard encourages innovation in an organization or any environment, not just an organization. You maintain a good ethical standard, it can help with innovation. But like I said, I've mentioned employee morale. So when you boost that, when you bring out the best in them, definitely innovation will come along the way. So it drives innovation by encouraging responsible problem solving and creative solutions. So you drive all these, you bring forth all these by being ethical, by creating a very good ethical standard wherever you find yourself. So these points are very, very important. Now I'll tell this very short story. I had an encounter with a professor, a very known professor. His name is Professor Anthony Killer. So I remember about 5 years ago meeting him. He called me based on referral, and he told me that, I want to do wardrobe turnaround. I learned that you are one of the best in town. Come and do that for me. So I went to meet him, and he told me that, okay, we are going to have a meeting for 4 p.m. the next day, so we can discuss everything. Trust me, by 4 p.m. I was there. Probably, I think I was 5 minutes, I was about, I think, 5 minutes earlier than 4 p.m. And he got to his office. He was surprised to see me. He said when he mentioned 4 p.m. that his expectation would be maybe 4:30, 5 p.m. or because he's used to the African timing thing. Do you understand? He is used to it. So he doesn't expect anybody to keep the time. And he told me that, gentlemen, do you know that I have worked with different people, that it is only when I'm in UK, US and like that's when I expect people to keep the time. That when I'm in Nigeria, I already expect that, oh, you come late and I will, okay, let me just say, okay, give or take 1 hour. But I was there at 4 p.m. That is me being ethical in my business. That is me creating a high level of ethical standard in my business. If I tell you that, okay, I am making outfits for you and I will deliver by weekend, I want to ensure that I deliver by weekend. That is some ethics that I'm trying to create. So you can see how well this can help a business or a brand. Referrals, recommendations and likes. So it is very important to be ethical in everything that we do. So I will be concluding. I don't want to dwell too much on this. I just want to believe that we need to understand the practical aspects of ethics, and I want to believe that I've been able to touch on some points. So I'll be concluding by saying this. Ethic or being ethical is more than just compliance. You are not just coming here to comply with someone with what is obtainable in that environment. Being ethical is something that can help you as a person to develop. It can help your personal growth and development. So ethics is more than just compliance. It is a competitive advantage for both an organization, a brand, and your personality. Just like what I just mentioned, being ethical in what you do, keeping to time, being punctual, and making sure everything is fine is a competitive advantage because it gives you an edge over your competitors. So it's a great one. It is a competitive advantage that fosters positive reputation, reduces risk, builds sustainable, high trust environment. And the good thing about ethics is at the end of the day, it leads to personal fulfillment, creating a high level of integrity, and helping you to build stronger relationships. So I strongly believe that what I have been able to elucidate on, talking about the word ethics, has some at least impact in some ways in our lives. Please let us do our best in the little of our capacity to make sure that we are ethical in everything that we do. The little things that you do, the big things that you do, please do your best to maintain a high level of ethical standard, and that way we can create a saner climate where productivity will be well embraced and it will lead to personal development in all facets. Thank you all for listening to me. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And at this point, I'll be passing on the microphone to an amazing person who is in our midst. He's a coach, he's a mentor, he's an ordained minister of God, he's a reputable engineer, all the way from Kent, United Kingdom. Please welcome Engineer Femi Ojulika.
Good morning. Quite an interesting concept that's here. It's always good when you have positive news coming out of Nigeria, and this is really positive news. Nigeria speak. We need to tell our story as well. Kudos to CSP Obongesian, the Dean of the School of Eloquence, and to his wife, Mrs. Patience Essien, the Registrar. Thank you for what you're doing, and for all the people that's been involved in putting this together. The concept, the idea, is a worthy cause, and it's something that is really good. We're telling our story to the world. The topic I've got to deal with today is talking about diaspora and diplomacy. Now, when you hear diaspora, they will say things like, the people from London have come, or the people from America, they've come with imagine somebody going into a room and they say, why is he the one that is sweating? So there's a lot of things, there's a lot of stigma attached to like diaspora people, which some is good, some is not good, but we'll talk about some of those today. One of the things I'd like to mention is I flew into the country about 2 days ago, and when you look at the airport, and when you look at how the airport has been for the last many years, I've got to commend the Minister of Aviation and the work that is being done, because when you come in now, you're not sweating so badly. You don't have to fight a war coming down the escalator. You walk in free. So, you know, when something is good, we have to say it's good. So we can see steady progress in that. And from what I understand, in the next 2 years, it's going to match or as good as any airport in the world, which is good. It's good positive news. So back to the topic that I'm going to be dealing with, which is diaspora and diplomacy. Now, when you say diasporan, there's one thing that will come to your mind. You know, for me, I wasn't very keen on the word before, because I thought saying a diaspora, it means dispersed people that have been almost driven away from where they are. But that's not what we are. You know, diasporians, there's a lot of people who have gone abroad to better themselves. They've gone abroad out of their own choice, not because they've been driven there. But one thing that I want to sink in to anybody talking about diaspora is, if you look at Wikipedia or ChatGPT, it talks about 15 to 20 million diaspora in Nigeria all over the world. When we say that, we're talking about US, we're talking about UK, we're talking about Canada, we're talking about the Gulf states, we're talking about Africa. So if you look at that, some countries are not even that. So 15 to 20 million people. It's a big voice. I think the last population of Nigeria is 200 million or something like that. But that's like 10% of the population outside. But that also begs a question. How many people is left? Because all these people who have gone out, and I was having a chat with one of my friends, and he was saying that when we were in school, the top performers in class, most of them are not in Nigeria. And when you ask other people as well, most of the top performers in class, they've left for greener pastures. They've left to go and try to, and that's not saying that the people in Nigeria are not gifted. There is so much talent in Nigeria. There is so much talent in Nigeria. The key thing is, which I'm going to come to at the end, is the enabling. You have to enable people to be able to do their best. Now, so why do we need this? Why is diaspora, the matter of being Nigeria needs its diaspora community? Now, the first one is economic. I'm sure everyone in this room, one way or the other, they will have somebody who is abroad, who from time to time will send things to them here and there. And anytime you Google diaspora and Nigeria, the first thing that will come out is remittance, money. So that's the number one thing. So when you talk about that, the fact is that Nigerians abroad, they want to invest. They want to be generous. They want to do good things back home. They want to help their brother. They want to help their sister. They want to help their families. So they're the people who just out of want to train people. There are people who want to invest in business. One of the gripe that I have to pick is the house building industry. In the 2020 when there was lockdown, you know, a lot of Nigerians, Africans abroad had money to spend. You know, because you are home, you're not working, you're saving a lot of money, and you know, a lot of people spend money trying to secure land, which at the end of the day did not exist. They tried to secure land which, you know, people did not do what they promised to do. Me, myself, my personal experience is I bought a property, and it was supposed to be a luxurious property. I will not mention names, but when I got there, it was like a military barracks, and it was meant to be a luxurious property. So things like that does not give the diaspora confidence to want to deal with Nigeria. So, you know, the government needs to do a bit more. Those house building industry needs to be regulated. You know, we see all the adverts all over social media. It's very difficult to know what is real and what is not real, because You know, there's a famous three numbers that they call Nigerians. I'm not going to mention it. But we know we're beyond that because there's like 95% Nigerians who are hardworking, who are resilient, who want to do better. But there will always be this small number of people. You know, when you are taking money from the diaspora, it doesn't mean that you think because they're not there and you just go and do anyhow. That should not be happening. And it's a plea to the various state government and the national, the federal government to look into that. We need to regulate the house building industry. It's generating income into the country, but we need to regulate it. So that's talking about the economic benefit. What about the human capital? They have all the skilled professionals. Do you want to know how many doctors, how many nurses that have migrated abroad? It worries you at times. And when people say things like, oh, certain people are going abroad for medical, that's because even when you go to that abroad, it's the Nigerians that will still attend to you in that abroad that you're going to. So it's a question that we need to ask ourselves, right? We have all these people. We have been blessed. We have the population. We have the intelligence. We have the resilience. We have the people. So what are we doing about it? All these doctors, all these nurses that are going abroad, what can we do to bring them home and maximize what they are doing abroad that they can do at home? Now, I'm a project manager, project director, program manager, whatever you want to call it. But the reality is, it can be difficult to want to do what you're doing here, because the enabling environment is not there. I remember doing a training not long ago, and the message is, we're not, for a Nigerian who is in their office, a diasporan is not coming to take your job. What we are coming to do is to try to add to what you already have. We know you're good at what you do. You know you're great at what you do. But what we are trying to do is to come there and share a benefit of our knowledge. I mean, I've been abroad since I was 19. My children will say, why am I still sounding like this? They will say I should be calling water. You know, they will say that they will correct me every time I say something. But you know, you can take the man out of Nigeria. You cannot take Nigeria out of the man. That's the reality. And you know, when we're everywhere, anybody can see. You know, so there's a lot of Nigerians who are project managers, program managers, and Nigeria doesn't seem to have a national institute of project managers and project delivery. We need something like that, because a country as big as ours and the amount of projects that is being delivered, we need a national institute of excellence whereby we can bring ideas together from Nigeria, from diaspora. Those are the sort of things that I think, especially when it comes to skill, upskilling, experience, work, that's something we can do. The other one is political and diplomatic influence. If you look around today, Victor Osimhen, by the way, I went to the same school with him. We're not the same age. I don't want to create another controversy. I'm many years his senior. You need to just step into Turkey or Italy, and even the cab driver will be telling you, are you from Nigeria? Victor Osimhen? Victor? So politically, and you know, Nigerians who have gone out, they've given Nigeria a platform to operate on. Because all those beautiful and good things that are being done abroad, Nigeria needs to take advantage of it. In UK, where I'm based, there's a lot of younger people who are now becoming mayors, who are becoming councillors. Those are people that there needs to be a synergy with those people, so that they can bring what they've learned there or what they're doing there, they can bring them back here. Cultural and soft power. Now, our music, Afrobeat, is all over the world. Even gospel, our gospel music is all over the world. You know, before, when I'm listening to gospel music, I would listen to, you know, I'm not going to mention names, I would listen to the big American gospel artists. But now, on my playlist, there is hardly any American on my playlist. It's all Nigerian. It's all people from Nigeria. So that tells you that even exporting our music, I mean, what I'm wearing today is made by a young designer, OC Clothing, who is making a name for himself. So we are embracing, we diasporans, we're embracing the culture. Imagine when Davido goes to the UK, when Wizkid, when Burna Boy goes to the UK, goes to America, look at how they sell out arenas, sell out stadiums. The diaspora, we are ready for business. We are ready for business. The question is Nigeria really ready to do business with us? Because there's so much, I say it again, Nigeria is gifted, Nigeria is talented, there's so many good people here. Or, you know, I've been abroad for so many years. And in those years, there's so many things I've learned. You know, I have patience. And some of the things you learn, as you learn them, you know that those things, this is why I mentor people. I mentor people in Nigeria, I mentor people in UK. And I think it's good for people to know that this is how life is. I remember picking a young man from the airport many years ago. It was his first time in the UK. And one of the things he said to me is, he said, "Uncle, how come? Look at the road they have white on the road. They've divided the road, they divide the lanes. Look at everywhere is clean. There is street lights all." Now, can you tell me that for the 200 million population that we have and the 15-20 million diaspora that we have, are you telling me there is nobody in Nigeria that can design a road that has lanes all clearly marked, that have crash barriers all clearly marked? So those are the places whereby we need to embrace our people more and try to find a way to use this thing that we have, these things that we are learning, these processes, these dynamics that we are learning. Even somebody who is working in care in the UK, they've learned something, and that something will be useful to bring back. So that's that in terms of, you know, the other thing is crisis management and consular support. You know, when something happens, the benefit of your diaspora is the first point of call is you go to those people, and those people will have local knowledge already because they've lived there for so many years. So they know what the local thing to do is. So it's always good to have that synergy, you know, where you have organizations, establishments that are very strong enough to be able to deal with, you know, crisis situation. I know there's some of this because I know when we have problems, when we have issues in Sudan, when there was issues last time with Libya, the response was good, but we can do better. We can do better. One of the recent threats, and this is diverting a bit. One of the recent threats that we have is, you know, the TikTok, the Jackpas, the Jackpa kingdom. All over TikTok, they're all over TikTok. They're saying things like, "This is how to make £500 a day sitting in my house. This is how to get a solicitor to get you a way to get around the system." Come on. You know, these are people's countries. So when you are doing your TikTok and you want to trend, just think about the future for a minute. Think about, okay, somebody is now saying, "I'm earning 500 pounds. Where your village people comes after you, don't complain. Don't complain, because you are the one that are out there, you're putting yourself out there. Even if you're working from home, your employer who is paying you to work from home, should they be seeing you spending a lot of time, a lot of content upon content upon content? So those sort of things does not make us look good. So I urge that community there to think about it. It's good to put information out there, or be guided in the type of information to put there, because this sort of information have sent people to prison. You know, so please be guided. So we're now talking about the diaspora, the challenges and the constraints. There is fragmentation. You know, the government needs to find a way to get the real people. So when I say fragmentation, what that means is that, you know, in the diaspora, even in UK, there's too many organizations claiming to be the international department of this. There's so many of them. Whereas what we want is strength of having a united body. So I urge my diasporian people, not everybody can be king. Not everybody can be queen. You have to put yourself under somebody who can lead and build strong diaspora engagement group so that the government can reach out to you and do what they need to do. We don't want 6 or 7 or 10 or 15 diaspora groups that offer no progress. We don't want selfish interest. We want a body that will be able to work with everybody generally. Trust deficit. You know, I talked before about trust. The trust between diaspora and Nigeria is still a bit difficult. It's still a bit touchy. I say it's a relationship that is currently in the living room. It's not quite made the door of the other room yet. So we need to work on it to make sure that it reaches that other room. Limited institutional capacity. You know, there needs to be the funding to be able to create and establish strong organizations. And that's what we're talking about. Brain drain. You know, I talked earlier on about the fact that, you know, like doctors, they are migrating, they are moving away. You know, nurses, they are moving away. People of great skills and knowledge, they are moving away. So we need to find a way of using that skill that we have and using it effectively. We need to find a medium. We need to find engagement forums that can, you know, there are times that I go to construction evenings or opening evening for construction, and maybe you have a company like Singapore. They will come and talk about what they are doing and how they're delivering projects in their country. I think Nigeria needs to do a bit of that. You know, since I was young, even before I traveled, all I see of the UK, all I see of America is all the beautiful houses, all the lovely houses. Even up till now, when they put an image of Nigeria on the screen, it's one bus, one rickety bus in Lagos, or one village picture. You know, that is our story. But however, they need to see the beautiful story as well, because there's a lot of beautiful stories in Lekki, there's a lot of beautiful stories in Cross River, there's a lot of beautiful stories in Kaduna. We need to tell our own story, and we need to tell it well. So we need to tackle that brain drain. We need to make sure that those people that are going out, we find a way of engaging them. So how can we do this? Stakeholder management. I think you call it here cabal. We call it stakeholder management. So we just need to understand. We need to know whether it's in Nigeria, who are the people representing the organization talking about diaspora. Whether it's in UK, who are the people? And we need to have one strong body, not a number of bodies. Whether it's in America, whether it's in Canada, whether it's in the Gulf states, it needs to be a representative, and that representative needs to be made accountable for what they get and what they're doing. Skills and knowledge transfer, like I said, I'm mentoring a lot of people, both in Nigeria and in the UK, and even in America as well. The skill and the experience I've gathered, not only work-wise, but even the experience of life. The experience of life living abroad. You have to tell that story. I'm going to be rounding up very soon. So I think the reality on ground is the relationship between Nigeria and the diaspora. I think it's a relationship that needs more energy. It needs more work. Because as I said it before, I think 15 to 20 million people outside the country. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. We need to find a way to make those people effective, make them get the value out of that relationship. Yeah, and like I said, I mean, one of the things I'm passionate about is football. If you see the way our young, they call them in-it boys, but those in-it boys have shown finesse. They are the children of people like us who went to UK in the 90s for greener pastures. And we now have children that are 27, 28, 29. We have children who are 21. They love Nigeria's music. They love the culture of Nigeria. But how do we make sure that that love that they have, it increases? That is what we are talking about. Because Dirty December, maybe people will say, oh, but Dirty December, last year I was around Dirty December, and what did I see? I saw a lot of opportunities. This is our younger, I met some children that came from Holland. They paid for their own ticket. Their parents have not been to Nigeria for a long time. They paid for their own ticket. They paid for their own accommodation, and they came to Nigeria. In spite of all the stories people are telling you, they came to Nigeria, they came to enjoy themselves. I'm urging people who are in the power. Dirty December is an opportunity for Nigeria to tell a story. It can be a 5-day carnival. It can spread across the nation. You can encourage those children to come back. My children were with me as well. They came home. And they enjoyed most of that experience of being around Nigeria and seeing other people. The traffic was a problem, because I was stuck in traffic for 5 hours. But that one to one side, it was a lovely experience. My name is Femi Odunoko. I'm very, very happy I've had the opportunity to talk to you today. God bless you. I'm handing over to you. Thank you very much.
So much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Roberts, and in the School of Eloquence, I am the host. I'm the host of Mighty Moms on Achievement Channel. Today, I want us to discuss. I am not just making a presentation, but I want us to be in a kind of discussion, and my topic is motherhood. Motherhood. Motherhood is a topic that most people don't embrace, but which involves and concerns all of us. Once upon a time, I watched a video. Video which was so touching, and it was about a lady who just finished her National Youth Service, her NYSC, and we saw her. This video shows her walking or marching into the market and approaching her mother, and when she got to her mom, she saluted her mom. Her mom sells tomatoes and some other stuff in the market, and it was so dramatic and so touching. And she saluted her mom, removed her hat, and placed the hat on her mom. What she was trying to demonstrate was that for the past years that she was birthed, groomed, educated, it was courtesy of her mom. And from the little things her mom sold in the market, her mom stayed the night, stayed the day, and ensured that she was educated. She was graduated, she served at the NYC as a youth corper, and eventually she had passed out from her NYC. Why is it touching? It just goes to show that motherhood does not just mean having a child, but it simply shows that when you have a child, you have to groom the child, nurture the child, raise the child, educate the child, and see the child translate, graduate into somebody, a personality in the world. Another story I want us all to hear is an experience I had. There was this lady, she's not married, I'll tag her as Lady A. And then there is another lady, Lady B. And Lady B approached Lady A and said, there is this baby that is dumped at there, that is thrown into the dumpster. Are you interested? We brought her out from the dumpster, but we feel if you would adopt her. And this Lady A has been looking for a child. Is not married. They say if she's not married, she can adopt. And people have been advising her to adopt. And she said, why not? The story behind this baby that was thrown into the dumpster is that the father of the mother of this baby is a leader in the church. And he believes or he feels that he cannot have his daughter have a child out of wedlock. It will be an embarrassment and disgrace to the family, to him and the family. And hence, he encouraged them to throw the baby away. And this baby, up till tomorrow, I still wonder why that child did not die, because it's about 4 years ago or so. And fast forward, Lady A decided to take up this child, even though this baby was at the point of death, because you could not carry that baby unless you wrap that baby with a cloth. Her skin was spinning. If you touch the baby, the skin follows your touch. But another fast forward, she engaged a lawyer and she was able to adopt that baby. Today that child is a wonderful child, very intelligent, very brilliant, and very, very humorous and playful. She has become a consolation to her mother. What if that child had died? The two stories I have said so far would resonate with you as we are carried along. My third story is like a proverb that an elder used, to two women who were desperately looking for children. Both of them approached this, how would I call it, not a soothsayer, but maybe a traditional healer, a traditional doctor. And when they were before this traditional doctor, the doctor told both of them that they will have children. Of course, I can see that you will have children. But there is a condition. They said, please, Baba, whatever you want us to do, we just want to have a child. Even if the child is crippled, even if the world is laughing at us. And the Baba said, calm down. The only condition is that you will be temporarily mental. You will temporarily go mental. And one of them said, God forbid, I cannot be mental. Why? Because of a child? The other one said, since it is temporary, Baba, I'm ready to be mentally sick momentarily. And eventually, the other one walked away, and the one who agreed to be mentally sick stayed. Not too long, she became pregnant. And when she birthed her child, she discovered she was not mental. But as the child was growing up, she, of course, raising a child involves raising your voice, doing so many things that naturally you cannot do. So the issue where she got mental later on when she discovered was that she screams, she shouts, she beats the child. She does so many things in order to raise that child. So she finally found out that being mental simply means that your life will not be the same. Because as you are raising your children, you will definitely do things that you generally wouldn't want to do. The other woman lost the chance of being a mother while this one was happy being a mother without literally going mental. So what am I talking about? Motherhood is a ministry. As far as I'm concerned, motherhood is so wide that I find it difficult to find definition. One can say that motherhood is the ability or the art of raising a child. You nurture the child, you raise the child, you groom the child, and you prepare her to, to be integrated in the society. That's motherhood, if you want to define it. But me, as a mother and a grandmother, I say motherhood is bigger and greater than that. Motherhood to me looks like a tree that has branches, and it is rooted right into the ground. The roots has its own function. While she's standing, while a mother is standing, she is acting, she's walking, she's operating, she's functioning. And then the tree has branches, it has leaves. The branch itself is operating. Then the leaves has its own, benefits, has its own functions. And then the fruits, it now gives out fruit. The fruit itself is very, very beneficial because you can sell it, you can eat it, you can use it, for whatever purpose. So a mother is very, very large. And be that as it may, let us know that a mother may not be a biological mother. Motherhood is wider than being a biological mother. A mother can be an adoptive mother. You decide to adopt a child, like I have said. Lady C, as I said earlier, adopted a child, and she's now a mother. God has given her an opportunity to take care of a child. So a mother can be an adoptive mother, not necessarily a mother, a biological mother. She can be stepmother. A stepmother, maybe she didn't have her own children, but happens to have children through another person in the same family. So she may be a stepmother. And being a mother simply means that you are responsible for those children that are under you. It could be a foster mother. You may decide to open a home where you raise children and they all call you mother. Your responsibility is to ensure that those children that are under your care are given the right to grow like a normal child. Now, a mother can be grandmother. You see a situation where the biological mother is deceased and this child happens to be under the care of her grandmother. So you are now a mother. You have to raise that child as expected, as a caregiver. You can be a spiritual mother. You may decide to be a spiritual mother to another child, a son or a daughter who adopts you as her spiritual mother. You may decide to be a mentor as well. If you are a mentor, you are a mother. Because what you are giving out to that child, what you are giving out to that person at that particular moment is likened onto what mothers give to their children. So this shows that motherhood is about impact, not just to birth a child. The impact you give to another person simply means that you are a mother. People call me Mommy Sarah. I have 3 children, but believe me, I have more than 100 children because a lot of people look up to me. They look up to me, and sometimes I wonder the satisfaction I derive from the joy on the faces of the people who call me Mommy Sarah or who interact with me or who seek help from me simply just gives me joy. They call me in the morning and then they have issues and then I'm able to find simple, maybe 10% or 50% solution to that issue. Just gives me joy. It's enough for me to be happy the whole day. So motherhood translates beyond biological mother. We are going to, as I said earlier, I want us to have a conversation. I'm not just making a presentation. I want us to touch this topic, holistically, because all of us that are seated here and so many of you that are watching me may one way or the other, in fact all of us are birthed by somebody. We didn't just drop from the sky. We are birthed through somebody. Who is your mother? And what is your relationship between you and your mom? Begin to think that as we converse along. Mothers go through a lot. Any mother, every mother goes through a lot. And it beats my imagination why somebody would just decide to throw a child into the dumpster, to throw a baby into the toilet and flushes and tries to flush that baby. We have seen all this on social media. If you're not ready to be a mother, then you are not a mother. If you are not ready to join the ministry of motherhood, you shouldn't just dabble into motherhood, because motherhood shows maturity. It is a way of, it is an institution that if you register into it, you must go into it hook, line and sinker. You cannot go into motherhood and decide to leave. You cannot even buy a form and sign and say you want to be a mother and then you now retreat. It is not possible. You must be a mother totally. You must give in your best as a mother. So our conversation will begin by enlightening ourselves on some of the things that mothers go through being a mother. And here we go. I will begin by talking about the identity shift of a mother, from me to someone's everything. What do I mean by identity shift? A mother begins by forgetting every dream she has. I want to be a mother. I am pregnant. I'm married. And now I will soon be a mother. If you started your journey maybe as a student in the university, that means there's going to be a little bit of identity shift. Because as a graduate or as a youth corper, you have dreams, you have goals. You want to be an engineer, you want to be an architect, you want to be a musician, you want to be whatever you want to be, you dreamt of being. All of a sudden, a baby happened. And you are like, how will I do this? Okay, I can manage. With the pregnancy growing, with all the signs of pregnancy, the vomiting and stress and trauma that you go through as a pregnant woman, you begin to lose interest in your dreams. I wanted to be a musician, I wanted to be this, I wanted to be that, and now you cannot be that because this baby is weighing you down. You are eating for two, you are sleeping for two, you are talking for two, you are playing for two, you are forcing yourself to smile with the help of your husband, your mother, or somebody. It's difficult for you to begin to think of your dreams. That's what I mean by identity shift. Something begins to work in you. You are now a mother. You will soon be a mother. So mothers, you go to the market, you see a baby's socks, and then you buy. You see the basket, you buy. You start preparing. You have the delivery bag. You start stuffing them in as the months go into months. So your identity is shifting. You are now a mother, going to be a mother. Many years back in the 80s, when I got married, I had dreams. I wanted to be a musician or a caterer or an actress. It was something that I really wanted to be. And then I now got married. I discovered I could not be what I wanted to be. And then I went into hotel and catering management because it was more convenient. And when that happens, when I graduated, I couldn't even practice it because baby has arrived. But I had this urge to be a musician. Because I had already done everything in that aspect. I had gone for training. Once upon a time, I was trained by Darius' husband, father. Art Alade, the late Art Alade. I went to his studio. He trained me on how to sing. I was now ready to conquer the world. But I could not, because I had a baby by the side. And then just when I wanted to take a full plunge into it, I discovered I was pregnant again. That dream died. My identity shifted. I was no longer interested in singing. I decided to do some other things. So mothers go through a lot. They go through a lot, they sacrifice a lot. That is what I mean by identity shift. So if you are young, if you have ever been in my shoes as a mother, I know you will resonate with this. But for the younger ones that are watching me right now, just know that there will be an identity shift. That relationship that you are having with your male friend, be careful, because I love you is not enough. What are the commitments? What have you put in place in case something happens? And when it happens, are you ready to take the full plunge? You must be ready to take the full responsibilities of a mother, because I did. I shifted. I let go in order to focus on my children and then do something else that will help me to raise my children. That's identity shift. What about mental health in motherhood? This is a very important modern angle. There is the postpartum. A mother goes through antenatal process. Every month you go to check yourself and the baby. You go through that process for 9 months. Some of our mothers go through it 10 months, some 11 months before they deliver. And when that does, there is postpartum depression. They feel like throwing their child away. They feel like throwing their child away because they really don't know what is happening to them. They become anxious, they become depressed, they become all kinds of things happen to them. They don't really understand. And the pressure is so much that as they are trying to have everything together, they are losing something. That is when you see their mothers or their mentors or their grandmothers running, because you discover that some mothers kill their children. I hear of mothers using pillow to kill their children, and I wonder why. Why don't you just hand over that child to somebody who is ready to take care of that child? Once upon a time again, I have a lot of stories that I'm going to tell as we speak along. My second daughter got married and traveled far away from where I am. And when she was pregnant, I didn't have time because I was in school. And she had a wonderful mother-in-law. And then she delivered. Just when she delivered, I was supposed to travel to be with her. But I couldn't because it was examination period. I had to be talking and guiding her through the phone. And then her mother-in-law was with her, but they live apart. She lives in another state and she lives in another state with her husband. And then something happened. My daughter could not deal with her child again. She didn't understand. The way she was talking to me on the phone, I started having some imaginations because of the things I saw. I used to see and hear. Sometimes when I'm sleeping, I dream that she has carried the baby and thrown the baby from the window. I started begging her. I started talking to her. I would talk to her husband, I would talk to her. Both of them did not even understand how to deal with a child who cries through the night. I now had to beg her to take a trip to her mother-in-law. And when she did, I just told her, I'll be there. Let me just finish my exams. And eventually she traveled to her mother-in-law. I was now communicating with her mother-in-law, who also needed help to handle a newborn baby because many years ago she had children. But we were able to manage until I could go to meet her. I think By the time I got to her, the baby was like almost 3 months. But I was thankful that nothing had happened to my granddaughter. I stayed there for as long as I could. So there is this depression that a mother goes through. I'm saying all this because having a child, oh, this guy loves me, and then you decide to take him, you decide to be pregnant for a guy that is not ready. It is not easy. You have to wait until there is a balance. Even when there is a balance, there is an understanding between you and your husband. You go through the normal process of getting married. You have support system on ground. There is still issues. Talk less of the one who just decide to use pregnancy to catch a handsome guy because you feel that he will leave if you don't get pregnant. So there is what they call mental health in motherhood, and that is what I have told you. And during this period, the mother needs support from her husband, she needs support from her mother, she needs support from her mother-in-law, she needs support from family. So motherhood is not easy. Motherhood is not easy. You cannot do it alone, especially when the children are young. It can be very, very overwhelming. When you raise a mother, you raise a nation. I hear of when you raise a child, you raise a nation. But I tell you, when you raise a mother, you are raising a nation, because if that woman, that mother, does not have a good and balanced mental health, it will be difficult for her to raise her children. You hear people say, if there is any issue on the flight, the mother must first wear the face mask. That means the mother has to be in good condition before even helping the baby. So a mother must always be in good states of mind before she can function. You hear of mothers telling you, my mother used to wake me up as early as 5 when I had my first child. She would wake me up at 5, and I didn't understand why she would wake me up. I said, the baby is sleeping. She said, you have to come to the bathroom. And when I go to the bathroom, she will do the hot water thing, she will bathe me, she will do everything, and then the food is already ready. There is pepper soup, there is whatever she wants to feed me. If I had known that time self, I wouldn't have eaten that much. I used to think that they deceived me, that I have to eat enough for the baby so that milk will come out. And my mom, my grandmother, will feed me. I became so fat that it will be difficult to lose weight until maybe after 2 years. But what was the reason of her doing that? For me to be ready. I will take my bath, I will dress up, I will eat, and now I am ready. The very moment the baby wakes up, I am in a good condition to take care of my baby. That's motherhood for you. So we are going to talk about the cultural expectations versus reality. Especially relevance. This topic is especially relevant in Africa and Nigerian society. Cultural expectations versus reality. A good mother must endure everything. You must endure the pains. You must endure the hardship. You must go to the farm. You must do whatever it takes, but don't complain. Your extended family, your immediate family, the neighbors, the community will expect you to be, strong, to be complete. How? When you are just created, wonderfully and fearfully created by God as only you. And they expect you to endure everything. Your husband will even expect you to endure everything. Recently, a former house help I had called me. She lived with me for years, and then she got married, and then she left. Recently, she called me and said, Mommy, please pray for me. I cannot have, every time I try to have a second child, I cannot have. And I said, how old is your child? I said, why? She said she doesn't know. The doctor said this, the doctor said that, the doctor said that, but I just need your prayers. I said, how old is your child? She said, 4 or 3 plus, I think. I said, why are you in a hurry? What job is your husband doing? What job are you doing? As far as I'm concerned, both of you are managing to feed this child. And you are not desperate to have another child. You are not even thankful that you have another child. She said, Mommy, the village people are just talking, people have started talking, people have started doing this. It's now occurred to me that she is in an environment where she's undergoing serious pressure, expectation from everybody. Nobody even wants to know whether you are okay, you are not okay. They are looking. That child is 3 plus. He's going to 4 years. Why have you not had the second child? So that's the cultural expectation, pressure that we all go through, especially in these parts of the world. You have 1 child and they say you're supposed to have 3. You have 3 and then the 3 are girls. When are you having the last one? You have to try. You have to go try again, make an attempt. Don't you want to have a son for your husband? Your husband's name must not die. This and that. Nobody cares whether you are healthy, you are not healthy, whether you are able to feed the children, you are not able to feed, or you are able to feed the children. They just believe that, why are you having all girls? Why are you having all boys? So these days, I have begun to see that some people really don't care what the society is talking about. But the voice is still strong. Cultural expectation. So, what do you do when you are faced with this kind of matter, this kind of pressure? I think, like me, I have 3 girls, 3 wonderful girls. I don't have a boy. And I have never been bothered. The time I was having my last child, and I was going through, what do they call it, scan at the hospital, and the doctor said, oh wow, beautiful girl is inside you. And I carried a face, and the doctor said, what? And I said, I thought it would be a boy. He said, you didn't even ask me whether the baby has limbs, whether she has complete fingers, whether she has 2 eyes. That sounded like a slap on my face. Because what I should have concentrated on, I was now thinking of, what the world is expecting from me. I wanted to have a son for my husband. But I didn't even think whether the baby that was coming forward was complete, was normal. So beginning from that day, thankfully I had not bought anything for my baby. I started shopping for my girl. And today I have 3 wonderful girls that makes me so happy and joyous. No matter what the world is expecting, I am fine. So I do not have to do what you expect me to do, but what I feel that God brought me to this world to do. That's cultural expectation or pressure from us, especially from women on this part of the world. The next issue I want us to discuss is the invisible work of mothers and the role of the father in parenting. There are things people don't see. Motherhood is so wide, as I said. It's like a tree that is rooted to the ground and has branches, has leaves, has fruit, has everything, and has to weather the storm. And for mothers, it is like a tree that is planted by the riverside. It must bloom 24/7, no season. Some plants die, they wither, depending on the season. You want to buy corn, you say, oh, I have to wait until raining season. You want to buy mango, you say, no, it's not yet in season. Mothers are not like that. 24/7 they operate. So we do not take in the emotional labor What do I mean by emotional labor? The problems that the mother goes through at night, planning, while the children are asleep, while the husband is asleep, while the housekeepers are asleep, mothers are awake. Mothers are planning. They have to remember. Children and family members expect the mother to remember, to worry, to be the default parent. Where this one is not functioning, where daddy is not functioning, mother must function. Why won't mothers function? They expect you to function. I remember when I was growing up, sometimes we commit some offenses, and the day that we do not receive lashes from our mother or our dad, what my mother would do is at 3 o'clock, 3 a.m., my mother would just tap on you, and you open your eyes. Your mother is standing and facing you. What does she want to do? That matter, that thing that you committed during the day is what she wants to discuss. If my mother or my father does not say a word when you know that you have offended, just know that your night, you will be watching the night. Then they will allow you to sleep, and you are snoring, and then she wakes you up. And sometimes you wonder, is she not sleeping? Why is she waking up at this time? It was later when I was also a mother that I discovered that mothers don't sleep. You cannot sleep with your 2 eyes closed. A mother must remember, darling, do you know where my pair of socks are? Mommy, I cannot find my bag. Mommy, I cannot find my sweater. Mommy, and my book. Mommy, this. So the mother is multifaceted. She is dealing with so many things each day of her life. She cannot shut down. She doesn't go on holiday. She makes sacrifices. She has to worry for everybody. It's like a driver who is driving on the road. You are not just driving your car. You are driving for push trucks. You are driving for Okada. You are driving for Keke Marwa. You are driving for trailers. You are driving for tankers. You are driving for somebody who just decide to cross the road at that minute. So you are thinking, you are just being careful. You are working for so many people just because you want to drive on the road. A mother is like that. She doesn't go to sleep. So at this moment, I'm going to say that fathers have to put in more. You are a partner when this comes, because there must be a solution to this. I cannot just finish addressing this without calling on fathers. Especially, I'm not just talking about family members at home. Fathers have to be behind their wives. Because you cannot just come back from work, drop your bag, sit down and expect your wife to place food on the table for you because you worked. You are paying school fees. And so what? The mother is also working. Even if she's a roadside trader, office worker, business woman, she's earning money. These days we cannot afford to not allow mothers to work. A mother that is not working does not want her family to grow. So both of you must have an agreement. Whilst you allow your wife to work, or whilst the mother says she has to work to contribute to the upkeep of the family, the husband, the father, must also understand that he must be a great support system to the wife. She mothered your child. She incubated that child that makes you a proud father for 9 months, for 10 months, for 11 months, and then brought forth that child. And having brought forth that child, nurtured, raised, groomed, educated that child. So what is your role apart from going to work and coming back with the money? There are so many things you have to do. Even if the children are not washing the dishes, you can help to wash. I mean, I'm a Christian, and my Bible tells me that the husband is the head of the family. And the husband must love the family just like Christ loved the church. And then it goes down and says that the wife must be submissive to the husband. Submission does not mean slavery. It doesn't mean being, a carpet to be treaded upon. It simply means that when you love your wife and your wife sees that you are so loving, you don't even need to ask for that submission. You love your wife so much that sometimes you tell her not to wake up, not to rise. I will bring your food. The children will bring food for you. Today I'm making your bread and tea. Just stay. You work so much. You didn't even wake up. You didn't come to bed early. So stay. And when you do that, your wife does not need to be told to be submissive. You will just hear her calling you Odogu. You will hear her praising your name in front of the children. So husbands must begin to play their role. That is why sometimes when you see a child standing on the podium, receiving his or her award, you will say, first of all, my thanks goes to God. Secondly, to my loving mother. And everybody will clap. Why do you think they clap? The man will sit down and be wondering, but I'm the one who paid this school fees. But I'm the one who did this. Why is he calling mommy before daddy? If not for my mother, my money, would you have been there? No. The narrative has changed these days because everybody understands that that money you bring to the table cannot do anything, cannot even help that child if the mother is not there to groom that child for you. Talk less of grooming him to the point that he is called upon to come and receive an award. So husband must begin to understand the reason why they should be a pillar as well as their mothers and wives at home. Thank God for Father's Day. Men are beginning to wake up from their slumber because the voices are becoming very loud. Fathers are being praised because they know that they now have to play their role at home. It's not just Mother's Day. So that is what a mother goes through, the emotional labor of planning, the worry, remembering everything, being the default parent. What about raising children in a changing world? What am I talking about? In those days, there was nothing like phone. When I grew up as a child, communication, I still wonder how we used to communicate in the 60s, in the 70s. Then in the 80s, we started having access to landline. But you must be at home to be able to communicate with somebody, not when you are on the go. You are outside your territory. But these days, everybody is communicating. There's social media. There is all kinds of things. There's technology. Anything you want to work from home. The last speaker just spoke about working from home and why we should guard against what we, expose into the social media. So, raising children in a changing world, what I simply mean by that is that parents who are nurturing their children now are now modern parents. And it comes with a lot of challenges. There's the challenge of social media influence. Social media influence. A few years back when there was, war in Syria, I heard, it is on the net, I heard that some children were influenced, even as far as influencing children in the UK, in Europe, to come and join in the war. And some children were harvested from social media. Their parents had no inkling, had no idea that their children were communicating with some, people. And before you knew it, they left their homes, traveled as far as Syria to fight war. So social media is very, very powerful. As a mother, you have the responsibility of watching what your children, are doing on on their laptops, on their phones. It's not just you giving them these devices and not monitoring them. There are certain restrictions that you have to put as your children are growing up. There is also the peer pressure under raising children in a changing world. Peer pressure. Your child goes to school and comes back a different person, and you begin to wonder, why? My friend said this, my friend said that. And then you discover that a 13-year-old is thinking of pregnating, having a child, because another person is pressurizing her to have a child. I even went to the pharmacy and I got pregnancy tests to check if I'm pregnant. A 13-year-old. It's happening. It's happening. And your child is doing the same thing. So we mothers also have the responsibility. They have to work double the way our mothers used to work in raising their children, watching their children. There's the technology and screen.